Chapter 145. This was not the first time that the selection of the top saints was held, so there was no need for any elders or attendants to say anything. All the participating saints silently walked to the center of the square. There were already countless arenas there, and each arena was separated by a light screen, which was enough to block any external interference. Immediately after, an elderly attendant stepped forward under the instructions of the elders. He held a black wooden box in his hand, and with a slight infusion of spiritual energy, a majestic spiritual screen soared into the sky and intertwined to form a dazzling spirit river. In the spirit river, there were light, ball-like objects swimming continuously, and there seemed to be numbers engraved on the light balls. All saints, please draw a number. The one who draws the same number will be your opponent in the first round. The elderly attendant's voice was loud and clear, and his short words clearly introduced the rules. Therefore, in the next moment, all the participating saints silently raised their right hands. For example, Lu Yang, Su Jian, and Loring Luo Shui, of course. Yan Chutian was also included. Buzz. When all the saints raised their right hands, the spirit river trembled slightly under the expectant gazes of countless disciples. Immediately after, the countless light balls swimming inside seemed to be attracted by something and rushed toward every raised right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a few breaths, the light balls in the spirit river dissipated, and the spirit river also dissipated, returning to nothingness. At the same time, every saint grabbed a light ball in their hand, and the number engraved on the light ball was their number. Yan Chutian slowly released his 5 fingers, and the number on the light ball in his hand immediately entered his eyes. The number he drew was not bad, it was number 6. However, he did not know who his opponent would be. Seeing that all the saints had drawn numbers, the elderly attendant spoke again in a loud voice. Saints who have drawn numbers 1 to 10, please go to the corresponding arena. The battle of the saints is about to begin. As soon as the elderly attendant finished speaking, the saints who had drawn numbers 1 to 10 changed their expression slightly. Immediately after, they leaped up and rushed to the corresponding arena. Yan Chutian was number 6, so he nodded slightly and signaled to Muwan. Then he also leaped into the air and rushed to the 6th arena that belonged to him and another saint. When Yan Chutian leaped up, a figure also rushed to the 6th arena from a certain direction. This naturally attracted Yan Chutian's attention. When he saw the figure's face, he could not help but laugh lightly. He did not expect that fellow to be his old friend, Lu Yang. Speaking of which, when Yan Chutian came out of the spirit prison to submit his first mission, there was a battle between the two of them. But at that time the battle ended before it even reached its end. It seemed that today's meeting again was somewhat destined. When the two of them stood still on the 6th arena, they completely confirmed their previous thoughts. However, now that he had confirmed that Yan Chutian was his opponent, Lu Yang's face darkened. After all, the news of Yan Chutian and Su Jian's clan brother, Su Kong, being equally matched had already spread throughout the heavenly secret sect. Of course, he also knew about it. Even he admitted that he was inferior to Su Kong. However, the fellow before him was actually able to fight equally with Su Kong. Didn't that mean that he was already inferior to him? Lu Yang could totally think that way. Yan Chutian must have obtained an opportunity in the ancient sect ruins, which allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds and reach the level where he could contend with Su Kong. In other words, all of this was Su Jian's fault. If it wasn't for him, how could the fellow in front of him have obtained an opportunity? However, now that they had met on the arena, even if Lu Yang wanted to beat Su Jian up, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and concentrate on facing Yan Chutian. He didn't believe that he was a veteran holy son. Not long ago, he was still able to suppress the other party. Could it be that, in a short period of time, he wasn't a match for the other party? Dong! The ancient bell rang. The moment the rumbling sound rang out, Lu Yang let out a low shout, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. Wisps of purple aura swept up and quickly condensed into a giant purple beast above Liu Yang's body. It was the beast spirit technique that he had used before. As expected, Liu Yang let out a loud shout in the next moment. Beast spirit technique, spirit of the mystical python. Roar! The giant purple python burst out and opened its huge mouth to devour Yan Chutian. A powerful aura spread out, and even a first-stage elixir cultivator would feel pressured. However, with the spiritual energy barrier around the arena, it could block all of this aura and prevent it from leaking out. Facing the spirit of the mystical python, Yan Chutian's reaction was much more relaxed than before. After all, he had now stepped into the elixir state, and his opponents were only the top holy sons. Even if Liu Yang was stronger than before and had reached the second stage of the quasi-elixir state, he was still not that strong. Great Mercy Tablet. It was still the same spiritual technique as before. Yan Chutian controlled the spiritual energy to gather and interweave into a huge stone tablet that descended to the ground. In the next moment, the spiritual light on the stone tablet burst out and merged into a huge light beam that rushed toward the giant purple python. Boom! The giant purple python and the spiritual energy light beam collided fiercely, and an astonishing fluctuation spread out, just like before. However, the result this time was destined to be different. The two were in a stalemate for a few breaths, and the spiritual energy light beam destroyed the giant purple python. It went straight in and rushed toward Liu Yang's chest without slowing down. Liu Yang obviously did not expect his attack to be broken through in the blink of an eye, so he could only condense a defense with an ugly expression. Even though the power of the spiritual energy light beam was exhausted in the end, it made him extremely embarrassed. His body retreated a few feet and almost fell off the arena. Barely stabilizing his body, Liu Yang's expression was ugly, and at the same time he was a little surprised. He did not expect the gap between him and his opponent to be so big. It was only the first time they fought, but he was already suppressed to such a state. At the same time, many disciples who were paying attention to this scene had complicated gazes in their eyes. Not long ago, they saw Yan Chutian barely exchanging blows with Liu Yang. But in the blink of an eye, what was once barely exchanging blows with Liu Yang had turned into a crushing defeat. Yan Chutian's strength was simply too fast. Seeing Liu Yang being forced back a few feet, Yan Chutian's expression was normal. This scene was within his expectations. If not for this, he would have found it strange. Otherwise, there was no need for him to compare with those top saints. Although his expression was ugly, Liu Yang was not ready to give up. After all, he still had that ultimate spiritual technique that he had not used yet. This was his final trump card. Huff! Taking a deep breath, a golden light flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. In the next instant, golden light continued to emerge from his body. The golden power continued to intertwine, and slowly, a giant golden crocodile appeared. A domineering demonic power quickly spread out. It seemed that even through the spiritual energy light screen, the disciples outside could sense it. Under the influence of this fierce golden crocodile, Liu Yang's mood clearly became violent, and he lost his mind. However, looking at this scene, Yan Chutian did not have the slightest fear. It was only the remnant soul of the fierce crocodile. This Liu Yang was affected by the fierce crocodile and lost his mind. How powerful could it be? Mysterious Yang Hand. With a low roar, strands of profound Yang Qi continuously flowed into his body. As surging energy surged, Yan Chutian raised his right arm and pressed down on the fierce crocodile that had appeared. Boom! As the mysterious Yang Hand suppressed it, the remnant soul of the fierce crocodile seemed to sense it and immediately roared in anger. Then its golden body soared into the air and rushed towards the mysterious Yang Hand. Boom, boom! The mysterious Yang Hand and the giant golden crocodile fiercely collided. The giant golden crocodile was extremely powerful, and the aura that erupted from it was enough to threaten a cultivator at the second level of the spirit transformation realm. However, even with such a powerful force, it was unable to display its ferocity under the mysterious Yang hand and was slowly suppressed. The giant golden crocodile was slowly destroyed, and Lu Yang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and he fainted on the stage. On the other hand, Yan Chutian dispersed his power after the mysterious Yang hand suppressed the giant golden crocodile, and he stood there quietly. This scene brought great shock to the spectating disciples, because in this situation, the outcome had already been decided. Yan Chutian wins. A deacon standing beside the stage loudly announced the result, and this announcement completely determined the result. Junior brother Yan is so powerful. Chapter 146. After announcing the result, Yan Chutian flew back to the stage and appeared at his previous position. Soon after, many gazes gathered. These gazes did not only come from the disciples around the square, but also from the other holy sons. And among these gazes, there was an extremely gloomy one. The owner of this gaze was Su Jian, who had long been known as one of the top holy sons. Su Jian's expression was gloomy as his gloomy gaze locked onto Yan Chutian. Just like Lu Yang, he also felt that his actions not long ago not only did not restrict him, but also helped him cultivate. Otherwise, how could he have broken through to the elixir realm in such a short period of time? How could he have easily crushed Lu Yang after just breaking through to the elixir realm? Looking at the other party's glory, Su Jian really wanted to immediately trample on him and ruthlessly trample on him. Yan Chu, even if you have strength that far surpasses ordinary elixir holy sons and can fight above your level, you are still not qualified to be a top holy son. And if you meet me, I will let you understand the difference between you and a top holy son. Yan Chutian, who did not know that Su Jian had secretly spoken, was staring at a certain stage. Mu Wan was already standing quietly on the stage. Her fitting green clothes outlined her exquisite and alluring figure, coupled with her beautiful face. Even if she did not display any cultivation, she still attracted the gazes of countless men. Who is this woman? Her. She seems to be Yan Chu's senior sister. Both of them were brought back from the outside world by Elder Han. With this appearance, I'm afraid she can even compare to senior sister Luo Shui, right? But I wonder how much strength she, with such a beautiful appearance, can have like senior sister Luo. Even if she can compare to senior sister Luo, she shouldn't be too bad, right? After all, she was also brought back by Elder Han, and she is Yan Chu's senior sister. Sounds of discussion rang out. Everyone affirmed Mu Wan's appearance, but had different opinions about her strength. After all, not long after entering the Southern Territory, it was Mu Wan's consciousness that took the lead. All along, she had not revealed her talent and only cared about her own cultivation. Therefore, she who had almost no battle achievements would naturally be questioned. There were people who doubted it, but there were naturally people who were extremely certain. These people were Zhou Qing and Wang Ping, because they had witnessed the powerful strength displayed by Qiuyu that day. In their imaginations, Qiuyu was already so terrifyingly powerful back then. Of course, he would be even more terrifying now. Even though his cultivation seemed to be only at the second level of the primal core realm, he was probably at the third level of the primal core realm, or even comparable to a top saint. All in all, this battle was about to begin. The person facing Mu Wan was a cold-faced woman with a level 2 elixir. Although she was as cold as ice, her entire body was surrounded by boiling hot intent. It was obvious that she cultivated a fire attribute spiritual art. Dong! The sound of the ancient bell meant that the time for the real battle had arrived. Before the sound had died down, the cold-faced female cultivator took the initiative to attack. Her delicate body flashed, and her jade-like fist, which carried the power of flames, smashed towards Mu Wan's chest. This punch seemed simple, but if it was blocked with a simple spiritual energy light screen, it was likely that the spiritual energy light screen would be torn apart in an instant. Then, the power would continue to surge forward without any decrease in power. However, how could Muwan not see the deep meaning of this attack? With a solemn expression, she lightly clenched her jade-like fist. Vigorous spiritual energy surged in her jade-like hand, followed by a powerful punch colliding with the female cultivator's jade-like fist. Boom! The two jade-like fists collided, and the spiritual energy rumbled nonstop. However, since Muwan dared to face it head-on, she naturally had a certain degree of confidence. Therefore, even if the female cultivator's spiritual energy was extremely domineering, like flames that could burn everything, it could not gain the slightest advantage over Muwan. Therefore, the final result was that both of them took a few steps back, and the spiritual energy that collided slowly dissipated in the air. This situation clearly surprised the female cultivator. Although the other party's cultivation was at the second stage of the elixir realm, it was obvious that she had just entered and should not be comparable to her. Moreover, her own spiritual energy had the power of flames, so the other party should not be comparable to her. Although she was somewhat shocked, the cold-faced female cultivator quickly accepted this fact. After all, there was a living example of Yen Chutian. If she did not accept this fact, she was afraid that she would end up in the same sorry state as those guys who had lost to Yen Chutan. After accepting this fact, the cold-faced female cultivator's beautiful face became more dignified. She had already regarded Muwan as an opponent of equal strength. Because of this, the cold-faced female cultivator's attack was even faster. After all, in a fight between cultivators, taking the initiative was a huge advantage. However, even though the cold-faced female cultivator had the advantage and continued to attack fiercely, she was still unable to gain the slightest advantage over Muwan. During the exchange of fists and arms, Muwan was always able to perfectly counter her attacks. Her combat experience was not like that of an ordinary disciple, but more like that of an experienced warrior. After another failed attack, the cold-faced female cultivator immediately retreated a few feet and continued to fight in close quarters. This made her understand that it was too difficult to win in a confrontation of details, so she could only rely on the spiritual energy she had mastered. Unfortunately, she did not know that in terms of spiritual energy, Muwan would only be on the same level as Yen Chutian. Who did she need to be afraid of? Golden Flame Body! The cold-faced female cultivator shouted. Suddenly, boundless spiritual energy surged out from her body and wrapped around her entire body. The spiritual energy that surged out was slowly burning like flames, blooming with golden light. When the spiritual energy covered her entire body, it was as if she was wearing a layer of golden armor. At least in terms of defense, the cold-faced female cultivator was much stronger than before. However, after doing this, her movements did not end. After all, no matter how strong the golden flame body was, it was only a defense. She had always been in control of the fight. Golden flame spear. Without any explanation, the cold-faced female cultivator shouted again. The moment she shouted, she gently clenched her jade-like hands. The spiritual energy that was like golden flames spread out from her body, condensing into a golden war spear that was also burning like flames in her jade-like hands. When the golden war spear appeared, the cold-faced female cultivator's sharp eyes locked onto Muwan. In the next moment, she stomped her right foot on the ground and rushed towards Muwan with the golden war spear in her hand. The golden war spear shot over. With such a fierce attack, even a second-layer elixir cultivator would not dare to take it head-on. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, Muwan was not in this category. Therefore, her method was extremely simple. If others did not dare to take it head-on, then she would do it. Mysterious spirit condensation seal. Her red lips opened slightly, and an indifferent shout slowly rang out. The moment she shouted, her hands formed a seal. Suddenly, rich spiritual energy whistled and condensed into a large purple seal above her body. Then it fiercely collided with the golden war spear. Boom, boom! A huge vibration rang out again. This time, the situation was the same as before. Even if the cold-faced female cultivator's golden war spear was unparalleled, it could not gain any advantage over Muwan. The golden war spear and the purple seal collided, and the power of both sides was constantly consumed. At the same time, they returned to nothingness. Her attack was broken again. Muwan's pretty face was as usual, because this was all within her expectations. However, when Muwan was like this, the cold-faced female cultivator was clearly in disbelief. She could not accept it. Why was it that she could not gain any advantage under the bombardment of spiritual techniques? Could it be that this woman was like her junior brother, a monster that ordinary people could not understand? The shock in her heart made the cold-faced female cultivator unable to hold back any longer. She took a deep breath and once again mobilized the surging spiritual energy in her body. This time, the spiritual energy mobilized could be said to be extremely large. The spiritual energy that spread out was like a lake and the sea, enveloping her surroundings. This time, the cold-faced female cultivator finally spoke. I don't care who you are or how strange you are. As long as you are in my way, I must eliminate you. As she said these tough words, she slowly formed a seal. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy that was as majestic as the sea surged. Beams of spiritual energy rushed up into the sky. This scene could be said to be a magnificent sight. Such a shocking scene was obviously not silent and unknown. When the cold-faced female cultivator used it, many shocked gazes shot over from the surroundings of the plaza, and there was unrestrained shock between their brows. Chapter 147. To be known by so many disciples and cause such a commotion. It was obvious that this was an extremely powerful spirit art. The extreme sea flame world that the cold-faced female cultivator had mastered was like this. Extreme sea flame world. This is actually the extreme sea flame world. The extreme sea flame world is a 7th-stage spirit grade domain killing technique. Such a large arena is almost completely within its attack range. There is nowhere to escape. There was once an elder who used the extreme sea flame world. Even if it did not display its true power, just the terrifying temperature of the flames was enough to dry up a lake. It is needless to say how terrifying it is. Many disciples exclaimed one after another because the reputation of the extreme sea flame world was not small. They did not expect that a holy son would use such a powerful spirit art so quickly. And because of the display of this spirit art, even though everyone felt that Muwan was also shockingly extraordinary, they also thought that the outcome of this battle was already decided. The power of the extreme sea flame world was extremely difficult for even a 3rd-stage elixir cultivator to resist, not to mention Muwan, who had just entered the 2nd stage of elixir. Extreme sea flame world. Zhou Qing's beautiful eyes stared at the arena, and her worry was not concealed. Even though she trusted Muwan, when she saw that the cold-faced female cultivator had actually used the extreme sea flame world, she could not help but be shaken. The extreme sea flame world was indeed very famous. The power displayed by it was almost unstoppable by disciples of the same level. At this time, there should be only Yan Chutian who would always trust her. His pair of dark eyes always had a smile, and he was not worried at all. At the same time, looking at the fiery aura spreading from the cold-faced female cultivator, this aura actually enveloped the entire arena. This must be the extreme sea flame world. Such a spirit art was indeed extremely shocking. Probably no 2nd-stage elixir cultivator would be able to block it. But if this 2nd-stage elixir cultivator was her, it would be a different story. Her jade-like hand waved again, and her white fingers formed a seal. Following the continuous casting of the seal, There were actually strands of inexplicable fluctuations spreading out. The fluctuations spread out, causing a large amount of spirit energy to sweep up and gather somewhere in the sky. In just a few breaths of time, a lifelike cyan Luan bird appeared in the air. The Luan's body didn't emit any kind of shocking aura. In fact, he couldn't even sense any kind of dangerous aura from it. This was Mu Wan's method of defense? It was truly astonishing. Was this Mu Wan's method of defense? This blue Luan's aura is a little too gentle. Could it be that she's trying to use this to block the extreme sea flame world? The terrifying power of the extreme sea flame world will probably burn this Luan bird to ashes, right? What a pity. I thought she was going to create a miracle like her junior brother. There's nothing to feel pity about. If that Yen Chu were to meet this woman, I'm afraid he would only end up with a miserable defeat. These two people may be among the best among the newly promoted saints, or even some of the veteran saints, but they are still too inexperienced to compete for the position of the top-notch saint. That's right, the sounds of discussion continued to ring out around the square. However, they didn't know that their reactions made Yen Chutian chuckle. Then he looked at the slowly gathering blue Luan and muttered, "Even the blue Luan has been used. Looks like this battle is really about to end," Yen Chutian muttered. He said the same thing as everyone else, but the result was completely different. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the blue Luan spread its wings. Its seemingly thin and weak body flapped its wings and charged towards the cold-faced female cultivator. Seeing this, the cold-faced female cultivator snorted. She had already used her extreme sea flame world. Could it be that she still wanted to act violently in here? The cold-faced female cultivator's hand gestures changed. Instantly, endless flames surged out from the surrounding space and crushed towards the blue Luan. The spreading heat seemed to be unable to withstand even the surrounding space. It was blurry and distorted. However, the next scene was unbelievable. The flames crushed and gathered, wanting to burn the blue Luan to ashes. However, the blue Luan ignored it and rushed towards the cold-faced female cultivator. When the two were about to come into contact, the blue Luan suddenly flapped its wings. After its wings flapped, there seemed to be an inexplicable force spreading out. It forcibly pushed the flames away, forming a safe passage in the middle for the blue Luan to rush through. How is this possible? The extreme sea flame world actually didn't crush and burn the blue Luan. Impossible. How can this ordinary blue Luan resist the power of the extreme sea flame world? Exclamations sounded from all directions again. However, the crowd's attitude was completely different from before. What was happening in front of them now was something they had never imagined. Not to mention the spectating disciples. Even the cold-faced female cultivator's beautiful eyes changed. Her originally cold face flashed with unconcealable shock. She was extremely confident in her extreme sea flame world. She knew deeply what kind of terrifying power the flames contained. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a level 3 elixir cultivator was crushed by the flames, his protective spiritual energy would be burned to ashes. However, what did she see? The blue Luan actually forcibly opened a passage and blocked the terrifying burning flames. How? The blue Luan looked up to the sky and let out a long cry. It accelerated towards the cold-faced female cultivator. It was also this long cry that made the cold-faced female cultivator come back to her senses. At this moment, even if it was unbelievable, the cold-faced female cultivator could only hurriedly form a defense. Otherwise, if she was attacked by the blue Luan for nothing, even she had no confidence in blocking it. Extreme Sea Flame Shield. The cold-faced female cultivator shouted angrily. She raised her jade-like hand, and a majestic suction force suddenly appeared. Not only the flames around her, but even the flame spiritual energy on her body kept gathering. Finally, it formed a huge flame shield in front of her. The extreme sea flame shield formed. Even if this was a hurriedly formed defense, she had great confidence in blocking some of it, even if it was an attack from a level 3 elixir cultivator. Not to mention, Muwan was only a level 2 elixir cultivator. However, her almost identical thoughts from before were obviously going to fail again. The blue Luan rushed over, and its body gradually became illusory. At the last moment, the blue Luan had already turned into a long green arrow. It carried an aura that seemed to be able to tear through any defense as it fiercely collided with the extreme sea flame shield. Clang! At the moment of contact, the dull sound of metal colliding rang out. Immediately after, a circle of spiritual energy ripples that could be seen with the naked eye quickly spread out. It only slowly dissipated when it hit the spiritual energy light screen around the arena. However, the storm seemed to have calmed down. When one looked at the spiritual energy light shield that was surrounded by flames, an extremely sharp green light was still crazily spreading. It was as if the light shield was the slightest bit relaxed, it would be torn apart by the green light. However, in this deadlock situation, it seemed that the cold-faced female cultivator's extreme sea flame shield had successfully blocked it. Crack, crack! However, just as this thought surfaced in the minds of the crowd, a clear and even ear-piercing cracking sound was transmitted out. Many gazes of disbelief gathered over, only to see that under the equally disbelieving gaze of the cold-faced female cultivator, there was actually a tiny crack that extended from the location of the green light on the extreme sea flame shield. Crack, crack! In the next moment, another ear-piercing sound rang out. Following that, the cracks seemed to have gone crazy as they spread throughout the entire flame shield. In a few breaths, the entire shield was covered. The final result was self-evident. The extreme sea flame shield shattered and exploded into light spots that filled the sky with a loud bang. The cold-faced female cultivator was the first to bear the brunt. She spat out a mouthful of blood as she suffered the backlash. Her delicate body fell backwards, and as the extreme sea flame world collapsed, she completely fainted at the edge of the arena. The fainting of the cold-faced female cultivator announced the end of this battle. However, no one would have thought that the final result would be like this. It was out of everyone's expectations. After a long moment of hesitation, the sound of exclamations finally came. It lingered in the heavens and earth and did not dissipate for a long time. Amidst the dense exclamations, the deacon at the edge of the arena also announced the result. At the same time, the deacon who announced the result was also filled with shock. Seeing the deacon announce her victory, Muwan, whose beautiful face was slightly pale, smiled. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at a certain figure in the crowd who had been paying attention to her. She gently raised her snow-white chin and revealed a happy and proud expression. Chapter 148. Even Yen Chutian was a little absent-minded as he looked at Muwan's casual flirtatiousness. It was no wonder that the young and vigorous disciples around him had such exaggerated reactions. However, no matter how excited they were, they could only watch from afar. They could not enter, let alone approach Muwan. After defeating her opponent, Muwan walked down from the arena and returned to Yen Chutian's side. At this moment, she seemed to have realized her previous attitude. Her cheeks were slightly red as she deliberately restrained her expression and remained silent. Yen Chutian looked at her delicate appearance and could not help but feel hot again. Suddenly, he thought of how she had been looked at by so many men who were like wolves and tigers. He actually felt a little annoyed. However, he did not say anything in the end. He only asked Muwan about her current state. After she shook her head and replied, he collected his thoughts and looked at the arenas. The saints were constantly fighting on the arenas. Therefore, the gazes that were gathered around Muwan gradually shifted back and landed on the arenas. At this moment, Zhou Yang was also fighting with someone. His cultivation was the same as Yen Chutian's, which was also in the initial stage of elixir. However, he obviously did not have Yen Chutian's strength at this stage. Facing a cultivator who was in the second stage of elixir, he was suppressed in all aspects, regardless of the quality of his spiritual energy or spiritual spells. He was suppressed by Yan Chutian. Therefore, the final result was almost destined. Even though Zhou Yang tried his best to resist, he was still defeated by his opponent and was injured. Brother. Outside the arena, Zhou Qing's face was filled with worry. She was even more upset when she saw her brother being defeated. She was about to cry. Fortunately, Zhou Yang, who was defeated, was not depressed. He immediately rushed out of the arena to comfort his sister. He originally wanted to give up on the selection of the top saints. However, he did not want to miss it. Therefore, his defeat was already within his expectations. Retracting his gaze from Zhou Yang and Zhou Qing, Yan Chutian's gaze continued to move and gradually fell on Su Jian, who was about to go up the stage. As one of the top-notch saints, Su Jian naturally did not attract only Yan Chutian's attention, but also the gazes of many disciples. Among them, there was no lack of young girls with fiery gazes filled with adoration. After all, not only was Su Jian one of the top-notch saint's sons, but he was also extraordinarily handsome. He could be called a young talent and the dream lover of all girls. As he fought with Su Jian, the third-level elixir saint had a grave expression on his face. There was even a hint of despair in his grave expression. His luck was really bad to be matched up against Su Jian, who was at the 4th level of elixir in the first round. However, since they had already encountered each other, there was no point in complaining. The 3rd-level elixir saint quickly collected himself and clenched his teeth as he faced Su Jian head-on, not giving in at all. However, no matter how he reacted, Su Jian still had a faint smile on his face, with a hint of unrestrained arrogance. He was one of the top-notch saints, so it was naturally not a problem for him to stand out in this selection. In fact, the opponent in front of him was probably not even qualified for him to use the yin-yang sword. Su Jian clearly did not want to use the yin-yang sword. His reaction made the 3rd-level elixir saint secretly happy and ashamed. His opponent was not prepared to use the yin-yang sword, which meant that he did not take him seriously at all. How could he accept this calmly? However, he was even more aware of how terrifying Su Jian's yin-yang sword was. If Su Jian used it immediately, he probably would not have much power to resist. Huff! No matter what, the 3rd-level elixir saint was prepared to make the first move. Even if Su Jian did not use the yin-yang sword, his strength was still 1 level higher than his. How could he underestimate him? Therefore, after exhaling softly, he suddenly formed a hand seal. Majestic spiritual energy rushed out and gathered between his hands. Then, he slammed his hands heavily on the arena floor. Instantly, 2 huge tornadoes spread out from the ground, shuttling between the ground and enveloping Su Jian. Such a huge attack was enough to suppress any 3rd-level elixir cultivator. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Su Jian merely glanced at it indifferently before shifting his gaze away. With a smile, he raised his hand and gently pressed forward. With this press, the huge tornadoes shuttling from the ground suddenly seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and were actually shattered. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. They did not expect Su Jian to destroy the opponent's attack so easily. The primal core 3rd-level saint who had also witnessed this scene had an ugly expression on his face, but at the same time he understood what was going on. Su Jian's strength was within his expectations. Otherwise, he would not be one of the top saints. Million Mountains technique. Taking a deep breath, he once again formed a hand seal. A vast amount of spiritual energy swept out, condensing into a huge mountain range as his hand seals changed. The momentum was astonishing. Boom! It was as if countless mountains were falling and enveloping Su Jian. This time the 3rd-level elixir saint felt that Su Jian would not be able to ignore it so easily. However, the result had once again exceeded his expectations. Su Jian laughed coldly in the face of Lin Dong's attack. Subsequently, he lifted his right arm just like before. His 5 fingers moved slightly as waves of invisible majestic energy surged forth, seemingly covering the mountain range. In the next instant, as Su Jian clenched his fist, the mountain range was crushed and turned into spiritual light that dissipated. His attack was easily destroyed again. Not only was the crowd in an uproar, but even the third-level elixir saint's expression turned ugly. He seemed to have overestimated himself. Su Jian's strength was far beyond his expectations. At the same time, the corners of Su Jian's mouth curled up. Then he whispered, "It's time to end this meaningless battle." As his voice fell, his blade-like gaze locked onto the third-level elixir saint. Then he slightly gathered his spiritual energy. As the majestic spiritual energy rushed out, a soft voice slowly sounded. White light slash. As its name suggested, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the sky and illuminated countless pairs of eyes. The moment the white light appeared, the third-level elixir saint's expression turned ugly. He hurriedly activated all the spiritual energy in his body to resist, forming layers of light screens. However, the seemingly indestructible layers of defense could not withstand the white light for more than a few breaths and were immediately shattered. In the next instant, a painful groan sounded. The third-level elixir saint's body flew backwards in a sorry state and smashed hard on the edge of the arena. When he barely supported his body, he violently spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak, and he was on the verge of fainting from his heavy injuries. At this moment, the outcome was already decided. How could the third-level elixir saint, who was injured to such an extent, still have the strength to fight? Following which, a deacon announced Su Jian's victory, following which cheers rang out, and the momentum was probably incomparable to that of all the previous chosens. Looking at Su Jian, who easily won, Yan Chutian narrowed his eyes. There was a trace of seriousness in the depths of his eyes that did not disappear for a long time. Even if this Su Jian had a hostile relationship with him, he had to admit that Su Jian had extraordinary cultivation. In addition, he also knew that Su Jian still had a spirit weapon. If he used it, his strength would be able to reach a higher level. Only then would he be worthy of the title of a top-notch saint. However, no matter how strong Su Jian was, Yan Chutian was not afraid of him at all. After all, the current him was not so simple. Although he had just entered the elixir realm, he had condensed 2 spirit patterns. One had to know that many second-level and third-level elixir cultivators had not condensed even 1 spirit pattern. Just like the previous saints who had entered the arena were all like this. However, he had condensed 2 spirit patterns when he had just entered the elixir realm. Countless people would be shocked if they knew that he had condensed 2 spirit patterns. All in all, even if he were to go against Su Jian, he would not be without confidence. At least he would have the strength to fight. How is it? If you go against him, are you confident? Beside Yan Chutian, Muwan asked softly. Hearing her question, Yan Chutian didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he gave an irrelevant answer. We shouldn't be encountering each other. The upper echelons of the sect aren't fools. They won't watch as the strong fight each other and the strong get eliminated. After all, the selection of the peak saint child is for the sake of heaven's opportunity. It was not difficult to understand what Yan Chutian meant. The selection of the top-notch saints was for the sake of the heavenly opportunity. Therefore, the upper echelons of the southern region would naturally try their best to let the top 10 saints stand out and not let the strong fight and be eliminated helplessly. Chapter 149. Mu Wan's soft words stunned Yan Chutian. After several breaths, he helplessly smiled, his face filled with understanding. That's right, he and Qiu Yu's performance was indeed extraordinary. But in the eyes of some people, they might not be considered top-notch saints because it was still uncertain whether they would encounter Su Jian and the other saints. Even so, Yan Chutian still maintained his previous attitude. No matter who it was, they would not be able to stop him. He had to return to the heaven realm as soon as possible. The stairway to heaven might be the fastest, or even the only way. He could not miss it. As he thought about it, the first round of battles continued. Luo Shui, Loring, and the rest went up the stage one by one. What was worth mentioning was that, facing Luo Shui, who was known as the top disciple in the entire southern region, her opponent, who was only at the first level of elixir, did not dare to accept the challenge. He smiled bitterly and gave up. However, no one laughed at him for giving up. After all, the gap between him and Luo Shui was too big. Even if he insisted on fighting, the end result would be a crushing defeat. He was just asking for humiliation. Seeing that her opponent gave up, Luo Shui's face was still as cold as ice. She did not have the slightest bit of emotion. Speaking of which, she was exactly the same as Luo Qingyi. The latter also had a cold expression. Her body seemed to be surrounded by a chilly aura. Loring was also Luo Qingyi's disciple. However, she was not cold. Her every frown and smile was filled with youthful vitality. Furthermore, because she had grown up, the unique charm of a young girl was even more obvious. Even though she was not as good as Luo Shui, she had already secretly attracted the attention of many disciples. When she grew up a little more, she would probably be a demonic beauty. However, because of her unique situation, no one knew when she would grow up again. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, a soft voice rang in Yan Chutian's ears. Even Yan Chutian did not react in time and was almost shocked. Mu Wan seemed to have sensed something from Yan Chutian's rather big reaction. Her beautiful eyes followed the direction he was looking at and gradually locked onto an exquisite and delicate body not far away. "TSK, Tisk, it's really beautiful." No wonder his eyes didn't even move. Mu Wan's faint smile made Yan Chutian instinctively feel a trace of danger, so he didn't dare to refute. He could only smile awkwardly and look in another direction, thinking about how to change the topic. But little did he know that all of his reactions had been noticed by Mu Wan, so she couldn't help but frown slightly and snort lightly in her heart, and then she went silent. noon, the first round finally ended. After the first round, half of the Holy Sons had been eliminated, and there were no more than 50 or 60 left. These 50 to 60 people still had to go through the second, third, and even fourth rounds of the arena before the final 10 top-notch saints could be determined. These 10 top-notch saints would represent the southern region and participate in the Heavens Chance competition with the 10 top-notch saints from the northern region. Dong! The ancient sound of the bell rang again, and it meant that the second round of the selection had begun. All the Holy Sons who participated in the second round of the selection drew a new number. This time, Yan Chutian's number was extremely close to the back, and he was already number 29. 29, which meant that his arena match was extremely close to the end, and he was very close to the end. Mu Wan, Loring, and the others' numbers were clearly very close to the front this time. They immediately rushed out of the center of the square and onto the arena that corresponded to their number. There was no need to look at Luo Shui, Su Jian, and the others. They were known as top-notch saints, and their victory was almost certain. The matches that were worth watching were Loring and Mu Wan's. The two women's cultivation levels were only at the second level of the elixir, but their opponents were at the third level of the elixir realm. However, even though their cultivation levels were not as high, they still fought with their opponents and finally defeated them in a way that shocked everyone. The weak defeated the strong. When Mu Wan returned, Yan Chutian generously gave himself the most admirable smile. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister Xiaoyu, you're mighty and domineering." Mu Wan was also amused by Yan Chutian's comical attitude, but she quickly restrained her smile when she recalled a certain situation not long ago. However, since she had already laughed, she could not take it back, so Mu Wan looked rather awkward. Her cheeks were red, and she did not know what to do. After a few people, it was finally Yan Chutian's turn. Yan Chutian's appearance attracted a lot of attention. After all, he was already a famous figure in the southern region, and his reputation could be said to be the best below the top-notch saints. Yan Chutian went up the stage under the gazes of many. When he looked over, he saw a 2-meter-tall dark figure standing on the other side of the stage, like a tower. The tower was as immovable as a mountain, as if it was connected to the entire stage and the ground. It was as if no matter what attack landed on it, it would not move an inch. Like Yan Chutian, this iron tower-like figure also attracted the gazes of many people. There was even an elder who cast his gaze over and paid attention to him. That's Zhou Xian, the saint. Although the Tian Shan elder did not officially accept him as a disciple, he can be considered half a disciple after several teachings. Speaking of which, isn't Yan Chu an elder's disciple? This is going to be interesting. This is the first time the disciples of 2 elders are competing. That's the truth. However, Yan Chu has already stepped into the 3rd level of the elixir realm, which is 2 levels higher than Yan Chu, who is at the 1st level of the elixir realm. Moreover, senior brother Zhou Xian has condensed a spiritual inscription. What? Senior brother Zhou Xian has condensed a spiritual inscription. Spiritual inscriptions were not foreign to any cultivator. In fact, they were very familiar with them. After stepping into the elixir realm, other than forming an elixir in the Dantian, one had to condense a spiritual inscription on the elixir realm. However, condensing a spiritual inscription was extremely difficult. It was normal for some cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level of the elixir realm to not condense a spiritual inscription. However, Zhou Xian was obviously not an ordinary cultivator. He had already condensed a spiritual inscription. Therefore, the crowd's cheers immediately leaned towards Zhou Xian, because Zhou Xian had too much of an advantage. In their opinion, even if Yan Chutian could fight against someone of a higher level, it was impossible for him to overcome such a huge gap. Therefore, some mocking laughter could be heard continuously. Looks like Yan Chu's luck is coming to an end. He has no chance of winning against Zhou Xian. Yan Chu has just entered the elixir realm. I'm afraid he doesn't even know what a spiritual inscription is. How can he compete with Zhou Xian? Being able to reach this step should have been his limit. He should stop before going too far. Otherwise, if he gets lucky and becomes the top saint of the southern region, it will be the misfortune of the southern region. With the spiritual energy light screen, Yan Chutian could not hear what was going on outside. However, this did not prevent him from knowing what kind of uproar the people outside were about. After all, he could see the cultivation of the man in front of him, as well as the faint intent of the spiritual inscription. He was afraid that the man in front of him had already condensed a spiritual inscription. Condensed a spiritual inscription, Yan Chutian muttered to himself. There was no fear on his face. So what if the other party had condensed a spiritual inscription? He had condensed 2 spiritual inscriptions. When Yan Chutian looked at Zhou Xian naturally looked back at him. His gaze was gloomy and cold. His expression couldn't be described as haughty or solemn, but it exuded confidence from within. This confidence meant that no matter who stood in front of him, he was confident that he could defeat them. I know you. You are the disciple brought back by Elder Hanqin. Zhou Xian suddenly said slowly. His face was still calm. Hearing this, Yan Chutian also replied calmly. I also know you. You are the disciple of the Sky Mountain Elder. I'm not the disciple of the Sky Mountain Elder. I was just lucky to be taught by the Elder. However, I will work hard to become the Elder's true disciple. So, do you understand what I mean? Zhou Xian's meaning was self-evident. He was determined to win this battle. If he wanted to snatch victory from his hands, then he was simply not taking him, Yan Chutian, seriously. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not answer Zhou Xian directly. Instead, he moved slightly and assumed a fighting stance. Senior brother Zhou Xian, please enlighten me. On the high platform, Han Chen's eyes were fixed on a certain arena. While he was staring, an old man's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. It was none other than Elder Tian Shan. Chapter 150. The Elder of Tian Shan Mountain said faintly, with great confidence in his words. Although Zhou Xian was not his disciple, he had secretly taught Zhou Xian several times. Therefore, he was very clear about Zhou Xian's cultivation and strength. Although he was only at the 3rd level of elixir, in terms of real strength, he could even fight against some 4th level elixir cultivators. As for Yan Chutian in his eyes, he was indeed an outstanding genius disciple. However, as he said, Yan Chutian, who had just entered elixir, was still too immature. Therefore, how could he be compared to Zhou Xian? Hearing this, how could Han Qin not understand what the elder was thinking? He did not intend to argue with him. After all, any argument would be futile. Only real strength could prove everything. Therefore, Han Qin only looked at Yan Chutian from afar, looking forward to meeting Zhou Xian. He wanted to see if Zhou Xian could perform amazingly when they met. Senior Zhou Xian, please enlighten me. Yan Chutian got into a stance and was ready for this fierce battle. Seeing this, how could Zhou Xian be afraid? After the bell rang to announce the start of the battle, he walked towards Yan Chutian under the gaze of countless people. Zhou Xian's speed was not fast, but there was a special rhythm to his steps. It was as if there were threads of spiritual power constantly spreading out and entangling Yan Chutian, making it impossible for him to dodge. When he stepped in front of Yan Chutian, Zhou Xian suddenly threw a punch. The seemingly ordinary punch suddenly shook a huge spiritual power vortex and smashed towards Yan Chutian with unparalleled power. Although he was entangled by the rhythm, Yan Chutian admitted that it was not impossible for him to break free. However, he did not wish to break free. After all, he wanted to test the might of this Zhou Xian, who seemed to be extremely proficient in strength. Therefore, he raised his arms slightly. Along with this action, majestic spiritual power surged out and gathered in front of him, condensing into a solid spiritual power light shield. With this kind of defense, Yan Chutian was confident that he could block the attack of any 2nd or 3rd level elixir cultivator. However, this kind of defense did not seem to have any effect on Zhou Xian. As the heavy fist smashed down, the spirit energy vortex struck down and easily pierced through the spirit energy light shield as though it was piercing through a layer of paper. Following that, the might of the fist did not diminish as it continued to heavily smash against Yan Chutian's raised arms. Bang! A dull and heavy sound resounded. Under this punch, Yan Chutian's body actually retreated dozens of feet, leaving 2 obvious scratches on the ground before he finally stabilized his body. After stabilizing his body, Yan Chutian immediately loosened his somewhat aching arms. His eyes flickered with a solemn expression. In this exchange of blows, his opponent's strength was both within his expectations and somewhat out of his expectations. It was true that Zhou Xian was a 3rd level elixir cultivator, but he should be stronger than an ordinary 3rd level elixir cultivator. Just like Yan Chutian, Zhou Xian's eyes flickered at this moment. Even though he had the upper hand in the previous attack, he had to admit that Yan Chutian, who had just entered the elixir realm, was able to fight against him to this extent. Even some 2nd level elixir cultivators could not do it. Therefore, it was no wonder that Zhou Xian could be so successful in the southern region. He had genuine strength. However, Zhou Xian was only a 1st level elixir cultivator. With this kind of cultivation, Zhou Xian was no match for Zhou Xian. Therefore, in today's battle, Zhou Xian would definitely win. Zhou Xian took a deep breath and attacked again. It was still the same rhythm as before. When he got close to Yan Chutian, he unleashed an endless wave of palm attacks. Although each palm attack did not have the strength of the previous punch, they were continuous. When used like this, it was even more terrifying. The surrounding disciples could clearly see the scene. Therefore, they knew that there was something fishy going on. As long as Yan Chutian was slightly weaker and his defense was broken through by a single palm attack, Then the mountain-like attacks would come one after another until he lost miserably. Looks like Zhou Xian is going to be serious. With such a concentrated attack, even a third-level elixir saint like him would find it extremely difficult to block it, right? Then Yan Chu is going to be miserable. Facing the continuous attacks, Yan Chutian did not panic like what everyone thought. He was calm and could even reveal a trace of a smile. Such an attack might be extremely difficult for others to deal with, but it was definitely not so for him, because he could use the special ability to dodge other people's attacks. At this thought, Yan Chutian opened his spirit eye. Although the effect of the spirit eye would decrease as the gap between the two parties increased, with his rich experience, Yan Chutian was confident that he could make up for it. In the next instant, Zhou Xian's continuous attacks bombarded him. In response to his attacks, Yan Chutian blocked them one by one in an orderly manner. Soon after, he changed from blocking them one by one to selective dodging. He could even find opportunities to counterattack from the gaps between the attacks. Therefore, the longer the battle went on, the more serious the expressions of the crowd and Zhou Xian became. This was because Yan Chutian's performance was out of everyone's expectations. He did not appear to be in a difficult situation as everyone expected. Instead, he became more and more at ease. The result was that Zhou Xian's attacks became awkward. It seemed that not only did his attacks not achieve the effect he had imagined, but they also put him in a difficult situation, unable to advance or retreat. This scene shocked everyone, and also caused the expression of the Tian Shan Mountain elder on the high platform to change slightly. Even though Han Qin did not react from the beginning to the end, he still explained to himself, Elder Han's disciple is really not bad. He can actually do this. However, just as he finished speaking, he was shocked to find that Han Qin did not seem to care about him at all. This made his old face become awkward and embarrassed. After fighting for a long time, Zhou Xian finally chose to withdraw because he already understood that it would be useless if he continued. After withdrawing his attack, he looked at Yan Chutian with a strange look in his eyes. The guy in front of him was indeed strange from the beginning to the end. He could not be understood by common sense. However, even so, he was still determined to win this battle. Since a small fight did not work, then he would directly go all out. With this thought in mind, Zhou Xian immediately stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. With the sole of his foot as the center, circles of spirit energy, ripples continued to spread out. Each circle of ripples carried a terrifying impact power that could be said to be unstoppable. Boom! A huge roar followed. As the roar sounded, Zhou Xian's hands formed a seal. When his right foot stomped on the ground again, a golden battle spear slowly emerged from the ground. The golden light on the battle spear was dazzling. As the golden light flickered, a powerful aura spread out. In front of it, even a third-level elixir cultivator would not be able to put up much resistance. It was a terrifying killing technique. Great golden halberd spear! Zhou Xian shouted. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have a golden luster. It was not difficult to imagine that the cultivation of the spirit technique was not easy. Otherwise, it would not have formed such a situation. After Zhou Xian used the great golden halberd spear, the disciples around the square exclaimed again. Although this great golden halberd spear was not an extremely famous spirit technique, its grade was not low and its power was extraordinary. When Zhou Xian used it, even a third-level elixir cultivator would not be able to resist it. What could Yan Chutian use to resist it? Even the great golden halberd spear has been used. This battle should really end now. This is an extremely domineering and powerful spirit technique. It completely displays the will of power. If there is no equivalent power, it is impossible to block it. This time, Yan Chu does not have any room to maneuver. If he does not have enough power, he can only be defeated. Seeing the attack being used, the Tian Shan elder's face was also very calm. He had taught Zhou Xian about the great golden halberd spear before, so he knew best how powerful Zhou Xian could use it. Therefore, under this attack, there was no room for luck to decide the outcome. However, perhaps because of the previous awkwardness, the Tian Shan elder did not say much. He only smiled faintly and waited for the result to be revealed. When the result came, he would naturally be very happy. Han Chen's reaction was as usual. However, in a corner where others could not see, he finally sighed slightly. The difference in cultivation between Yan Chutian and Zhou Xian was too great. Therefore, even he found it hard to believe. Chapter 151. Yan Chutian's pupils enlarged as the golden spear surged towards him. Even Yan Chutian himself had to admit that such a spiritual attack was enough to threaten him. But a threat was one thing, and being able to resist was another. He had painstakingly prepared for a long time. So how could he be stopped so easily? Silently taking a deep breath, Yan Chutian slowly raised his face. The moment he raised his face, his hand gesture suddenly changed. Wisps of mysterious yang qi continuously flowed from his body into his right arm and finally gathered on his right palm. This was the rhythm before Yan Chutian used the mysterious yang finger. Previously, Yan Chutian used the mysterious yang finger with great difficulty, and his body would suffer a lot of injuries. But now he used it again, and it was much easier because he had broken through to the elixir realm, and his physique had been tempered into a true tier 2 mysterious yang body. The rich mysterious yang qi continued to gather, and finally, at a certain point, it seemed to have reached its peak. At this time, Yan Chutian's entire right palm was shining with a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, he suddenly roared and pointed out 2 fingers on his right palm. Mysterious yang finger. Buzz! Along with the roar, an inexplicable fluctuation burst out in an instant, quickly spreading in the air, and rushed towards the golden spear. However, compared to the golden spear, the momentum of Yan Chutian's mysterious yang finger was too weak. Even through the spiritual light curtain, the disciples around the square couldn't detect it if they didn't pay attention. Only those elders or deacons with high cultivation could see it clearly. However, separated by a distance, they didn't know how powerful Yan Chutian's spiritual technique was, and they couldn't judge its power. In short, in the eyes of many disciples who thought that the outcome of the battle was already decided, the invisible mysterious yang finger finally collided with the golden spear. The collision of the 2 attacks didn't cause any shocking movements. The 2 collided silently, and then the invisible fluctuation seemed to be shattered by the golden spear. This made more disciples shake their heads and sigh. They felt that the truth was just as they thought. When Yan Chu used the golden spear, how could Yan Chu, who was only a Tier 1 elixir realm expert, resist it? However, they who thought they knew everything did not notice that the owner of the golden spear, Zhou Xian, had a slight change in expression a few dozen feet behind the golden spear. He stared closely at the golden spear as if he had seen an extremely unbelievable scene. Without making everyone wait for long, the huge golden spear that seemed to have destroyed Yan Chutian's attack fiercely trembled, and an ear-piercing cracking sound suddenly resounded from a spear that was overflowing with lights. Even though the sound was extremely soft, how could the many people who were paying attention miss it? Especially in the next moment, thick cracks spread rapidly on the spear body, covering the entire golden battle spear in just a few breaths' time. How is this possible? Golden spear, how? I must have seen wrongly, it's impossible. Countless exclamations sounded one after another as the cracks spread. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. They couldn't imagine how the golden spear, which had easily destroyed Yan Chu's attack, was about to be destroyed at this moment. Not to mention them, even many elders on the high platform had a slight change in their complexion. Among them, the one who had the biggest reaction was Elder Tian Shan. After all, he thought that the outcome of the battle was already decided, and Zhou Xian's victory was already destined. But at this moment, how could the outcome of the battle be decided? Boom! The golden spear finally exploded, turning into light spots and quickly dissipating. However, this huge movement was far less than the huge waves that had been set off in everyone's hearts. The power of the explosion spread out. Yan Chutian and Zhou Xian were both affected by the power of the explosion. Their bodies flew backwards, leaving marks on the ground. They only managed to stabilize their bodies when they reached the edge of the stage. Just like everyone else, the power of this explosion was far from comparable to the ripples in Zhou Xian's heart. He couldn't imagine that after using the great golden halberd spear, he actually couldn't gain any advantage. Instead, they were evenly matched. While the crowd was in shock, Yan Chutian, who had stabilized his body, took a deep breath and couldn't help but frown. This was because the result of the battle was not what he wanted. According to his thinking, his mysterious sun finger should have been able to suppress his opponent. However, it was normal when he thought about it. It should be because his mysterious sun body's tempering was not enough. Secondly, even if it was still a second-grade mysterious sun chi, its degree of condensation could be more profound. At that time, even if he was still a first-grade elixir, he could easily suppress his opponent. If the crowd were to know what Yan Chutian was thinking right now, they would most likely cry out in alarm. This guy was still not satisfied and wanted to suppress his opponent. Wasn't he too arrogant? After the attack, Zhou Xian was absent-minded. However, he wasn't an ordinary person. The waves that had been aroused in his heart quickly calmed down. He then looked at Yan Chutian again. This time, his eyes were filled with an unprecedented seriousness. Even if it was hard to believe, Zhou Xian had to admit that this guy in front of him, who was just a first-grade elixir, had the qualifications to be compared with him. Perhaps even if it was him, if he didn't have the next move, he could only fight to a draw with Zhou Xian. However, how could he not have the next move? With a serious look, Zhou Xian slowly raised his palms. Suddenly, an extremely heavy and overbearing aura spread out from his body. It was an extremely unique power that couldn't be described with words. The only thing that could be accurately described was that Zhou Xian, who was spreading out this aura, was comparable to a fourth-grade elixir. Yan Chu, even I have to admit that you are amazing to be able to fight with me to this extent. However, this will end here. Zhou Xian slowly opened his mouth. A strange light appeared in his eyes. There seemed to be faint lines appearing continuously. The lines that were full of strange charm interweaved with each other in a strange way and condensed into the shape of a heavy ruler. Dark, heavy ruler rune. When the aura around Zhou Xian changed, countless gazes gathered on the square again. Those who knew what was going on immediately recognized what it was. Zhou Xian was displaying his own spiritual rune. On the high platform, watching Zhou Xian display his own spiritual rune, the elders of Tian Shan Mountain finally calmed down. Spiritual runes were the greatest advantage of an elixir cultivator, especially when dealing with cultivators who hadn't condensed spiritual runes. Therefore, in his opinion, no matter how good Yan Chu was, he couldn't possibly be Zhou Xian's opponent. At the same time, Han Chen's face also became worried. He knew that spiritual runes were Yan Chutian's greatest disadvantage. Now that Zhou Xian was displaying the power of his own spiritual rune, even if Yan Chutian could resist, he would be in an extremely difficult situation. Not only Han Chen, but everyone who had a good relationship with Yan Chutian, except for Muan, was worried. Even the disciples who were watching the battle leaned towards Zhou Xian again. After all, in their opinion, no matter how strange Yan Chutian was, it was impossible for him to condense spiritual runes when he had just entered the elixir stage. Therefore, how could he fight against Zhou Xian, who was displaying spiritual runes? Zhou Xian has finally used his dark heavy ruler rune. In this way, this battle is finally going to end, right? Zhou Xian should have used his spiritual runes long ago. Otherwise, why would he drag it out like this? You can't say that. Zhou Xian, who has just entered the elixir stage, can force Zhou Xian, who is at the 3rd level of elixir, to display the power of his spiritual runes. This is too demonic. Somewhere in the square, Su Jian looked at the scene in the arena, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Since he had also condensed spiritual runes, he naturally knew the power that spiritual runes could bring. It was no exaggeration to say that the power of spiritual runes was almost overwhelming for ordinary cultivators. TSK, so what if you can jump around? After all, the top saint is not a threshold that you can reach. Accept your crushing defeat obediently. However, it's a pity that you didn't fall into my hands. Otherwise, you will not only accept a crushing defeat, but also despair. Before he finished speaking, Su Jian continued to stare at the arena with great interest. In his opinion, the scene of Yan Chu's crushing defeat would definitely make him very happy. At the same time, on the opposite side of Zhou Xian, Yan Chutian's expression remained calm. At the right time, he finally muttered softly, "A spiritual rune that specializes in strength?" As he spoke, he lowered his head and looked at his palm. There was a sword-shaped rune slowly emerging, exuding an ancient and mysterious power. Chapter 152. Dark Heavy Ruler Rune. Zhou Xian's eyes flickered as a huge aura slowly flowed out. It actually transformed into a huge, heavy ruler in front of him. Even though the heavy ruler had only appeared and did not move, the disciples around the square could feel a strong pressure. The heavy ruler seemed to have the power of 10,000 caddies. With a slight shake, it could cause ripples in the air, spreading far and wide. This made them sigh. Indeed, spiritual runes were the strongest attack of an elixir cultivator. If one had the power of spiritual runes, they would be able to crush cultivators of the same level. Therefore, even though Yan Chutian's previous performance had always shocked them, after Zhou Xian displayed the spiritual rune, there was no possibility of a reversal. However, would the reality be like this? Seeing the shape of the heavy ruler gradually appear, Yan Chutian's eyes did not change. However, there was a faint shadow of a sword slowly appearing in the depths of his eyes. The sword body was overflowing with light and colors, revealing its sharpness. On the sword body, there were many ancient and mysterious runes. No one knew the meaning of the runes, but it still added a bit of mystery to the sword. In the next moment, Yan Chutian gently changed his hand gesture. As his hand gesture changed, the huge sword slowly projected out. The scene that appeared was extremely similar to the dark heavy ruler rune that Zhou Xian displayed previously. Because of this, the surrounding gazes suddenly changed. Every one of them widened their eyes. An unprecedented look of disbelief spread out and landed on the huge sword that was gradually emerging. This is a spiritual rune. Yan Chu can actually display spiritual runes. How is this possible? He clearly just entered the elixir stage. No matter how heaven-defying he is, how can he condense spiritual runes so quickly? Impossible, he must be faking it. With such a short time in the elixir stage, it is impossible for him to condense spiritual runes no matter what. Countless cries of surprise continuously surged out like waves. This was because they really could not believe that a guy who just entered the elixir stage could suddenly display spiritual runes. Su Jian, who had originally sneered and shifted his gaze away, stiffly turned his head back. When he caught a glimpse of that enormous sword shape, his expression abruptly turned ugly. He had just concluded that Yan Chutian had no strength to resist, but such a huge change had occurred in the blink of an eye. How could he remain calm? Damn it. Impossible. It must be fake. How can you condense the spiritual inscriptions with your cultivation that has just entered the elixir state? The worried faces of Zhou Yang, Li Feng, Zhou Qing, and the rest were replaced with joy at this moment, especially Zhou Qing, whose worried little face was now filled with vigor. She stared at the thin figure on the stage, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster. On the high platform, the eyes of the heavenly mountain elder, who was originally at ease, almost popped out of their sockets. Perhaps the number of times he lost his composure today was more than the total number of times he lost his composure in the past year. Because who would have thought that an ordinary new elixir disciple would be able to create shocking scenes time and time again? Spiritual inscriptions, Han Qin murmured, thinking of the confident attitude that Yan Chutan had towards him not long ago. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. No wonder that kid had always been so calm. It turned out that he had already condensed a spiritual inscription unknowingly. Spiritual inscription. Zhou Xian's expression changed, and his calm face became absent-minded again. He also couldn't imagine that his opponent could use the power of spiritual inscriptions, but his aura was clearly that of a new elixir state. In other words, he who had just broken into the elixir state had condensed a spiritual inscription on the elixir state. Waves surged in his heart, but no matter what, Zhou Xian told himself that he had to calm down. Otherwise, he might really fail miserably today. Dark heavy ruler rune, / Zhou Xian said sternly. No matter what, he had great confidence in the spiritual inscriptions that he had condensed. Even if his opponent had condensed a spiritual inscription, so what? He didn't believe that he couldn't beat Yan Chu in front of him. The giant heavy ruler slashed down violently with an incomparably huge momentum. As it slashed down, the space trembled as if it could collapse at any time. Seeing his opponent's spiritual inscription slashing down, Yan Chutian naturally didn't hesitate. After silently taking a deep breath, he also formed a seal to control the sword-shaped spiritual inscription and slashed down forcefully. Mysterious Sun, sword rune. One sword and one ruler collided forcefully on the stage. In an instant, everyone held their breaths, as if they were afraid of interfering with the collision. In fact, their worries were completely unnecessary. With the spiritual energy light screen as a barrier, it was difficult to interfere. Boom, boom. After the collision, astonishing fluctuations quickly spread out. Circles of ripples fiercely hit the light screen. The turbulence lasted for a long time before it calmed down and returned to nothingness. Looking over, in the middle of the collision, the ruler-shaped spiritual inscription seemed to have suppressed the sword-shaped spiritual inscription. This made everyone who was watching gently breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't heaven-defying and beyond their imagination. However, in the next moment, the ancient and mysterious inscriptions on the suppressed sword-shaped spiritual inscription shone. Then the suppressed sword trembled fiercely and actually shook off the heavy ruler. Following that, it slashed down. Boom! The huge sword slashed down, and an astonishing roar sounded again. This time, when people looked over, they were shocked to find that there was a big gap on the heavy ruler. It seemed to have been cut by the huge sword. How is this possible? The crowd's exclamations resounded again because they couldn't believe that such a shocking reversal would happen at the last moment. But no matter what, this was the truth. The gap on the heavy ruler appeared, and in the next moment, the heavy ruler collapsed and rushed back into Zhou Xian's body. After the spiritual inscription rushed back, Zhou Xian immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was the backlash he suffered from the spiritual inscription. When the heavy ruler returned to his body, the mysterious sun sword inscription also returned to Yan Chutian's body at the same time. Although the impact of the spiritual inscription this time was not small, it was still much better than Zhou Xian's. And because of this attack, the outcome of the battle was finally decided. Bang! After spitting out blood, Zhou Xian fell to the edge of the arena in a sorry state. Spiritual inscriptions indeed contained a shocking amount of power. But because of this, once the spiritual inscription was damaged, the backlash the owner would suffer would be extremely terrifying. Take the current Zhou Xian, for example. Due to the injuries he had received from the backlash, he was unable to muster much strength. Even a quasi-primal core practitioner would be able to easily deal with him. But even so, Zhou Xian used all his strength to raise his head. His blurry eyes opened with difficulty and looked at the pale figure not far away. Even until now, he still couldn't believe it. How could his opponent condense a spiritual inscription when he had just entered the elixir stage? And so powerful. But no matter what, this was the truth. Even if he couldn't believe it, even if he didn't want to lose, his defeat was already a foregone conclusion. When the deacon announced Yan Chu's victory, the surrounding people, who had never stopped exclaiming, became even more exclamations at this moment. Yan Chu, he actually defeated Zhou Xian. Is this defying the heavens? He actually used the power of spiritual inscriptions and defeated Zhou Xian with them. Is this still the quasi-elixir stage? Countless disciples were stunned and couldn't accept this result for a long time. And somewhere in the crowd, Su Jian's face was already distorted. Deep anger was revealed on his face. How could he accept that Yan Chu had turned the situation around? Why was this guy like a bedbug? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress him. And even if he didn't want to admit it, he had a thought in his heart. If this continued, wouldn't Zhou Xian be able to reach his level? When that time comes, would he still have the confidence to win against Zhou Xian? Great, junior brother Yan has won. The girl, Zhou Qing, was surprised and excited. She cheered. Her reaction revealed her true feelings, which made Wang Ping, who was beside her, smile helplessly. This silly girl. I'm afraid only you would dare to call Yan Chu junior brother so casually. After the result was announced, Yan Chutian exhaled and jumped down from the arena. He then rushed back to Mu Wan's side. However, when he landed, he couldn't help but stagger a little. Obviously, even if he won, he also suffered a lot of injuries. At the same time, Mu Wan hurriedly reached out her hand to support Yan Chutan. She whispered in his ear, "Are you okay?" Chapter 153. The commotion caused by Yan Chutian defeating Zhou Xian was huge. Even though he had already sat down quietly, there were still many gazes that landed on him. To defeat a level 3 elixir cultivator with the cultivation level of an elixir cultivator at the initial stage of elixir was not unheard of, but it was already extremely shocking. Furthermore, Yan Chutian had even displayed the spiritual inscriptions that he had condensed. Being able to condense his first spiritual inscription at the initial stage of elixir was definitely one of a kind in the entire southern region. After Yan Chutian's battle ended, the second round of the selection was nearing its end. There were still some battles going on in the arena, but none of them could compare to the battle between Yan Chutian and Zhou Xian. After recuperating for about an hour, all the battles in the arena had completely ended. At this time, the sky was also close to dusk. Thus, under the instructions of many elders, a deacon appeared on the stage and announced the end of the day's battles. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, the selection would continue. After the deacon's announcement, Yan Chutian stopped cultivating and stood up. With the effect of the small recovery elixir, Yan Chutian had recovered a lot in an hour. His dantian was almost fully recovered. Then he looked at Mu Wan beside him and said softly, "Let's go." "Okay." Mu Wan nodded gently and obediently followed behind Yan Chutian, leaving the square with him. At the same time, the elders, chosen, and spectating disciples were also leaving the arena. The chosen, who had passed the 2 rounds of the selection today, all looked proud. As for those who had failed, they were all dejected. However, compared to this, the battle between Yan Chutian and Zhou Xian was obviously more shocking. I really didn't expect that Yan Chu would actually defeat Zhou Xian. This is also something that no one expected. Who would have thought that Yan Chu, who has just entered the elixir stage, would be able to condense a spiritual mark? And the power of that spiritual mark is even stronger than Zhou Xian's. It's such a pity for Zhou Xian. He originally had the ability to compete with the top saints, but unfortunately he lost to Yan Chu. I don't think so. For Yan Chu to be able to defeat Zhou Xian in a head-on battle, it is naturally because his strength is astonishing. It also proves that he is stronger than Zhou Xian. That's true. Speaking of which, This Yanchu is truly an undefeatable legend in the southern region. Ever since he entered the sect, he has soared like a rocket. From the beginning, he was just a small fry. Now he's already comparable to a top-notch saint and defeated Zhou Xian. This night was destined to not be peaceful. Even in Yan Chuqian's own cave, it was not peaceful. Today's battle with Zhou Xian allowed Yan Chutian to clearly understand the extent of his own strength. The actual situation was not as easy as he had imagined. Yan Chutian was very clear that the power of the sword-shaped spirit mark that he had condensed had clearly surpassed the previous one. This was definitely because of the mysterious pattern on the sword body. And if not for this, Yan Chutian did not know if he could defeat Zhou Xian with just the first spirit mark. Therefore, he had to prepare more methods. In fact, Yan Chutian had already started preparing for this. He had only cultivated the most basic of the basics of the mysterious Yang scripture, the mysterious Yang body. However, the mysterious Yang scripture obviously did not only have such a foundation. It included many aspects, such as a spirit art that Yan Chutian had been paying attention to for a long time, the mysterious Yang Qi condensation. The so-called mysterious Yang Qi condensation was an extremely profound spirit art. Just like the mysterious Yang body or the mysterious Yang Qi, it was divided into several grades. If this mysterious Yang Qi condensation was cultivated to a high level, the spirit energy in the body would surge with a raise of the hand and the blood qi would be at its peak. Even if he suffered an extremely huge injury or consumption, he would be able to quickly recover. But of course, because of this abnormal ability, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it successfully. The preparation was even more cumbersome. Even if Yan Chutian had already started preparing, he was still not fully prepared. For example, he still lacked two kinds of heavenly treasures, the spirit sea sand and the dragon blood liquid. Yan Chutian had some idea of the dragon blood liquid. It was said that it was in the sect's treasure vault. If he could become one of the top 10 saints, there was a certain hope of obtaining the dragon blood liquid. But for the spirit sea sand, even until now, Yan Chutian had no clue. Only God knew when he would be able to obtain it. After thinking for a long time, Yan Chutian helplessly pinched his nose. His eyes were filled with fatigue. Forget it. He did not expect this mysterious Yang Qi condensation for the time being. It was better to prepare some more materials. If he could arrange a huge array on the stage, his situation would be much better. The night passed quietly. At dawn the next day, Yan Chutian walked out of the cave house early, bathing in the morning sun. A trace of joy gradually appeared on his face. After a night of preparation, he was finally satisfied. Perhaps today would really help him continue his triumphant return. Looking at your appearance, you are well prepared. Just as Yan Chutian was about to rejoice, a young girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking over, he saw a beautiful woman in a purple dress, with a head of black hair casually draped over her shoulders, walking towards him. Who else could this woman be besides Mu Wan? Even though he was used to seeing Mu Wan, Yan Chutian's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw her dressed up in such a fresh manner. A trace of fiery heat spread from within as he stared at the former's exquisite body. Feeling the latter's burning gaze, Mu Wan couldn't help but blush. Her heart couldn't help but become restless. She forced herself to remain calm and curled her red lips. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before?" "Cough, cough!" Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately coughed dryly. He retracted his burning gaze and straightened his expression before looking at Mu Wan again. "I have indeed made some preparations. Even if I were to meet that Su Jian, I would definitely be able to fight him. And no matter what, we have to decide on a spot for the top holy sun today." "Yes." Mu Wan nodded her head lightly and said faintly, "I have also made some preparations. Just like you, one of the top 10 holy sun has to be decided. If it were the other two new disciples who had only been in the sect for half a year, they would definitely be disdained by the disciples of the southern region. However, this was Yen, Chutian, and Muon, so even they had to admit that they were powerful. Then, let's go. Let's go. Swish, swish, swish. Even though the sun had just risen, and it was still very early in the morning, there were already disciples constantly flashing towards the surroundings of the plaza. They couldn't wait to look inside, locking onto the arena, and even locking onto the figures that could stand in the center of the plaza. When Yen Chutian and Mu Wan landed on the plaza, countless disciples looked over. They were filled with respect for Yen Chutian, and at the same time they were filled with respect for Mu Wan. Today, Mu Wan's attire was completely different from yesterday's in different appearance. There was a hint of charm in her playfulness, otherwise, it would be impossible for Yen Chutian to be stunned by her. Numerous fiery gazes shot over, converging on Mu Wan's body. Suddenly, Yen Chutian took a step forward, blocking in front of Mu Wan in a domineering manner, blocking all the fiery gazes. The owners of those gazes were filled with resentment, but they didn't dare to say anything. At the same time, Mu Wan, who was behind Yen Chutian, couldn't help but look at him with crescent moons in her eyes. A faint joy spread from her heart. Did this guy learn how to protect his food? Mu Wan didn't know what relationship she had with Yen Chutian, but she didn't want to think too much about it. Even if everything in front of her was just a dream, if she could enjoy it for a moment, then it would be fine. When Yen Chutian appeared on the plaza, a pair of beautiful eyes immediately shot over and greeted him without any hesitation. Yen Chu. Before he finished speaking, Yen Chutian felt a fragrant wind coming from behind him, and then a familiar figure appeared beside him. It was Loring, who had fought side by side with him in the ancient sect ruins. The current Loring had grown a lot compared to before. Her thin and delicate body had quite a bit of undulation, and her body also had a unique shyness of a young girl. Her every frown and smile was filled with youthful vitality and was extremely eye-catching. Two great beauties appeared beside Yen Chutian at the same time, causing the other disciples to be extremely envious, wishing that they could replace him. However, as the person involved, when Loring appeared, Yen Chutian suddenly felt that something was amiss. The gazes of the two women met in the air, and a faintly discernible smell of gunpowder filled the air, causing him to feel that he shouldn't say anything, and that he shouldn't say anything either. Hello, Junior Sister Xiaoyu. Chapter 154. Loring had a petite figure. Even though she had grown up a lot, she still looked extremely young and inexperienced. However, she was currently greeting Mu Wan like a senior sister. Clearly, she had other intentions. However, Mu Wan ignored Loring's reaction and did not reply for a long time. This immediately made the atmosphere between the two of them stand out, causing Yen Chutian to be stuck in the middle, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, the two of them did not do anything and just ignored each other. From Yen Chutian's point of view, time passed extremely slowly under such circumstances. However, it was still late in the morning, and there were still elders appearing on the high platform. This time, Yin Yang Master also appeared on the high platform, surrounded by many elders. His aura was extraordinary. Today, Yin Yang Master appeared on the high platform again. This immediately confirmed the guesses of countless disciples. Even Yin Yang Master placed great importance on this top-chosen saint selection. As a result, the last 2 rounds of the selection would be even more exciting. After all, no chosen would miss such an excellent opportunity to showcase themselves. I never thought that Yin Yang Master would actually appear again today. Could it be that this top-chosen saint selection is related to the Sacred Master, so it's receiving so much attention? Loring muttered. Yin Yang Master was even more powerful than her master, and was only below the sect leader of the Heaven Secret sect. How could his continuous appearances not cause one's imagination to run wild? Yen Chutian remained silent. He naturally knew why Yin Yang Master was here. Wasn't it because of him? However, he did not want to say anything. After all, it was not easy for him to help Yin Yang Master deal with another consciousness. Before that, It was naturally better to reveal as little information as possible. While Yen Chutian did not speak, Muwan, who had been ignoring Loring, suddenly opened her red lips and said indifferently, "Loring is from the same sect. Your senior sister is right there. I think it's better for you to stand beside her. After all, Yen Chu and I are both disciples of Elder Han's lineage." Muwan's words left Loring speechless, and Yen Chutian did not dare to speak. He could only let Loring pout angrily and reluctantly walk back to Luo Shue's side. However, during this process, and even after that, Loring's resentful gaze constantly locked onto Yen Chutian, causing him to feel even more pressure. Cold sweat almost dripped from his forehead. Women were always the creatures that gave Yen Chutian the most headaches. After Loring left, Muwan's indifferent beautiful eyes coldly glanced at Yen Chutian, making him feel even more threatened. He only dared to subconsciously return a smile. However, this smile of his was uglier than crying. Muwan knew what he was feeling guilty about, so she did not say anything more. She only used a soft snort that only the two of them could hear to express the dissatisfaction in her heart. At the same time, another deacon appeared with a black box in his hand. When the black box opened, countless rivers of spirit energy gushed out and rushed into the sky. Within these rivers of spirit energy, there were a small number of balls, each of which was marked with a serial number. This scene was just like yesterday. "Holy Sons, please raise your hands and draw your serial numbers," the deacon said indifferently. After he spoke, the remaining dozens of Holy Sons raised their hands again and drew their serial numbers. Holding the round ball in his hand, Yen Chutian did not even look at it, because when he drew it, he knew the serial number marked on the round ball. It was 17. This was still a very late serial number. Although it seemed that a late serial number would give more time to prepare, it also meant that the time until the next round would be shorter. If he could not recover quickly during this process, it would become a huge disadvantage. And the next round would be the one to decide the top 10 Holy Sons. How could he lose? Fortunately, Yen Chutian had the small recovery elixir in his hand. Even though there were only a few left, it was more than enough to deal with today's situation. After that, accompanied by the loud sound of the bell, the third round of the selection slowly began under the fervent and expectant gazes of countless spectating disciples. Yen Chutian naturally paid attention to Mu Wan's movements with concern. Fortunately, Mu Wan's opponent was not a strong one, and was similar to the person she had defeated yesterday. Thus, her victory was almost certain. However, compared to Mu Wan's good luck, Loring's luck was much worse. Her opponent was a genuine 4th-level elixir Holy Sun, who had long been ranked as a top Holy Sun like Su Jian and Luo Shui. Thus, even Loring's face could not help but darken. Her luck was really too bad. "Junior sister Loring, please enlighten me." This Holy Sun's reaction was very friendly. After all, Loring was a complete beauty now. As a normal young man, no matter what, he would not behave rudely. However, no matter how good this Holy Sun's performance was, Loring could not bring herself to be polite. That was because her chances of winning against him were very slim. Thus, she could only nod helplessly with a dark face. She continued to calm her mind and circulate all the spiritual power in her body to fight with all her might. At the same time, Su Jian, Luo Shui, and the others also fought with others. Their opponents were not disciples who were also called top Holy Sons. Clearly, even though it was said to be a fair and random selection, some tricks had been secretly done. However, Yen Chutian did not know what kind of opponent had been arranged for him. Intense battles continued to erupt in the arena. After a long time, the big battles gradually came to an end. Mu Wan won again, as expected, and Loring really lost to that top Holy Sun. She angrily jumped off the arena with her hands on her hips. Then, for some reason, she looked at Yen Chutian from afar with her eyes filled with grievance. This situation was as if Yen Chutian had done something to her. This made Yan Chutian feel very innocent. Fortunately, Muwan did not think anything of it. As long as Muwan did not care, why should he care about the feelings of other unrelated people? When the 10 arena battles ended, it was naturally Yan Chutian's turn next. He stepped onto the arena. This time his opponent was only at the 2nd level of elixir. This should be the weakest among the holy sons who entered the 3rd round. He did not expect that Yan Chutian would be so lucky to encounter him. The 2nd level elixir, holy son, was very self-aware. He smiled bitterly at Yan Chutian and said, "I thought I would be lucky enough to enter the next round. It seems that my luck has run out in the 3rd round." Everyone knew about the shocking battle between Yan Chutian and Zhou Xian yesterday. This 2nd level elixir, holy son, naturally knew about it. Thus, he knew very well that this guy who seemed to have just entered the elixir realm had strength comparable to, or even stronger than Zhou Xian. Furthermore, he had shockingly condensed a powerful spiritual mark. Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not show the slightest arrogance. His reaction was the same as before, calm and dignified. He would not underestimate any of his opponents. Even though this 2nd level elixir holy son said that he entered the 3rd round by luck, Yan Chutian would not simply think that his opponent was just a lucky guy. To be able to enter the 3rd round, even if there was a certain amount of luck involved, there must be something extraordinary about him. As expected, when the real battle began, Yan Chutian found out that this saint son, who seemed to be only at the 2nd level of the primal core stage, actually displayed a strength comparable to the 3rd level of the primal core stage. However, even if he displayed the strength of a 3rd level elixir holy son, he still lost to Yan Chutian. After all, Yan Chutian had even defeated Zhou Xian yesterday. How could he lose to this guy? I still lost, seeing that there was no hope of winning. This 2nd level elixir holy son sighed. Then he calmly jumped off the stage and generously admitted his defeat. Seeing this, Yan Chutian also jumped off the stage. The 3rd round was extremely easy for him. However, he did not know if he would still be so lucky in the 4th and final round. After the 3rd round of battles ended, there were only 20 people left in the center of the square. These 20 people were the top batch of holy sons in the southern region. Among them, other than famous top-notch holy sons like Luo Shui and Su Jian, naturally the most eye-catching dark horses like Yan Chutian and Muwan were the most eye-catching. Chapter 155. The final round of the chosen saint selection was imminent, and the crowd's atmosphere gradually heated up. When the ancient bell rang, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. There was still a deacon who stood up with a black wooden box in his hand. After the box was opened, a bright spirit river rushed out and floated in the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. All chosen saints, draw a number for the 4th round. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the deacon's voice died away, the bright balls in the spirit river shot towards every hand that stretched out. Perhaps because this was the last round, a thread of spirit power extended out and spread continuously when the ball landed in the palm of the hand. Then, the threads of spirit power intertwined and merged, connecting the numbers of 2 sides. Obviously, the 2 sides that were connected were the 2 sides that would fight in the next round. Yan Chutian's gaze followed the thread and finally stopped at the other end of the thread, on the body of a man in green robes. The man in green robes also looked over. When he saw Yan Chutian's face clearly, his expression was still cold, as if he didn't care who his opponent was at all. At this moment, numerous gazes were also constantly looking over and constantly talking about the chosen saint who was determined to be his opponent. When a disciple finally noticed Yan Chutian's opponent, he couldn't help but be stunned and then couldn't help but tease him. This Yan Chu's good luck has also run out. In this last round, he actually met Yi Qing. TSK, among the remaining chosen. There are still people who are on par with Zhou Xian. If this Yan Chu met them, he might be able to continue his legend and become one of the top 10 chosen. Unfortunately, he met Yi Qing. What a pity. Yi Qing is not to be trifled with. Even if Zhou Xian meets him, He doesn't have more than a 30% chance of winning. Even if this Yan Chu can defeat Zhou Xian, he will still be doomed against Yi Qing. Many people shook their heads continuously. Although they didn't say the reason, the constant mention of the name Yi Qing made Yan Chutian think of something. Then his eyes moved slightly, and there was a trace of seriousness that slowly emerged. The green-clothed man in front of him should be Yi Qing, who had quite a reputation in the southern region. This Yi Qing had always been cold and taciturn, but he had created many miracles in the past. The biggest one was when he relied on his 3rd level of elixir cultivation to kill a 4th level elixir spirit beast. Even though that spirit beast was already injured, killing a spirit beast that was comparable to a top-notch holy sun with just a 3rd level elixir cultivation was still shocking. At least before Yi Qing, there had never been such a battle result in the southern region. Because of this, if one were to say that Zhou Xian had the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with a top-notch saint, then Yi Qing was already a true top-notch saint. His battle record allowed him to sit firmly in this position. Therefore, all the disciples felt that Yan Chutian was really too unlucky to have drawn Yi Qing as his opponent. After all, other than Yi Qing, there were a few other holy sons that were similar to Zhou Xian. Since Yan Chutian could defeat Zhou Xian, perhaps he could also defeat them. But no matter what, the result of the draw was already a foregone conclusion and couldn't be changed. Everyone could only sigh in their hearts. It seemed that Yan Chu, the big dark horse, would unfortunately fall in the last round today. Some people felt that it was a pity and sighed. But naturally there were also people who secretly sneered, such as Su Jian and Lu Yang and Qin Yi, who had been watching Yan Chutian walk step by step and had now been left far behind. Being able to see that Yan Chutian had encountered such a powerful opponent naturally made them pleasantly surprised. Even Su Jian couldn't wait to go up against him and personally kill him, completely crushing his momentum before he grew. However, even if he couldn't do it himself, Yi Qing was enough. Clang! Everyone's thoughts were not on the same page. Once again, the dull sound of the ancient bell rumbled. Following that, the holy sons all flew into the air and landed on the stage, corresponding to their number. When Yan Chutian landed on the stage, the one who appeared in front of him was precisely Yi Qing. "You idiot, your luck is really as bad as mine." Somewhere in the square, Lauren clenched her fists tightly, a trace of worry appearing on her pretty face. Obviously, when she saw that Yan Chutian's opponent was Yi Qing, she already felt that there wasn't much hope. However, in the end, she still mustered up her confidence in Yan Chutian. Then she raised her fist and whispered, "You must do your best." Yi Qing, on the high platform, Han Chen looked at the green-robed man who appeared in front of Yan Chutian and couldn't help but sigh softly. To be able to perform to this extent, Yan Chutian had already surprised him. However, it was as if the heavens were deliberately making things difficult for him, arranging stronger opponents for him time and time again. However, Han Chen also understood that this was inevitable. After all, if he couldn't even pass this round of Yi Qing, Yan Chutian wouldn't have the qualifications to fight against the disciples of the northern region. He might as well give all his hopes to Li Qiuyu. Looking at Yi Qing opposite him, Yan Chutian's expression was as usual, without any fear. Because even if he felt that his luck was indeed a bit bad when facing Yi Qing, he had already made a lot of preparations. If he didn't have the chance to use them, it would be a pity. If everyone knew what Yan Chutian was thinking, they would definitely give him a thumbs up. He was probably the only one who could have such thoughts. "My name is Yi Qing," the green-robed man, who was also Yi Qing, said indifferently. He introduced himself clearly in one sentence, because one Yi Qing could contain too much information. Hearing this, Yan Chutian also said, "My name is Yan Chu." Yan Chutian's sentence seemed to be a simple imitation, but it couldn't be refuted. His name was the same as Yi Qing's. Just 2 words could contain too much information. As long as one used this name to inquire a little in the southern region, one would know too many things. But even so, Yi Qing also coldly glanced at Yan Chutan and then said coldly, "In my hands, I won't give you so much luck. So if you know your limits, go down yourself." Yi Qing's voice was indifferent, but the meaning of his words clearly revealed a sense of arrogance. Thinking about it, which person at his level wasn't proud and arrogant? Regarding this, Yan Chutian's reaction was still indifferent. Just like yesterday when he met Zhou Xian, he silently took up a stance and was ready to fight. Seeing that the opponent was determined, the arrogant Yi Qing naturally wouldn't say anything more. He directly used his spirit art. Light flickered on his body, and his body actually left his original position. In the next moment, he appeared behind Yan Chutian. Swoosh! Turning his palm into a blade, Yi Qing's hand blade fiercely chopped down. As his hand chopped down, it was so sharp that it seemed to cut the spirit qi, dissipating it into nothingness. Such a seemingly simple attack, if one didn't have the cultivation of Elixir level 3, it would definitely be extremely difficult to block. However, facing such an attack, Yan Chutian's reaction was very simple. His right foot slightly stepped on the ground, and in an instant his figure disappeared from his original position. Then he appeared a few feet away, calmly looking at where Yi Qing's hand blade chopped down. After his hand blade missed, Yi Qing's face was expressionless. His body flashed again, and his continuous attacks continued to descend, heading straight for Yan Chutian. However, no matter how he attacked, Yan Chutian was always able to dodge. Under such circumstances, the expressions of the spectating disciples couldn't help but change slightly. Could there be more twists and turns in this battle? At this moment, even the battle between Luo Shui, Su Jian, and the others was not as eye-catching as Yan Chutian's battle. This was because even in the final round, their opponents were still not as eye-catching as them. And what was the point of a battle that was almost destined to have an outcome? After several failed attacks, Yi Qing's face was slightly gloomy. However, his gloominess wasn't because the opponent was able to dodge his attacks, but because he faintly felt that Yan Chutian seemed to be secretly arranging something. In other words, the opponent had a secret method. Therefore, Yi Qing was very domineering. He directly stopped his body, stood in the middle of the ring, looked around, and loudly said, "What method do you have? Just use it." Seeing that the opponent had obviously sensed something, Yan Chutian, of course, no longer hid. Moreover, there were only a few steps left before he would succeed. Therefore, Yan Chutian swept his right hand, and suddenly several rays of light burst out, rushing to several corners of the ring and quickly disappearing. However, after the rays of light disappeared, there was a sense of perfection gradually growing between heaven and earth. This is a formation enchantment. Chapter 156. Great desolate dragon formation, rise. Yan Chutian shouted in a low voice, and in the next moment, the originally calm arena suddenly rumbled. Huge pillars of light visible to the naked eye soared into the sky, and when the pillars of light touched each other, they turned into pillars of light and once again descended onto the arena. In the midst of the turmoil, the huge spirit array was undoubtedly displayed, standing proudly on the arena. Seeing that the other party was activating the spirit array, although Yi Qing did not have any fear in his heart, he still had a serious feeling. After all, the appearance of the great array around him also made him keenly feel a trace of danger. In any case, this great array had reached a level that was enough to threaten him, but that was it. Since he dared to let the other party complete the formation at the last moment, he was not afraid of how powerful this great array would be. In any case, he had sufficient confidence in himself. However, even though Yi Qing thought so, the spectating disciples around him did not think so. In their opinion, it was obvious that Yan Chutian had held back during the battle. Unknowingly, he had actually set up such a huge array. This Yan Chu is really not simple. He actually secretly set up such a huge array. I remember now. He had displayed the power of array Dao a long time ago. Obviously, that was not the limit of his array Dao. It was only a part of it. It seems that he is not completely powerless against Yi Qing. At least after activating such a large array, his situation should be much better. Looking at the huge array barrier that had been completely formed, Yi Qing slowly said, "Is this what you're relying on?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian remained silent. He only raised his arm and formed a seal that entered the array. Buzz! The great array once again made a strange sound, and then, almost visible to the naked eye, the majestic spirit energy gathered above the barrier. Under the guidance of the power of the array, it gradually condensed into a huge dragon that was 3 meters long. The huge dragon was lifelike, and its entire body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Even if a second-level elixir appeared in front of this huge dragon, it would only end up being easily torn apart. Looking at this huge dragon, the spectating disciples could not help but exclaim again. Just by lightly activating the array, it could display such an astonishing attack. The power of this array was truly powerful. Desolate Dragon Strike, Yan Chutian softly shouted. The moment his shout rang out, the long giant dragon shot out explosively, heading straight for Yi Qing. The dragon's mouth opened wide, and waves of dragon roars resounded continuously, shaking one's mind. But looking at such an astonishing attack, Yi Qing was not afraid at all. This kind of probing attack was not to the extent that it could hurt him. Thus, it could be seen that he didn't use any spirit spells. Instead, when the giant dragon approached, he abruptly threw a punch forward. This punch seemed simple, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. When it was thrown, it stirred up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, forming a huge vortex. Boom! The giant dragon and the whirlpool collided in midair, and a rumbling sound rang out once again. Looking over, one could see that the giant dragon was continuously being shattered inch by the whirlpool. Clearly, the power of Yi Qing's punch was something that even this astonishing giant dragon could not withstand. However, just like Yi Qing, facing the collapse of his own attack, Yan Chutian was also unperturbed. It was as if this scene was also within his expectations. When the giant dragon collapsed, Yan Chutian once again formed a seal, and a series of complicated and ancient seals were continuously sent into the barrier. Following the integration of each seal, a huge amount of spirit energy gathered, and then transformed into giant dragons that appeared between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, there were already 5 dragons dancing on the stage. 5 Desolation Dragon Strike. Buzz! The 5 enormous dragons roared in unison, and an astonishing aura spread out. Even if a 3rd-level elixir cultivator stood in front of them, they would not be able to remain calm. After all, the power that these 5 enormous dragons could unleash was enough to injure any 3rd-level elixir cultivator. The power of this formation is actually so strong, I'm afraid that even Yi Qing wouldn't be able to easily block it now, right? This Yan Chu is indeed not simple. The 5 enormous dragons descended one after another, fiercely rushing towards Yi Qing's chest. However, facing such an attack, Yi Qing was still not afraid at all. With an indifferent expression, he also used his spirit technique, and strands of terrifying sharpness continuously appeared and intertwined with each other. Great dragon-slaying art. With a soft voice, the power condensed in Yi Qing's hand suddenly turned into a giant blade. As the light of the giant blade flashed, an even more terrifying aura spread out. It was as if no matter what stood in front of it, it would only end up being ruthlessly chopped into pieces. Great dragon-slaying art. Slash! Boom! Under Yi Qing's control, the gigantic blade slashed down with a loud bang, and immediately 2 huge waves of air collided. This wave of air seemed to be too huge, and actually caused the formation to show signs of collapsing, as if it was about to be forcefully broken through. In the end, the giant blade and the 5 giant dragons fiercely collided in the air above the stage. This great dragon-slaying art seemed to have the intention of slaying dragons, and actually destroyed 2 giant dragons in succession. However, after this, its power was clearly weakened. When the 3rd giant dragon collided with it, it was forced back a little. Boom, boom! The 2 attacks were still strongly colliding, and the shocking waves of air were sent flying, and the rumbling continued. Gradually, the power of the giant blade was exhausted, and at the same time, the 5 giant dragons were almost completely injured. Only the last giant dragon was left. Immediately after, the giant dragon surged towards the gigantic blade and collided with a loud bang. Boom! The turbulent rumble spread out again, and as the waves of air surged, the 2 attacks were annihilated. However, when they were annihilated, Yi Qing's movements did not slow down at all. He moved almost at the same time as the waves of air, and his body continued to explode in all directions. Bang! Bang! Every time Yi Qing's body moved, a slight noise would be emitted. However, when these noises were linked together, one would discover that it actually affected the entire formation. The purpose of his actions was self-evident. Yi Qing is breaking the formation. Boom! Accompanied by the shouts of the disciples outside the square, the enormous formation that encompassed the entire arena collapsed with a loud bang. As the spiritual energy fluctuated, Yi Qing's flickering body slowly descended, and he coldly looked at Yan Chutan, who was not far away, as if he had not yet reacted. At the same time, a large number of exclamations sounded from the outside world. Yi Qing is indeed Yi Qing. He seized the opportunity to destroy the entire formation. This time, Yan Chu is finished. The great formation that he painstakingly set up has been broken. What power does he have to fight with Yi Qing? Even if he can still activate the power of the spirit pattern, Yi Qing's spirit pattern power will definitely not be weaker than his. In this match, Yi Qing will definitely win. On the arena, Yi Qing looked coldly at Yan Chutian, and the corners of his mouth gently curled up into a smile. In his opinion, the only power left in the other party was the power of the spirit pattern that he had displayed yesterday. Compared to the power of the spirit pattern, why should he fear others? Sure enough, it still won't work. Yan Chutian said softly. This scene was within his expectations. If he encountered other holy sons, perhaps this great desolation dragon formation would have a certain effect. However, when facing Yi Qing, who was like a top holy sun, this formation would become useless. Therefore, seeing that the formation was broken, Yan Chutian calmly accepted it. Then he lightly exhaled and once again activated the spiritual energy in his body. As the turbulent spiritual energy surged, the same power of the spirit pattern as yesterday appeared. At this time, other attacks were already meaningless. Only the power of the spirit pattern could determine the winner. Seeing that the other party had displayed the power of the spirit pattern and a wide giant sword slowly appeared, Yi Qing smiled as expected. Then his eyes narrowed. As the spiritual energy in his body surged, the spirit pattern inscribed on the elixir in his dantian slowly appeared and projected between heaven and earth. Cold moon pattern. As he whispered, a crescent moon condensed. When the crescent moon appeared, an extremely cold aura spread out, as if this crescent moon was condensed from the 9 heavens' cold crystal. Yi Qing's cold moon spirit pattern was obviously not a secret. When it appeared, the surroundings of the square immediately rang out with enthusiastic cheers. It's Yi Qing's cold moon spirit pattern. The condensation of this spirit pattern is extremely difficult. It seems that one can condense it just by looking at the moon, but the more ordinary it is, the more difficult it is to condense it. Naturally, the power that can erupt will also be stronger. Chapter 157. A crescent moon floated in the sky. Even though they were separated by the spiritual energy light screen and were quite a distance away. The disciples in the square could still feel the chill coming from it. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying the cold energy would be when facing the cold moon spiritual rune. Opposite the cold moon spiritual rune was the mysterious sun spiritual rune above Yan Chutian's head. Compared to the cold moon spiritual rune, the sword-shaped spiritual rune didn't have any amazing aura. It only had a restrained and honest aura. However, this sword-shaped spiritual rune had unexpectedly defeated Zhou Xian's spiritual rune yesterday, so no one could predict the final result. But in general, they still believed in Yi Qing more. After all, Yi Qing was already a top saint, but the result would be out soon. The mysterious sun spiritual rune and the cold moon spiritual rune appeared in the sky. As the aura became more and more condensed, the two spiritual runes emitted a dazzling light. Then they trembled slightly and suddenly shot out. Boom! Under countless nervous and eager gazes, the sword-shaped spiritual rune and the cold moon spiritual rune collided with each other. Suddenly, a shocking roar resounded throughout the square. As the spirit markings clashed, turbulent waves of qi flew out continuously. Even a third-level primal core Xiuzha would not be able to ignore this level of qi. If they were to treat it lightly, they would only end up in such a tragic state. The turbulence lasted for more than 10 breaths before it slowly dissipated. When the aura rippled out, the two spiritual runes that collided with each other retreated and floated above their respective figures. At this moment, the two spiritual runes were somewhat illusory. Obviously, the powerful collision just now had consumed a lot of energy on both sides. In other words, the previous result was about the same. Although this result was surprising, it was somewhat expected. After all, everyone knew how powerful Yi Qing's cold moon spiritual rune was, and Yan Chutian had also displayed a powerful spiritual rune power yesterday. To be honest, only a tie could make people accept it relatively calmly. But even the power of the spiritual runes couldn't determine the winner. In this case, wouldn't this battle be unsolvable? Looking at the slightly illusory spiritual pattern above his head, Yi Qing looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about it at all. Then he looked at Yan Chutian and said calmly, "The power of the spirit inscriptions you displayed is indeed shocking. Even though you've only just entered the elixir realm, I'm afraid that even I can't compare to your talent in condensing spirit inscriptions." Yi Qing, word by word, calmly admitted his own shortcomings and Yan Chutian's strengths. This caused the crowd to be unable to help but be bewildered. Could it be that Yi Qing was taking the initiative to admit defeat? However, in the next moment, Yi Qing's voice suddenly changed. He lowered his gaze and looked at his palm. When he slowly raised his palm, one could vaguely see that there were golden lines constantly merging in his palm. In just a few breaths, they condensed into half a golden pagoda. This scene made everyone acutely realize something because their expressions changed slightly and there was shock and excitement gradually growing. It's a pity that I'm not only refining the cold moon spirit rune, but also the thunder tower spirit rune. Buzz! An astonishing fluctuation spread out. When Yi Qing's voice fell, the condensed half of the golden pagoda in his hand was completely revealed in front of everyone. The magnificent pagoda body was overflowing with light. Even if it was only a throne, this aura seemed to be stronger than the previous cold moon spirit rune. And the appearance of this thunder tower spirit rune also confirmed the thought in everyone's heart. Yi Qing had unknowingly cultivated the second spirit rune. Yi Qing, he actually condensed the second spirit rune. It's really unbelievable. It's not easy for ordinary elixir level 3 or even level 4 cultivators to condense one spirit rune. But Yi Qing has actually condensed the second one. Although this Thunder Tower spirit rune is only half a spirit rune and is not complete, its aura is already comparable to, or even stronger than the first spirit rune. If it gradually condenses and completes, who can stop it? This time, Yan Chu is finished. Under the numerous exclamations, Yi Qing's expression was still indifferent. He continued to condense the aura of the half of the Thunder Tower Spirit Rune. When the aura seemed to have reached the peak, he finally opened his mouth and said, "This is a spirit rune that I inadvertently comprehended. It's only been a short time and it's not complete. However, it can still be considered the second spirit rune. So, if you continue to insist on resisting, please be careful." Hearing Yi Qing's arrogant words, Yan Chutian raised his eyes and glanced at the half-lightning pagoda several times. Sensing the powerful energy contained within, he could not help but smile inwardly. It was fortunate that he had expected such a situation when he condensed the spirit rune that day. Otherwise, it would be extremely troublesome to deal with today. But since he was already prepared, there was naturally no need to be afraid. Therefore, Yan Chutian slightly closed his eyes. After a few breaths, when he opened his eyes again, there was already a three-legged cauldron pattern slowly rotating in his eyes. A majestic aura spread out, causing Yi Qing's expression to change slightly. In the next moment, when Yan Chutian slowly revealed the cauldron-shaped spirit rune, it immediately caused Yi Qing's expression to shake. It also caused the surrounding disciples' expressions to change drastically. Each and every one of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, Yan Chutian's voice finally slowly rang out. "Mysterious sun cauldron pattern. Please enlighten me." Yan Chutian's indifferent words spread out, causing an uproar among the surrounding disciples. Even the saints who had already been eliminated had a drastic change in expression. Their gazes were fixed on the three-legged cauldron pattern, as if they had seen something extremely unbelievable. This is a spirit rune. How is this possible? He actually condensed the second spirit rune. Moreover, it's so complete. Is this still the initial stage of the elixir realm? It's fine if he condensed one spirit rune, but he actually condensed a second spirit rune. This. Somewhere in the crowd, Loring's little face also revealed a look of shock. Then it turned into a deep joy as she said in surprise, "You are really abnormal." On the high platform, the expressions of the various elders also changed. Even if they had seen great storms and waves, they still could not believe that a disciple who had clearly just entered the elixir realm could actually condense two spirit runes. Inyan Master's eyes widened slightly. His eyes that were filled with dignity carried a deep shock. Ever since that day when Yan Chutian came to the Saint Master Mountain, he had secretly paid attention to him. After paying such attention, he was also shocked from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that this mysterious disciple was always creating miracles. Every time, he would be able to surprise and disbelieve people. On the other stage, Su Jian, who was still fighting, looked over from the corner of his eyes. He was also shocked and even absent-minded. And because he was absent-minded, the Holy Sun, who had been suppressed by him, actually found a loophole and crazily counterattacked, causing him to be in a sorry state. After suppressing the situation as soon as possible, Su Jian looked over from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were filled with deep anger. Why was this Yan Chu like a stinking bug? He was clearly about to be suppressed, but at the last moment, he displayed such a shocking situation. At the same time, Luo Shui, who had suppressed her opponent to the point of almost surrendering, also looked over with her beautiful eyes. Even someone as steady as her was shocked at this moment. Yan Chutian's performance was too unexpected. He had just entered the elixir realm, and he had already condensed two spirit runes. How shocking! 2 spirit runes. Returning to the stage, Yi Qing said deeply. Yan Chutian had repeatedly refreshed his understanding. At this time, even he was not confident about his chances of winning against the other party. This was because Yan Chutian had also condensed a second spirit rune. Moreover, compared to the first, it was clearly more complete. Therefore, even if the other party's cultivation was not as good as his, if he activated the power of the spirit rune, who would be stronger? Thunder Pagoda's spirit rune, rise. At this moment, Yi Qing did not have much time to think. Even though the situation was already out of his control, he could only grit his teeth and activate the Thunder Pagoda spirit rune. Half of the golden Thunder Pagoda surged with lightning, and thick thunderbolts continuously appeared in the rumbling sound, rushing towards Yan Chutian. Facing the attack, Yan Chutian also took a deep breath and activated the three-legged cauldron. The cauldron trembled slightly, and when the rumbling sound was heard, mysterious ripples swept up and went straight for the thunderbolt. Boom! Chapter 158. It seemed like only a breath had passed, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. The turbulent spiritual energy ripples gradually calmed down, and countless eager gazes hurriedly looked over. On the stage, the two huge spirit inscriptions were still clashing. However, one could vaguely see that the Thunder Tower, which was only half complete, seemed to have another crack spreading out on the tower. The result was "ka-ka." While everyone was in disbelief, an ear-piercing sound immediately rang out. Following that, the faint cracks continued to spread, and in a few breaths of time, they had already covered the entire Thunder Tower. Puff! Fresh blood spurted out. Yi Qing's body seemed to have suffered a serious injury as he staggered backwards. Following his retreat, the lightning tower that was already densely covered in cracks also dissipated. After suffering such a serious injury, his second spiritual rune no longer had the strength to continue fighting. On the other hand, although Yan Chutian's three-legged cauldron was slightly dim, it was still emitting a dazzling golden light. The result of this strong collision was self-evident. Yan Chutian had won this round of spirit inscriptions. As a result, the result of this arena battle could be said to be destined. Yan Chutian had once again exceeded everyone's expectations and won. Huff! After spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Yan Chutian's face was unusually pale. Even though he had won against his opponent in the clash of spirit inscriptions, Yan Chutian knew how difficult it was for him to win. It could be said that if his opponent's spirit inscriptions had been completely condensed, then it would be unknown whether he could win or not. Even though he had successfully condensed the second spirit inscription and was even able to use it, his cultivation was still too low. When it came to using spirit inscriptions, he did not have the strength to do so. However, there were no ifs. In short, he had finally won this battle. Cough, cough! Suddenly, Yi Qing violently coughed. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Yan Chutian with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with deep shock, because even he himself couldn't believe that he had lost to the other party. Moreover, it was on the spiritual inscriptions that should have been his advantage. However, no matter how unbelievable it was, Yi Qing understood that this was the truth. The injuries on his body were not fake, and the pain from the second spiritual mark was even more real. No matter what he had lost in the end, Yi Qing's coughing attracted a lot of attention. Everyone looked at this pitiful young man who was in a sorry state. There was no longer any trace of the demeanor of a prodigy on him. Now he only gave off a pitiful or miserable feeling. The failure of the collision of the spiritual tattoos obviously made Yi Qing lose the belief to continue. He looked at Yan Chutian with difficulty, got up silently, and dragged his injured body down the arena. Yi Qing took the initiative to leave the stage, so the result of this battle was self-evident. Yan Chutian obtained the final victory. Yan Chu! Yan Chu! No one knew where the first cheer came from. This cheer seemed to have magic, and it quickly spread around the entire square. Words of Yan Chu connected together and resounded throughout the square. After the cheers, Luo Shui, Su Jian, and the others also finished their battles. They had all successfully won the competition, but compared to the commotion caused by Yan Chutian, they were still inferior. Luo Shui's expression was normal, but Su Jian obviously could not continue to remain calm. His face was so tense that it was almost twisted, and he did not have the slightest joy of victory. This was because the trash in his eyes had advanced to the position of one of the top 10 saints like him. Strictly speaking, it was not only Yen Chutian. Mu Wan had also advanced to the position of one of the top 10 saints. Her opponent was like Yi Qing, but even Yen Chutian, who was at the first level of elixir, could defeat his opponent, let alone Mu Wan, who was at the second level of elixir. All the battles in the arena had ended. After half of the saints had failed and left the arena, the remaining 10 people were the top 10 saints selected this time. After all the battles ended, the attendants immediately burst out and led the victors to the center of the square. In a few breaths' time, 10 figures had gathered in the center, receiving the attention of the elders on the high platform and countless surrounding disciples. Ha ha ha! On the high platform, Han Qin laughed excitedly, seeing that Yen Chutan had won. Even he could not suppress the joy in his heart and laughed out loud. Around him, Elder Tianshan's face was slightly twisted. After all, compared to Yen Chutian, who stood at the peak, Yen Chutian was also the saint that he thought highly of. However, he was eliminated by Yen Chutian yesterday, the beautiful middle-aged woman. Luo Qingyi's beautiful eyes were indifferent, but at this moment she could not help but pause for a moment on Yen Chutian and Mu Wan. Even if she had always acted like she did not care, when such outstanding disciples appeared by Han Chen's side, she still faintly felt a sense of oppression. However, she was not a narrow-minded person. Now that the southern region was facing the northern region, they were like wolves and tigers. It was actually a good thing to have more talents. No matter what, Luo Shui, the disciple that she was proud of, had never disappointed her. You brat, you did not disappoint me after all. Around the field, a beautiful figure was extremely surprised. It was Loring, who was eliminated early on. Now that the selection of the top 10 saints had ended, she was not happy for her senior sister. Instead, her pair of beautiful eyes stared closely at Yen Chutan, full of surprise. Compared to Luo Ling, Dong Puti and Zhou Qing were much more excited. They couldn't imagine that Yen Chutian would actually win the title of the Pinnacle Saint Sun. Just how much time had passed since she entered the southern region. All in all, the commotion caused by Yen Chutian becoming a top saint was far too great. Even Mu Wan, who was at the same level as him, could not compare. After entering the southern region, Mu Wan had been quietly cultivating in seclusion and did not cause any commotion. On the other hand, Yen Chutian's journey had been full of storms. Almost all the disciples clearly knew how he rose rapidly step by step, from obtaining the status of prospective saint at the beginning to becoming one of the top 10 saints in the southern region now. At this moment, some of the disciples who had been at odds with Yen Chutian could not help but sigh helplessly. Who would have thought that a small figure that they had looked down upon not long ago would now ascend to the top of the southern region and become one of the top 10 saints? Dong! Dong! The ancient sound of a bell rang, as if announcing the selection of the top 10 saints once again. After that, several elders on the high platform flew out one after another, heading towards the 10 people in the center of the field. In the hands of these elders were brand new dazzling Identity Jade tablets. Those were Identity Jade tablets that only the top 10 saints could enjoy. They themselves enjoyed great glory and attracted countless envious gazes. The one who handed the Identity Jade tablets to Yen Chutian and Mu Wan was Han Qin. At this moment, Han Qin was still grinning from ear to ear. He narrowed his eyes and handed the jade tablets to the two of them. He even said in a low voice, "Your performance today was very good. Fortunately, we did not disappoint you." Yen Chudan did not care about his pale face and immediately said softly, "Then, Elder Han, may I know about the 2-star source pills? You won't be short." Even though he was happy in his heart, Han Qin could not help but glare at Yen Chutian when the 2-star source pills were mentioned. Does this fellow think that I am the kind of person who would go back on my words? Hearing this, Yen Chutian also revealed a smile. At this moment, he seemed to feel the weakness in his body and was slightly dazed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mu Wan supported him, and this scene made the eyes of many disciples turn red with envy. Biting, cold-killing intent continuously swept over the surroundings. But Yan Chutian did not care so much. He slept peacefully on the sweet jade. Yan Chutian did not care, and neither did Muwan. In fact, she was even a little happy. If everyone knew what she was thinking, they would probably think of tearing Yan Chutian apart. Shameless fellow. Somewhere in the crowd, Loring gritted her teeth and silently rubbed her jade-like palms. Looking at her posture, it was likely that she could not help but rush out of the crowd and charge forward at any time. Cough, cough! At the same time, seeing the scene in front of him, Han Chen coughed awkwardly. However, since he already knew the relationship between the two in front of him, he naturally would not say anything. He immediately rushed back to the high platform like the other elders. Chapter 159. The night was quiet, and the restless aura of the day seemed to have dissipated under the darkness of the night, especially in the cave of Yan Chutian and Muwan. This kind of silence was interpreted to the extreme. It was hard to imagine that there were actually two top holy sons of the southern region living in these two quiet courtyards. In the depths of the cave, Yan Chutian, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, took a deep breath and then slowly stopped cultivating. At this time, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. After going through a lot, he finally succeeded in obtaining a spot as one of the top 10 holy sons. He took another step towards returning to the heaven realm. However, in the next short period of time, he could not relax because after the selection of the top holy sons, it would be the confrontation between the northern and southern regions, the Tianji meeting. There was no need to think too much. The top holy sons of the northern region he would encounter at the Tianji meeting would definitely be more troublesome than Zhou Xian, Yi Qing, and the others. If he was not stronger, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight them. Fortunately, it was not that he did not have a chance to become stronger. He had started studying the Xianyang Qi condensation long ago, and now he only needed 2 main ingredients to start cultivating. Tomorrow, he would have the opportunity to enter the sect's treasury and obtain the blood dragon liquid. Next, he only needed to find the spirit sea sand. Yan Chutian knew that he had to take the initiative to find the spirit sea sand. Otherwise, if he just waited passively for news, he would definitely not get anything. After all, ever since he came to the southern region, he had never heard of any news about the spirit sea sand. But now was not the time to think too much. The opportunity to enter the sect's treasury tomorrow was right in front of him. He had to focus on obtaining the blood dragon liquid first. Otherwise, without the blood dragon liquid, he would not be able to cultivate the Xianyang Qi condensation. Continuing to calm his mind, Yan Chutian fell into a state of cultivation again. Under such circumstances, time always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. When the sun rose from the east, Yan Chutian opened his eyes, changed into a new set of clothes, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, Muwan, who was dressed in plain green clothes, seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The warm morning sun enveloped her delicate body. Even though she was no longer as seductive as before, she still revealed a touch of seductiveness. At the very least, Yan Chutian's eyes burned with passion. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had strong self-control and did not forget the main topic today. He immediately coughed dryly and said, "Wanner, let's go. Today is our chance to enter the sect's treasure vault after becoming a top holy son. We must make good use of it." Before he finished speaking, Yan Chutian hesitated slightly, but in the end he continued, "Also, if possible, please help me keep an eye on the dragon blood liquid." "You need dragon blood liquid?" "Yes, I want to cultivate another technique of the mysterious Yang scripture, and the blood dragon liquid is essential," Yan Chutian said honestly. Although his relationship with Muwan was very close now, if it wasn't for the fact that he needed the dragon blood liquid, he definitely wouldn't have brought it up. Hearing this, Muwan lightly nodded her head. In her mind, She had already deeply imprinted the words dragon blood, liquid. Then, the two of them flew up in a flash and headed straight for the sect's treasure vault. In fact, the treasure vault was under the sect affairs pavilion. However, without the approval of many elders, even the sect affairs pavilion elders could not open it. Now, with the title of the top Holy Sun selection and the approval of Han Chen, Luo Qingyi, and many other elders, the sect's treasure vault could only be opened once. When Yan Chutian and Mu Wan arrived in front of the sect affairs pavilion, there were no other disciples around. After all, the sect's treasure vault was very important. Since it was going to be opened today, the surroundings had already been sealed off. It was like a forbidden area. Although there were no disciples, Yan Chutian still saw a familiar figure in the group of deacons. He was the head deacon of the sect affairs pavilion, Lin Hao. Thinking back, Lin Hao had also joined forces with Lu Yang and the rest to make things difficult for Yan Chutian. However, they did not know that in another way, they had helped Yan Chutian. The affairs of the mortal world were just like this. When Yan Chutian saw Lin Hao naturally saw him too. From Lin Hao's eyes, there was a faint, complicated look. He had never thought that Yan Chutian could reach such a level and become one of the top holy sons in the southern region. Perhaps Yan Chutian's current cultivation and strength were still not comparable to him. But in terms of talent, Yan Chutian had already surpassed him. After all, even when he was still a disciple, he did not obtain such a status. However, no matter what, he could not lower his head to Yan Chutian. Hence, after glancing at him, he looked away and did not look at Yan Chutian again. Lin Hao ignored Yan Chutian, and of course, Yan Chutian would not look at him. He also looked away and swaggered into the sect affairs pavilion. In the depths of the sect affairs pavilion, there were already a few elders waiting. In the depths of the sect affairs pavilion, Yan Chutian saw a few elders. Naturally, there were also the rest of the top 10 holy sons. Perhaps because of Luo Qingyi, Loring was also here. She followed beside her and held her arm. When she saw Yan Chutian enter, she gave him a strange smile. Yan Chutian could only smile back. However, just as he responded to Loring, Yan Chutian's cold gaze suddenly swept over. It was only when Yan Chutian stopped smiling that she disappeared. This made Yan Chutian feel a little embarrassed. No wonder Luo Shui had the same temperament as her. In comparison, Loring could be so innocent and strange. It was really strange. Elder Han. Yan Chutian and Mu Wan walked to Han Chen's side and greeted him respectfully. Hearing this, Han Chen nodded slightly. Then he looked at the rest of the elders and said, "Since everyone is here, let's open the treasury." The rest of the elders naturally had no objections. However, Yan Chutian and the rest of the top 10 could not help but look eager. Even though they were the top holy sons, they had never had the chance to enter the treasury. Now that they finally had the chance, they were naturally excited. Then, the elders present all worked together to slowly open the seal at the center of the hall. Without seeing it with their own eyes, who would have thought that the entrance to the sect's treasury would be in such a conspicuous place? After the entrance to the treasury was opened, an elder immediately reminded them, "There is only one chance to enter the treasury. You must make good use of it. Also, you only have 1 day, and you can only take 1 item out of the treasury." Then Luo Qingyi added, "The treasury may be the only equal opportunity in the northern and southern regions. Whether you can make good use of it or not is up to you." Luo Qingyi's words were not for everyone to hear, but rather for Luo Shui. In response to Luo Qingyi's words, Luo Shui naturally nodded solemnly. Although Han Chen was not as serious, he could not help but signal to Yan Chutian and Mu Wan. At the same time, he secretly passed 2 jade bottles to the 2 of them. "This is the celestial source pill that I promised you. If I say so, I can do it." "Thank you, Elder Han." Yan Chutian received the jade bottle and smiled. Then, he could not help but open the jade bottle to take a look. Indeed, the small jade bottle hid a celestial source pill that was surging with spiritual light. After keeping the jade bottle, the holy disciples had already begun to enter the treasury. The first person to enter was a young man in black robes. Speaking of which, he seemed to have a close relationship with Luo Shui. As for why he said so, it was because Yan Chutian had never seen a man that Luo Shui would pay attention to. With one person taking the lead, the rest of the people entered the treasury one after another. Seeing this, Yan Chutian and Mu Wan did not wait any longer. Once again, they nodded lightly at Han Qin and leaped into the depths of the treasury. What appeared in front of them was a deep tunnel that led straight down. After descending for an unknown period of time, Yan Chutian finally felt that he had touched the ground. However, when he touched the ground, Mu Wan, who was beside him, had already disappeared. It was not difficult to know that the entrance to the treasury was similar to a space portal. After entering, they would be randomly sent to various places in the treasury. Hence, Yan Chutian was not worried about Mu Wan. Instead, he looked up and observed his surroundings. As he scanned his surroundings, he very quickly saw a ray of blue light. As he approached the light, a heavenly treasure that was sealed in a light screen came into view. The heavenly treasure's grade was not low. It was probably at the spiritual level 8 vein level. Chapter 160. Since it could be called the sex treasure trove, there were many opportunities hidden inside. Even if it couldn't be said to be everywhere, it was enough to dazzle many disciples. Perhaps only Yan Chutian and Mu Wan could remain calm, because they had seen such a scene in the heaven realm before, and it was even more shocking than this. Passing through the blue light screens, Yan Chutian even activated her spiritual eye to search for the source of the light. However, after nearly half a day, he still couldn't find any trace of the dragon blood liquid. This made Yan Chutian feel very helpless. Could it be that this dragon blood liquid was destined to be fated with him? However, there was still half a day left, and he wasn't prepared to give up until the last moment. This was because the dragon blood liquid was too important to him. As long as he could start cultivating the mysterious yang qi, how could any heavenly material or earthly treasure compare to its value? While Yan Chutian was stubbornly searching, Luo Shui and the others were also searching around the quiet treasure trove. Even though half a day had passed, they still didn't make a decision easily. After all, no matter who it was, they would always think of a way to obtain what they needed the most or the most precious. But, of course, there was still a special case among these people, and that was Mu Wan. She didn't know that Yan Chutian's words had deeply engraved the dragon blood liquid in her heart. At this time, Mu Wan didn't have any other thoughts in her mind. She only wanted to find the dragon blood liquid that Yan Chutian needed. A day seemed to be extremely long, but in fact it was extremely short. A short 24 hours passed in the time it took to breathe. When the sex treasure trove was about to close, even the holy sons who had entered the sex treasure trove were still dissatisfied with what they had found. They all began to try to break through the light screen and seize the opportunity. Very soon, a holy son was teleported out from the entrance of the treasure trove. Seeing this, all the elders tacitly did not ask any further, because what kind of opportunity they obtained was a secret that belonged to every cultivator. Even if they were elders, it was not appropriate for them to ask too much. The closer it got to the closing time, the more disciples were teleported out of the treasury. Not long after, even Luo Shui, Su Jian, and the rest were teleported out. There were only 2 people left in the treasury, Yan Chutian and Mu Wan. Raising his head and looking around, Su Jian discovered that Yan Chutian and Mu Wan had yet to appear. He couldn't help but smile coldly. As far as he was concerned, it was none other than the 2 of them being distracted by the rare treasures within the sex treasure vault, and they probably couldn't decide what to choose, right? Among the top 10 holy sons, there were people like Su Jian who were hostile towards Yan Chutian, but not all of the elders were iron buckets. At this moment, standing beside the heavenly mountain elder, the tall and skinny old man with snow-white eyebrows that dragged down to his shoulders slowly said, The closing time of the treasure trove is nearing the end. If you continue to hesitate and not make a choice, you are destined to return empty-handed. Although the long-browed old man did not mention any names, anyone could tell who he was talking about. It was none other than Yen Chutian and Muwan, who were still in the treasure trove. The long-browed old man's words clearly angered Han Qin, causing him to snort angrily and reply coldly, "Then there's no need to trouble Elder Chu to worry." When the long-browed old man, Elder Chu, heard this, he naturally did not say anything else. He just put on a look of watching a good show. In the past, he was still afraid of Han Qin. However, this time, after disappearing for 100 years, the other party had only left behind a Yuani. He no longer had the slightest bit of fear. At the same time, Yen Chutan, who was in the depths of the treasure trove, was also frowning. His forehead was already covered in sweat. Even though he had tried his best to search, he still had not found any trace of the blood dragon liquid. This made him wonder if there was no blood dragon liquid in the sect's treasure trove at all. However, he still did not want to give up, so he gritted his teeth and persevered for a while. However, after a while, he still could not find the blood dragon liquid. Yen Chutian could only give up on the idea of searching for it. He had no choice but to give up. Otherwise, he would have to return empty-handed from this trip to the sect's treasure trove. Following which, he searched the surroundings briefly and soon. A sparkling and translucent soft whip entered his eyes. This was a spirit weapon of high grade. Even through the light screen, he could sense the toughness contained within it. Although such a spirit weapon was not suitable for him, it made Yen Chutian think of another person, and that was Muwan. Yen Chutian remembered clearly that Muwan did not have any suitable spirit weapon. Now it seemed that this soft whip was just right. He was not a hesitant person. With this thought, he immediately made up his mind and began to break through the light screen to seize the soft whip. Although the protective light screen was related to the item hidden inside, and the more precious the item, the stronger the light screen would be. However, this light screen was ultimately unable to stop Yen Chutian. After it was broken, the soft whip fell into his hands. After obtaining such a spirit weapon, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that the surrounding space seemed to reject him a lot. There was no need to think about obtaining any other opportunities. It was likely that it would be difficult for him to continue. Therefore, Yen Chutian was very obedient to the repulsive force, allowing it to wrap around him and send him out of this space. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but when Yen Chutian was pushed out of this space, a delicate figure somewhere was also the same. The two of them appeared one after another from the entrance of the treasure trove and landed in front of everyone. Seeing that the two of them finally came out of the sect's treasure trove, Han Qin finally let out a sigh of relief. It was good that they came out early. This proved that the two of them did not return empty-handed. Similarly, seeing the two of them walk out, Su Jian's face was slightly gloomy. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with this scene. In his opinion, it was naturally better to see the two of them being pushed out of the closed sect's treasure trove. Yen Chutian also did not expect that Muwan would come out with him and whispered in surprise. Hearing this, Muwan looked back with her beautiful eyes and gave him a sweet smile. Then, as if thinking of something, she hurriedly asked, "Did you find the dragon blood liquid?" Hearing the 3 words dragon blood liquid, Yen Chutian's joy disappeared. Seeing this, Muwan did not need him to say anything and knew the result. But in this regard, Muwan's charming smile grew even wider. Then, she suddenly took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Yen Chutian. "Here, this should be the dragon blood liquid you want." It was a simple sentence, but it shocked Yen Chutian. Then he looked at the small jade bottle in his hand in disbelief. He had tried so hard to find the dragon blood liquid, but Muwan had already found it for him? Yen Chutian carefully opened the jade bottle. The moment he opened it, a lifelike mini blood-colored dragon head poked out, as if it wanted to escape. But how could Yen Chutian let it succeed? He immediately closed it back into the jade bottle, And this short scene allowed Yen Chutian to know what was inside the jade bottle. This was the dragon blood liquid, and only the extremely high-quality dragon blood liquid could condense the shape of a dragon. After knowing this, even Yen Chutian could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He pulled Mu Wan into his arms and hugged her tightly. This sudden situation immediately caused Mu Wan's face to turn pink, especially when she thought about how there were so many pairs of eyes staring at her. She became even more embarrassed. Why is this guy so impulsive? Doesn't he know how to restrain himself a little? But this feeling is really reassuring. When Yen Chutian finally regained his senses, it was already several breaths later. When he released Mu Wan, he had an awkward expression. But no matter what, he was still someone who had experienced great storms. His face did not turn red, and his heart did not skip a beat. He respectfully thanked Mu Wan. Seeing this, Mu Wan was even more embarrassed. What was she supposed to do with Yen Chutian's reaction? Fortunately, at the critical moment, Han Chen dryly coughed and stepped in to smooth things over. And with Han Chen's intervention, the surrounding gazes, whether or not they had long ignored them, faded away. Then the sex treasury was sealed, and Yen Chutian and the other top-notch chosens were dismissed. But everyone knew that the dismissal was only temporary because the Heavenly Secrets meet was about to take over. At that time, the 10 of them would represent the southern region and compete with the top 10 chosens of the northern region. Fortunately, the Heavenly Secrets meet was not held immediately. There was still more than half a month's time, and this was their last chance to prepare. On the way back to the cave, Yen Chutian handed the soft whip to Mu Wan, and as expected, Mu Wan was overjoyed to receive the spirit weapon. But Yen Chutian probably did not know that Mu Wan did not care about the spirit weapon, but who gave it to her. Chapter 161. With the dragon blood liquid in hand, the preparation for the mysterious yang qi condensation was half done. Next, Yen Chutian needed to face the spirit sea sand that gave him a headache. Perhaps the spirit sea sand was the thing that really made him clueless. After all, he knew about the existence of the dragon blood liquid, but he had never heard of the spirit sea sand and did not know who had it. After thinking about it, Yen Chutian had a headache. Although there was still more than half a month, if he did not find the spirit sea sand as soon as possible, how could he have enough time to cultivate the mysterious yang qi condensation? Just as Yen Chutian was having a headache, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in his cave. The middle-aged man appeared silently like a ghost. Even Yen Chutian's spiritual eye did not detect him. This was not because Yen Chutian's spiritual eye had lost its effectiveness, but because the gap between the two was too big. It was so big that the spiritual eye could not capture his figure. This middle-aged man was naturally the influential figure in the entire Tianji sect. Even Han Chen and Luo Qingyi could not be compared to him. He was Yin Yang Master. Yin Yang Master's sudden appearance made Yen Chutian, who was aware of it, immediately withdraw his thoughts and temporarily put all his thoughts aside. Then, his gaze slowly locked onto the former. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "What brings Saint Master to visit so late at night?" Hearing this, Yin Yang Master did not speak. Instead, he gently raised his hand. As he raised his hand, an inexplicable qi spread out. In a few breaths, it shrouded the entire cave and sealed all the aura. Of course, this could only be detected from the inside. If one looked from the outside, they would only feel that everything was normal and there was nothing strange. This was not the first time Yen Chutian felt this kind of power. This was the power of qi that only Yuanian cultivators could master. Once it was used, it could seal the sky and lock the earth. It was simply omnipotent. After sealing Yen Chutian's cave and isolating it from all contact with the outside world, Yin Yang Master finally said, "I have found the time I need, but before that I need you to get something for me." Retrieve an item? Yen Chutian frowned. It seemed that this Yin Yang Master was treating him as a coolie. Seeing Yen Chutian frown, Yin Yang Master naturally knew what he was thinking. He continued, "That guy in the northern region has been watching my every move. If I go, he will be wary. Moreover, this saint teacher won't let you go for nothing this time. But, no buts. This will only take you 3 days at most. After 3 days, you will still have time to prepare for the next opportunity." Yin Yang Master's tone was unyielding. Yan Chutian did not doubt that if he did not agree, this guy would turn hostile. However, he wasn't a persimmon that was easy to bully. Immediately he replied coldly, "Of course I can agree to the saint teacher's request. I wonder if the saint teacher can give me some spirit sea sand? This disciple needs some for his cultivation." Yin Yang Master hesitated for a moment before nodding under Yan Chutian's incredulous gaze. "Sure." At this moment, Yan Chutian, who was originally unhappy, was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the spirit sea sand that he had painstakingly searched for would be in Yin Yang Master's hands. This was really, phew! Secretly taking a deep breath, Yan Chutian quickly calmed himself down. No matter what, he couldn't let the other party see anything strange about him. Otherwise, this spirit sea sand that he had painstakingly found would be gone. After calming himself down, Yan Chutian asked Yin Yang Master indifferently. His face was still somewhat unhappy. "Saint teacher, what exactly do you want me to retrieve, and where is it?" "Spirit dispersing goo." Spirit dispersing goo. Yan Chutian had never heard of this term before. Naturally, he was confused. However, Yin Yang Master clearly had no intention of explaining. He raised his hand and grabbed a jade slip. Using his spiritual power, he controlled it to float in front of Yan Chutian. "You don't need to know anything else. This is a mission jade slip. Tomorrow, you will set out and go to the mission location indicated in the jade slip. There's the spirit dispersing goo there. And what you need to do is to bring back the spirit dispersing goo for this saint teacher." Yin Yang Master's words were overbearing. He didn't give Yan Chutian any chance to refute. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left the cave. Looking in the direction where Yin Yang Master disappeared, Yan Chutian, who was holding the jade slip in his hand, couldn't help but curl his lips. This is really mysterious. However, even if he didn't tell me personally, wouldn't I know through this jade slip? After Yin Yang Master left, the sealed aura also quickly dissipated. Yan Chutian sat cross-legged in the depths of the cave. He poured his spiritual power into the jade slip and read the contents recorded in the jade slip. The next morning, after Yan Chutian left a message at the entrance of Muon's cave, he rushed to the entrance of the southern mountain range alone to wait. This mission didn't belong to him alone. There was another disciple who also accepted this mission. After waiting for about an hour, a small and delicate figure walked over from afar. Yan Chutian, who seemed to have sensed something, looked over. He couldn't help but be speechless because the small and delicate figure walking over was actually Loring. When Loring saw Yan Chutian, she was extremely pleasantly surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect that the other person who received the mission would actually be Yan Chutian. However, even if she was pleasantly surprised, Loring forced herself to restrain herself. She continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. When she approached Yan Chutian, she pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why did you also accept this mission?" Loring could be considered an old acquaintance. Yan Chutian always had a good impression of her, so when he heard this, he smiled helplessly and said, "Don't pretend. Let's go. Although that place isn't far, it isn't close either." "I'm not pretending," Loring argued in a low voice, but there was no confidence in her words. As she spoke, her voice lowered. Then she could only obediently follow behind Yan Chutian and walk out of the southern mountain range together. Blackwater Ridge. It's suspected that a spirit beast has appeared and injured people. Following behind Yan Chutian, Loring was well behaved at first. However, once they left the southern mountain range and saw the surrounding scene, she became restless. She grabbed her jade slip and said with her red lips, It actually dares to act violently in front of our Tianji sect. This spirit beast is really tired of living. Yan Chutian was expressionless. This mission was just a cover for him. His goal was the spirit-dispersing goo in the Blackwater Ridge. However, the jade slip that Yin Yang Master gave him didn't introduce too much information. It only roughly said that the spirit-dispersing goo was in the Blackwater Ridge. It seemed that it would take a lot of effort to find the spirit-dispersing goo. However, Yin Yang Master had the spirit sea sand in his hands, so he was determined to do this hard work, no matter what. After about half a day's journey, the two appeared one after another outside the Blackwater Ridge. Looking around, a dark forest appeared in front of them. The trees were dark, and even the leaves were black. Under these black trees, there seemed to be a black swamp. No wonder it was called the Blackwater Ridge. This is the Blackwater Ridge. Loring's beautiful eyes kept looking around with curiosity. Her beautiful big eyes were full of intelligence. After looking around, she naturally noticed some hidden houses on the other side of the Black Forest. Presumably, those people were attacked by the spirit beasts in the Blackwater Ridge. Let's go there. Yan Chutian spoke again. After he spoke, Loring became well-behaved again. She followed beside him and obediently walked to the low, hidden buildings. However, after walking for less than 100 feet, there was a sudden commotion in the Black Forest. The two of them looked over and saw a giant beast with a pitch-black body surging out of the black water. It opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp teeth gleamed with a cold light. At the same time, there was a scream of horror from the low building. It seemed to belong to a little girl. Seeing this, Yan Chutian and Loring couldn't help but burst out and went straight to the giant black beast. Yan Chutian's spiritual power gathered in his hand. It turned into a giant spiritual power hand and smashed down toward the giant beast. Bang! The giant spiritual power hand smashed down and smashed on the giant beast's head. However, this giant beast was obviously not to be trifled with. Although this hit knocked it back, it didn't do anything to it. Its huge body was entrenched in the black water, and only its head was exposed, staring at the two people who suddenly appeared. Chapter 162. Yan Chutian and Loring did not act rashly as the giant black beast did not move. After a short battle, they had already sensed that this giant beast was most likely at level 4 elixir, which was equivalent to a top-notch saint. Even Yan Chutian, who could be considered a top-notch saint, would find it extremely difficult to deal with such a beast. But now, there were not only the two of them, but there was also a village-like existence nearby. His gaze shifted slightly, and he saw a little girl in cotton clothes shivering inside a collapsed house. She used her slender hands to cover her eyes. Clearly, she thought that death had come for her just a moment ago. If they were to fight with the giant beast, even Yan Chutian did not have the slightest confidence in protecting this little girl. Hiss! The giant beast's snake-like tongue flickered incessantly, and its white eyes narrowed slightly as it stared at Yan Chutian and Loring, as if it could pounce at any time. But after staring for a long time, the giant beast did not attack rashly. Instead, it gradually sank its huge head into the black water and swam along the black water, hiding in the black forest. Seeing that the giant black beast had left, Yan Chutian and Loring both heaved a sigh of relief, especially Loring. Her strength was still too weak for a top-notch saint, so she was even less confident. She even felt that if Yan Chutian was not around, she would definitely be in trouble if she were to face that giant black beast alone. Fortunately, the giant beast had left, and there was no longer any oppressive aura. Immediately after, Loring naturally thought of that little girl. Her delicate body flashed and rushed into the dilapidated house. At that moment, that little girl was still curled up, and her thin body was trembling incessantly. Clearly, she was still afraid, and her mind was filled with the appearance of that ferocious giant beast. However, she soon heard a soft voice calling out to her. When she raised her face that was covered in mud, a fairy-like, beautiful face entered her eyes. Why did she say fairy-like? Because in her eyes, only fairy-like people could have such a beautiful face. Sister fairy? Hearing this, Loring was slightly startled, but she quickly recovered and smiled sweetly at the little girl. Then she caressed the little girl's dirty head with her hand and said softly, "Big Sister is not a fairy, but don't worry, as long as Big Sister is here, that monster can no longer hurt you." Yes, the little girl nodded heavily. However, as she nodded, tears flowed out from her exquisite eyes that seemed to contain a starry sky. Her sorrowful appearance was extremely heart-wrenching. After half a day, Loring finally appeased the little girl. At the same time, she also obtained some information from the little girl. Ever since the sudden appearance of the giant beast, the villages around Blackwater Ridge had all met with misfortune. The little girl's family had all died at the hands of the giant beast, leaving only the little girl to escape with the villagers who were lucky enough to survive. It was just that perhaps she was really reluctant to leave the village, her home, or the pain of loneliness and helplessness. The little girl secretly returned to the village alone. What followed was the scene that the two of them had just seen. Hearing this, Yen Chutian felt a little distressed. At the same time, he also felt a little sympathetic, because this was very similar to his childhood experience in the Heaven Realm. It was just that since he had consciousness, he had already become a person who climbed up and rolled on the ground, doing everything he could to survive at the bottom. Therefore, Yen Chutian couldn't help but hate the giant black beast. He felt that maybe it was because of a similar thing that his family was destroyed, leaving only him in his infancy to live. Therefore, whether it was to complete the task or to eliminate the interference of searching for the spirit-scattering goo, Yen Chutian had already decided to get rid of the evil spirit beast. However, he also understood that if he wanted to get rid of the spirit beast with such cultivation, he had to plan carefully. If he was not prepared enough, the spirit beast would escape, and it might even threaten his life. If that was the case, the situation would not be good. Seeing that Yen Chutian seemed to be deep in thought, Loring didn't even need to ask to know that he should be thinking about how to deal with the ferocious spirit beast. Just like Yen Chutian, she also hated the spirit beast. It stirred up trouble in the Blackwater Ridge. She really didn't know how many lives it had killed, and how many families like the little girl in front of her had been destroyed. Therefore, she immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Yen Chu, why don't we join forces to enter the Blackwater Ridge to search, find the ferocious spirit beast, and kill it?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian gently shook his head. It was not that he refused to kill the evil spirit beast, but he had already thought of an excellent way to kill it. Since it was a spirit beast, it was naturally extremely sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In addition, the spirit beast seemed to have just broken through to the 4th level of the elixir, and the spiritual energy around it was slightly lacking. This was an opportunity to deal with it. With a plan in mind, Yen Chutian gently reached out his hand and gestured to Loring. When she took a step forward in confusion, he whispered into her ear and told her the plan one by one. At first, Loring was still blushing because of Yen Chutian's sudden, intimate action. However, when the other party told her the plan one by one, it made her put away her unnecessary thoughts. After listening to the plan clearly, the smile on her delicate face became even wider. "All right, we'll do as you say. Tell me, what do you need this lady to do?" When I fight with the spirit beast, just take care of the little girl." After some commotion, half a day quietly passed. Unknowingly, in an unknown small mountain stream on the other side of the Blackwater Ridge, a dense amount of spiritual energy suddenly spread out. Looking over, he saw a small jade bottle quietly lying in the messy mud. At this moment, the bottle was opened, and a pill that seemed to be shining with starlight was very eye-catching. The dense spiritual energy was also spreading out from it. If a cultivator with good eyesight was here, he would definitely recognize that this was a star source pill. However, in this dark mountain stream, how could such a precious pill be lost? The dense spiritual energy continued to spread, and this dense spiritual energy naturally could not be hidden from a certain huge body deep in the Black Forest. To it, this dense spiritual energy was as tempting and sweet as honey, and could not be ignored. However, this huge body did not act rashly in the end. Its huge body did not move at all, as if it did not feel the dense spiritual energy. However, there was a limit to its patience. When night fell, this huge body secretly passed through the black water, quickly heading towards the source of the spiritual energy. Walala! A huge and ferocious head suddenly poked out from under the black water, and two beams of light shot out from its white eyes, directly locking onto the jade bottle in the mountain stream. Even though it did not know what it was, it instinctively knew that it was something extremely useful to it. Therefore, its ferocious and ugly face immediately revealed a human-like look of greed. However, seemingly out of caution, the giant beast did not act rashly. It watched from afar and secretly spread its perception, searching for other powerful auras in the surroundings. After finding nothing, the giant beast finally could not suppress the greed in its heart and immediately pounced out, heading straight for the star source pill. However, when it landed in the mountain stream, a figure that had been hiding in the dark for a long time suddenly appeared. After glancing at the giant beast, he immediately made a hand seal, activating the huge formation that he had spent half a day meticulously setting up. Tai Heaven Sealing Formation, activate! Rumble. A rumbling sound rang out, and the entire earth shook. Around the mountain stream, beams of spiritual energy shot up into the sky, extremely dazzling, and trapped the giant beast. At the same time, the open jade bottle in the muddy mountain stream had disappeared along with the star source pill, causing the giant beast to pounce on empty air. Under such circumstances, how could the ferocious giant beast not understand that it had been tricked? In the next moment, the giant beast's white eyes locked onto the figure outside the light beams. How could it, who had unlocked its intelligence, not understand that it was this person who had set up this trap to lure it here? Moreover, after a few glances, it could also see that this figure was the human who had ruined its plans during the day. Hiss! The giant beast, snake-like, sharp tongue slowly flickered, and its long, narrow eyes were piercingly cold. It seemed that even if it was separated by the formation, it would still attack the person outside. At the same time, the person standing outside the formation revealed his face. It was Yen Chutian. It was not difficult to understand that the star source pill was the bait that Yen Chutian had specially set up to lure the giant beast into his Tai Heaven Sealing Formation. Chapter 163. Looking at the huge black beast that was obviously infuriated, the corner of Yen Chutian's mouth slightly curled into a sneer. Then he formed a seal with his hands, and the majestic spiritual energy condensed into a hand seal that merged into the formation. As the hand seal merged, the already majestic formation rumbled even more. A ray of golden light slowly appeared on the light screen on the side of the formation. It was the light of Tai, and it was also the special power of the Tai Heaven Sealing Formation. It was rumored that there was once a top formation master who laid down this Tai Heaven Sealing Formation. Endless light of Tai soared into the sky, covering the sky as if it could seal the sky. That was why it was called Heaven Sealing Formation. But, of course, it was impossible for Yen Chutian now, or when he was in the heaven realm, to display such amazing power. However, he was not facing the heavens, but only a fourth-level elixir spiritual beast in front of him. Against such an existence, his carefully prepared Tai Heaven Sealing Formation would not show any weakness. A wisp of the light of Tai slowly appeared. It seemed to be invisible, but when its tail shook slightly, an incomparably sharp will immediately spread out. Then this wisp of golden light, like a golden arrow, shot explosively towards the giant dark beast. As the light of Tai approached, the giant black, beast naturally sensed the terrifying power contained within it. Hence, how could it allow its body to withstand the attack? Instead, it spat out black gas from its mouth. The dense gas gathered and condensed into a black light shield that constantly changed shape and blocked in front of it. The light of Tai fiercely collided with the black light shield, and at the moment of collision, an ear-piercing sizzling sound resounded, like cold water meeting a soldering iron, constantly melting. When the ear-piercing sound gradually stopped, the ray of golden Tai had disappeared. Although the black light shield was not broken, in the center of the light shield, the part where the light of Tai came into contact with it was extremely thin, and the black gas was almost gone. Obviously, the ray of light of Tai just now almost penetrated the black shield. Although Yan Chutan felt that it was a pity that his attack had failed, he did not sigh. This was because he had more than one strand of Tai light within the Tai heaven sealing formation. Yan Chutian made another hand seal, and one seal after another was integrated into the formation. This time, 5 rays of Tai light spread out from the light screen on the edge of the formation and suspended above Yan Chutian's head. Then, with a change of his hand gesture, they suddenly shrouded the giant black beast. In the face of the 5 rays of Tai light, the giant black beast's expression became more and more solemn. Although it was still spitting out black gas, there was a substance that looked like dried magma slowly flowing above the black gas and fusing into the light shield. Boom! Boom! 5 rays of light of Tai descended one after another. However, this time, the 5 rays of light of Tai were unable to cause much damage to the black shield of light. Yan Chutian could clearly see that as the dried, magma-like substance flowed slowly, it actually consumed most of the power of the light of Tai. Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? At the same time, as if seeing that it had easily resolved Yan Chutian's attack, the giant black beast laughed mockingly at Yan Chutian in an extremely human-like manner. Its expression was full of arrogance. Yan Chutian could not help but feel that this was a little funny. It seemed that this spiritual beast that had gained intelligence did not have much intelligence at first, but it had learned the emotions of the human race thoroughly. If it only thought that this tortoise shell could block him, then it really did not take the Tai heaven sealing formation that he had set up seriously. Huff! With a light breath, Yan Chutian made another hand seal. This time, the hand seal was different from before, so the movement it caused was also different. Strands of light of Tai continued to spread out, and as they intersected, they actually slowly condensed into a golden spear. The spear was filled with golden light and vibrant colors, and there were also golden patterns revolving around it. It was extremely shocking. Tai heaven sealing formation. Tai golden spear. The moment the golden spear appeared, Yan Chutian exhaled, and a short sentence clearly described the power of this attack. In the next moment, the golden battle spear suddenly shot out. Because the speed of the golden battle spear was too fast, one could only see a fleeting golden light. In the blink of an eye, the golden battle spear ruthlessly smashed into the black light shield, and an astonishing rumble resounded once again. Boom, boom! Amidst the roar, the black light shield no longer had the indestructible defensive power from before. It was brazenly penetrated by the golden spear, and then the spear's power did not diminish, and it went straight for the giant black beast. The giant black beast clearly could not understand the destruction of the black light shield. Its originally mocking expression suddenly froze, and then it reacted later, could only use its own body to block. A giant snake tail burst out from the black water and fiercely collided with the golden spear. Boom! The golden spear was shattered by the snake's tail, but at the same time the snake's tail was also smashed backwards, falling into the black water. One could vaguely see that before the snake's tail fell into the water, there seemed to be some blood spraying out. Outside the mountain stream, Loring held the little girl's hand and looked at the battle that had erupted not far away. When she saw that the giant black beast was actually injured by Yen Chutian, she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, and her pretty face was filled with joy. The closer she got to this guy, the more she knew how many secrets this man was hiding. The power of the formation was just like that. Loring completely believed that even if this giant black beast was replaced by one of the peak holy sons of the southern region who was at the 4th level of elixir, the result of falling into Yen Chutian's formation would definitely not be good. It was to the extent that they could only be like this giant black beast, restrained and unable to move an inch. But of course, it wasn't that Luo Ling wasn't clear about the restrictions of this formation. Not to mention that Yen Chutian had spent a long time to arrange this formation, just by the fact that no cultivator would foolishly step into it. But even so, it was still shocking enough. Which one of the top holy sons in the southern region could set up such a terrifying formation? Sister Fairy, can Big Brother Yen defeat that monster? Beside Loring, the little girl who was holding her hand timidly asked. Hearing this, Loring laughed lightly, then said with a faint smile, "Believe in him. No matter what kind of demon or ghost it is, it will not be able to withstand a single blow in front of him." Being wounded, the face of the giant black beast became even more ferocious and terrifying. It could not imagine that it would be injured like this by the human race that it had always ignored and played with. Moreover, it was even lured into such a spirit array. Hiss! The giant black beast hissed and spat out a mouthful of black chi. This time, there was a purple light flickering within the black chi. As the purple light flickered, a ferocious skull suddenly stretched out and bit towards Yen Chutian. Even with the obstruction of the formation, Yen Chutian would not just watch the giant black beast attack. He immediately formed an incantation gesture and activated the formation. He once again drew out the light of Tai and fused it into a golden war spear. Bang! The golden war spear ruthlessly smashed onto the skull. But this time, the golden war spear was unable to achieve the same astonishing effect as before. It could only shatter at the same time as the skull. However, Yen Chutian did not care about the result of this collision. His mind was still replaying the scene of the purple light flashing. He seemed to be somewhat familiar with that scene. That was Chi. The giant black beast let out a cold roar. Dense black gas continued to surge out. As the black gas surged out, a purple light that was even more dazzling than before appeared. Moreover, this time, the purple light actually appeared in the giant beast's white eyes. It was extremely strange. However, this strange scene in the eyes of others was too familiar to Yen Chutian. In the heaven realm, before his identity was exposed by the Ghost Lord, he had once been a half-king. In the divine realm, he had secretly raised a unique spiritual beast, the purple-eyed beast centipede. Yen Chutian had seen the purple-eyed beast centipede not long after his rebirth. At that time, he had suspected that the claws and teeth of the divine realm had already extended to the mortal world. Now that he had seen the purple-eyed beast centipede again in the central plains, he was even more certain of his thoughts. The divine realm had already extended their claws and teeth into the mortal world. At this time, they were hidden in a dark corner that he could not see. What worried Yen Chutian was that he did not know if those claws and teeth had noticed him. Did they sense anything strange? Hiss! Chapter 164. Now that he knew the true identity of the giant black beast in front of him, it was too easy to deal with it. No matter what the giant beast's cultivation was, as long as it was a purple-eyed beast, Yen Chutian could easily defeat it, because he was once a half-step king in the divine realm. When the giant beast went berserk, Yen Chutian did not attack. Instead, he dispersed the formation and remained silent. Only when the giant black beast pounced towards him with the black fog flickering with purple light did he suddenly open his eyes. A strange light appeared in his eyes, accompanied by a string of complicated and ancient incantations. The giant beast's pouncing body immediately stiffened in the air, and then it crashed into the mountain stream with a rumble. following that, the giant beast lay motionless in the mountain stream. If it weren't for the 2 spots of purple light in its white eyes, one would have thought that it was already a corpse. Such a situation immediately made Luo Ling, who was silently observing from the back, greatly alarmed. If it was said that Yan Chutian's previous display had already made her greatly alarmed, then the fact that he had so casually suppressed the giant beast had simply caused a storm to rise in her heart. In Loring's eyes, Yan Chutian clearly did not do anything, and the giant black beast fell into the mountain stream as if it had suffered a heavy blow. How was this possible? Therefore, when Yan Chutian rushed back to her side, she was still looking at the former with a face full of shock. As for the little girl, she was even more so. The little girl would never have thought that this terrifying monster would not be able to resist Big Brother Yen at all. Rushing to Loring's side, without waiting for her to speak, Yan Chutian spoke first. "Senior Sister Loring, I still need this beast to bring me into the Black Forest to find something. Continue to protect this little girl. I'll be back soon." Hearing this, Loring could only lightly nod her head. However, as she nodded, she looked in the direction of the mountain stream and could not help but remind, "Be careful, after all, this beast is—" "I understand." Yan Chutian nodded heavily. There was not the slightest trace of worry on his face. He knew what Loring was worried about, but her worries were completely unnecessary. Yan Chutian did not use any small technique to temporarily control the giant beast, but used the special method of controlling the purple-eyed beast from the divine realm. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he asked the giant beast to self-destruct, it would not hesitate at all and would immediately do so. Yan Chutian's reaction more or less made Loring a little unhappy. She felt that her good intentions were being treated as ill intent, and she could not help but secretly curse. She then led the little girl to the destroyed of the village, but after walking for a distance, she could not help but say, "Be careful, we'll wait for you in the village." Yan Chutian nodded again. Then he returned to the side of the giant beast and unceremoniously descended on its head, controlling it to enter the depths of the Black Forest. The divine realm was able to create the purple-eyed beast puppet, so it naturally had perfect control over it. It could find out all the places it had been to in its memory, and it could also let it take him to find the things it had seen before. What Yan Chutian was doing now was letting the purple-eyed beast puppet take him to find the spirit-dispersing goo. Although it was called the spirit-dispersing goo, it was more accurate to say that it was the spirit-dispersing goo. Moreover, Yan Chutian wanted to get the mother worm. Only the mother worm would be stronger, and the spirit-dispersing goo would be more powerful. By now, Yan Chutian more or less knew the effect of the spirit-dispersing goo. If the spirit-dispersing goo invaded the body, it would probably quickly devour the spiritual energy in the body of the practitioner. This was the so-called spirit-dispersing goo. Even if the spirit-dispersing goo's power only had a slight effect on the northern region's Yin-Yang master, it was enough. Between strong practitioners, the slightest difference could determine the winner. The purple-eyed beast centipede carried Yan Chutian on its back as it traversed through the Black Forest. It was naturally not the only spiritual beast in this huge Blackwater Ridge, but it was clearly the overlord of this place. Wherever it went, the other spiritual beasts would retreat, not daring to encounter it. After traveling for half an hour, when the night became darker, the purple-eyed beast puppet's body finally stopped moving. At this moment, Yan Chutian opened his eyes and was quickly attracted by the spots of light gathered on a huge tree in the darkness. As a practitioner, even without using the spiritual eye, Yan Chutian could see clearly that each spot was a small worm, and the tail was the source of the light. At the same time, with a slight perception, she could sense that the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi was extremely thin, and the spiritual chi in the place where these light bugs were gathered was extremely dense. Yan Chutian did not need to think much to know that these little bugs were the scattering spirit goo worms. But there were so many little worms They were probably the child worms, and the mother worm should be surrounded by these child worms. Therefore, Yan Chutian's next move was simple. He immediately condensed a mass of rich spiritual energy and threw it into the distance. Spiritual energy was the food of the spirit-dispersing goo, and the spiritual energy was even more tempting to them. A large number of goo that were originally tightly gathered rushed out when Yan Chutian threw the mass of spiritual energy and went straight to the mass of spiritual energy. And when a large number of child worms flew out, Yan Chutian, who had sharp eyes, immediately caught a glimpse of a few larger white worms wriggling inside the mass of worms. This must be the mother worm of the spirit-dispersing goo. It was also at this moment that Yan Chutian abruptly shot up and gave a heavy kick to the beast puppet's head without the slightest care. Borrowing the rebounding force, he shot towards the several mother insects. However, Yan Chutian's action obviously attracted the attention of the mother worm, and it even made the remaining child worms riot. They rushed toward Yan Chutian fearlessly, wanting to destroy him, the intruder. It was just destined to make them desperate. If ordinary cultivators faced them, they might really have a headache. These spirit-dispersing goo were extremely terrifying when they devoured spiritual energy. Before the attack arrived, they would be devoured cleanly by them. But Yan Chutian didn't have to worry about this problem, because he not only grasped spiritual energy, but also grasped a strange power, Xianyang Qi. Urging the Xianyang Qi in his body, Yan Chutian, who burst out, suddenly reached out to grab the mother worms. The process was as expected. These mother worms couldn't hurt the Xianyang Qi in the slightest. They didn't face the sharp power of spiritual energy at all. So the next result was very simple. Since they couldn't do anything to the Xianyang Qi, the mother worms could only be captured by Yan Chutian and then put into a jade bottle. Seeing that the mother worm was caught, the spirit-dispersing goo became even crazier. But in any case, they couldn't do anything to Yan Chutian. A Xianyang Qi curtain isolated all their resistance. After harvesting a few goo worms, Yan Chutian couldn't help but smile excitedly. Because these mother worms were in his hands, it meant that he also got the spirit sea sand. As long as he could get the spirit sea sand, he could start to cultivate the Xianyang Qi. He was looking forward to the power of the Xianyang Qi. Carefully putting away the jade bottle, Yan Chutian flew back to the head of the beast puppet and then manipulated the beast puppet to go back. When Yan Chutian returned to the dilapidated village, the sky was already getting bright and the night had quietly passed. Back in the village, Yan Chutian caught a glimpse of Loring setting up a bonfire and roasting some meat on the bonfire. It's just that her cooking skills were obviously too poor. She was in a hurry, but the food on the bonfire was either not cooked or too burnt. This made Yan Chutian smile helplessly. Then he glanced back and saw that there were some good ingredients in front of him. So he immediately beheaded the beast puppet, cut some good fresh meat, and washed it, then rushed to the side of the bonfire. "You're back." Seeing Yan Chutian return, Loring smiled in surprise, but Yan Chutian didn't pay attention to her, but stared at the charred meat on the bonfire. "What are you looking at? How is it? Not bad, right?" Loring proudly raised her snow-white chin, but her little face was not good-looking at this time. There were black patches here and there like a little cat. So Yan Chutian couldn't help but smile helplessly. "Not bad, not bad. But you should go wash first. Leave this to me." "Humph, do you know how to?" Loring questioned without any shame, but when it came to washing, she couldn't help but realize something. She condensed a mirror with spirit energy and looked at her face, then immediately screamed, and then ran around to find water to wash. After she finished washing, she returned full of energy, and a tempting barbecue aroma immediately filled the air, making her lick her red lips, and her beautiful eyes lit up. This is Chapter 165. Loring could not wait to rush forward. At this time, the little girl was already sitting quietly by the campfire, eating the roasted meat. Her tender little face was full of satisfaction. This expression made Loring feel a little envious. She couldn't wait to squat beside the little girl, staring at Yen Chutian with eyes full of hope. Yen Chutian looked over and saw Loring's appearance. He couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, but his face was calm. He casually pointed to the bonfire that was still burning on the other side, and the roasted meat that seemed to be getting more and more charred. "Senior Sister Luo, your roasted meat is over there. Don't go the wrong way." Hearing this, Loring's pretty face suddenly froze, and then looked at Yen Chutian with a hint of gnashing teeth in her eyes. This guy, if his cooking skills were so good, he should have said so earlier. If he didn't say anything, of course she would be suspicious. However, in the end, she still had a request, so Loring did not dare to be presumptuous. She could only look at Yen Chutian pitifully, then look at the attractive golden roasted meat. Her pretty face had an aggrieved expression, and her red lips were pursed high again. Loring's expression finally made Yen Chutian helpless. He could only tear off a large piece of roasted meat and hand it to her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said with a smile, "Eat. If you show this expression, people who don't know will think that I did something to you." "Humph, it's you." Snatching the roasted meat, Loring did not forget to snort at Yen Chutian several times with a fierce face. Then she ate the roasted meat with satisfaction, enjoying the beauty of this moment. After an hour, the sky was completely bright. At this time, the large piece of roasted meat had been completely eaten. Loring and the little girl both touched their small stomachs with satisfaction, with a face full of happiness. At the same time, Yen Chutian also felt happy, but in addition to being happy, he was also worried about the little girl's future life. How could a lonely little girl with no family to rely on live independently? Thinking of this, Yen Chutian immediately pulled Loring aside and asked her about it. But what he didn't expect was that Loring had already thought of an answer. "Well, I asked her last night. She's willing to return to the sect with me, so I'll try to ask Master to accept her as a disciple. If it doesn't work, I'll be her master." Since Loring was willing to personally take care of the little girl, Yen Chutian naturally felt relieved. Therefore, when the two women had rested enough, Yen Chutian took the two women back to the southern mountain range. However, because they had brought along a little girl, the three of them only arrived at the entrance of the southern mountain range at dawn of the fourth day. Loring was Luo Qingyi's disciple, and Yen Chutian was one of the top holy princes in the southern region. Thus, the two of them easily brought the little girl into the southern region. Then, Loring settled the little girl in her cave residence before rushing to the sect mission pavilion with Yen Chutian to submit the mission. It was just that along the way, the surrounding disciples who caught a glimpse of the two of them were pointing at them. Yen Chutian could clearly see that those pointers were all directed at him. Yen Chutian was confused, but Loring's reaction was even simpler. She immediately walked up and asked the disciples who were pointing at them. After a while, Loring walked back with a strange expression on her face. She said to Yen Chutian, "You're in trouble, In the few days that we left, the news of you becoming one of the top holy princes in the southern region has also spread to the northern region." Thus, a top holy prince from the northern region immediately stood out and said that he wants to defeat you at the Tianji gathering to prove that you are a useless piece of trash. When Luo Ling finished speaking, Yen Chutian already knew everything. Because he didn't respond to the saint child of the northern region's threat, many of the northern and southern region's disciples who didn't know the situation would think that he was a coward and didn't dare to accept the challenge. However, even if he knew, Yen Chutian did not feel angry. After all, he never cared about what others thought of him. Regardless of whether others thought highly of him or mocked him, what could they do to him? Moreover, even if he stood out to respond now, there was not much meaning. He might as well prove himself at the Tianji gathering and use facts to shut the mouths of the masses. Thus, when Loring asked him how he should deal with it, Yen Chutian only smiled faintly and shook his head. Then, he continued to lead the way to the sect affairs pavilion. Killing a 4th-level elixir spiritual beast was a feat that shocked everyone once again. The deacon of the sect affairs pavilion also frowned. However, the person in front of him was Yan Chutian. After all, Yan Chutian had already created many miracles in the southern region. Now that he was able to kill a 4th-level elixir spiritual beast, it was only logical. After receiving the mission reward, Yan Chutian could not wait to part ways with Loring and go to the Saint Master Peak alone. This time, the Saint Master Peak seemed to have remembered his aura and allowed him to ascend to the peak without any hindrance. He appeared in front of the palace. Yan Chutian pushed open the door and entered. Inyang Master was sitting cross-legged under the short tree in the courtyard, just as he had seen him before. However, just as Yan Chutian took another step forward, an invisible aura locked onto him. Inyang Master, who was originally sitting cross-legged under the short tree, had already appeared in front of him. "You brought the item?" Inyang Master said indifferently. Hearing this, Yan Chutian also said indifferently, "Saint Master, I wonder if the spirit sea sand that this disciple needs." Yan Chutian's words clearly caused Inyang Master to frown, but he did not say anything in the end. His large hand seemed to grab at the air, and a small square bottle immediately appeared in his hand. Spirit sea sand. When Inyang Master spat out the 3 words spirit sea sand, it clearly caused Yan Chutian's eyes to burn, but he did not say anything. He immediately took out the small jade bottle that contained the spirit-scattering goo queen and handed it over to Inyang Master. When he handed over the jade bottle, Yan Chutian also grabbed the square bottle. Inyang Master was expressionless towards this, because he had sufficient confidence in himself. A small 4th-level elixir cultivator would not be able to cause any trouble in his hands. After receiving the jade bottle, the two of them glanced inside. After a glance, Inyang Master's expression was still cold, but the action of putting away the jade bottle had already proved that the spirit-scattering goo was correct. Similarly, Yan Chutian was the same. "Then, Saint Master, this disciple will take his leave." After putting away the spirit sea sand, Yan Chutian's mind quickly became fiery. He had already gathered all the things needed to cultivate the mysterious yang qi, so he could start to try cultivating it. As long as he could successfully cultivate it, it would be a huge increase in his strength. However, before Yan Chutian left, Inyang Master finally said, "When the time comes, come to my Saint Master Mountain and make your preparations." His brief words had already revealed his intentions without a doubt. He was going to make his move. Yan Chutian, who understood the meaning behind his words, had a slightly serious expression on his face. Then he gently nodded his head. After that, Inyang Master nodded his head again. Only then did he turn around and leave the Saint Master Mountain. After leaving the Saint Master Mountain, Yan Chutian rushed back to the cave. However, he did not expect that Mu Wan seemed to have been waiting for him outside the cave. She was squatting on the steps, looking at the weeping willow not far away, lost in thought. This scene of a beauty looking at a willow was extremely otherworldly. Yan Chutian could not bear to look at it and walked forward, afraid that he would destroy this beautiful scene. However, Yan Chutian could not bear to disturb her, but he did not expect that Mu Wan would be the first to discover him. Her beautiful eyes immediately looked at him. Being discovered by Mu Wan, Yan Chutian naturally no longer hid. He generously rushed forward and sat beside the former. "Wanner, are you specially waiting for me?" Yan Chutian asked in a low voice. Who would have thought that when Muin heard that, her beautiful eyes curved into a smile, causing Yan Chutian's heartbeat to accelerate. But just as Yan Chutian did not know what to say, Muan gently smiled and said, "I heard that you and Luo Shui's junior sister, Loring, did a mission together." This. Yan Chutian's nerves suddenly tensed up. He never thought that Mu Wan would actually mention this matter. This made him feel a trace of danger. However, the truth was the truth. Yan Chutian could not refute it, so he could only awkwardly nod his head. After he nodded, Muwan's beautiful face immediately became cold and indifferent. Although she did not say anything, it was obvious that she was angry. Chapter 166. In the depths of the cave, Yen Chutian slowly sat down cross-legged as he silently absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to adjust his condition. This adjustment lasted until noon before it finally stopped. But after it stopped, Yen Chutian clearly had no intention of going out. There were only 10 days until the Tianji assembly, and before the Tianji assembly he must successfully cultivate the mysterious yang qi condensation. Only then would he have a greater chance. Otherwise, even if the current Yen Chutian had the confidence to fight against the top holy sons of the northern region, the chances of victory could only be described as 50-50. Therefore, when Yen Chutian opened his eyes, his hands flashed with brilliance as heavenly treasures emerged one after another and landed around his body. Roughly speaking, the number of treasures could be counted on 2 hands. These were all necessary items to cultivate the mysterious yang qi condensation. The spirit sea sand and the dragon blood liquid were also among them. Looking at these heavenly treasures, Yen Chutian once again took a deep breath. Even he, who had always been calm, felt a trace of nervousness. The mysterious yang qi condensation was a strange technique recorded in the mysterious yang scripture. So even Yen Chutian did not have absolute confidence in learning it. If he was lucky enough to succeed, then so be it. But if he failed, then all his preparations would be in vain. However, Yen Chutian was not a wishy-washy and hesitant person. After taking a deep breath, he calmed his mind and raised his hand to grab the various heavenly treasures. The foundation method of profound yang qi condensation appeared in his mind as he began to move. The cultivation of the mysterious yang qi condensation had begun. After 3 days, Yen Chutian's cave was still deathly silent. But under the deathly silence on the surface, there was an oppressive turmoil in the depths of the cave. Yen Chutian was Yen Chutian after all. Even if he did not have absolute confidence, there was not a single mistake in the foundation method. Thus, at this moment, there were many blood-red threads spreading out from his body. They ran through his limbs and head, and finally converged at his heart. Everything had been smooth sailing up to this point. But Yen Chutian didn't feel the slightest bit of arrogance, because he had been following the prescribed order until now. As long as the person wasn't stupid, there wouldn't be any mistakes. What came next was the key. Condense mystic yang qi. Yen Chutian's eyes narrowed. The next step was to condense the mysterious yang qi into his heart. This strand of mysterious yang qi was different from the mysterious yang qi in his dantian. It was similar to the existence of a fire source. At the same time, this strand of profound yang qi needed to be fused with the blood dragon liquid and wrapped in the spirit sea sand. The blood dragon liquid could provide it with surging vitality, while the spirit sea sand could create a strange space. Otherwise, if he directly integrated the profound yang qi into his heart, not only would he fail to successfully cultivate the profound yang qi condensation, but he would also be harmed or even die a tragic death. So to speak, this step was not only difficult but also risky. But still, Yen Chutian was not a hesitant person. Since he had reached this step, how could he stop cultivating the profound yang qi condensation? In the next moment, Yen Chutian opened a jade bottle, and a lifelike, blood-colored dragon flew out, as if it wanted to escape. However, how could Yen Chutian let the blood dragon liquid, which he had obtained with great difficulty, escape? Immediately, the spiritual power in his hand surged and sucked the blood-colored dragon into his palm. Then Yen Chutian swallowed the blood-colored dragon into his abdomen without hesitation, wrapped it with spiritual power, and sent it to his heart. After swallowing the blood dragon liquid, the spirit sea sand was also swallowed by Yen Chutian, and then he continued to construct and fuse according to the cultivation method of profound yang qi condensation. But in this process, the difficulty was also revealed. There were several times when the constructed space had the possibility of collapse, and the blood dragon liquid was like a living creature, screaming and struggling to resist. However, Yen Chutian was lucky in the end. He withstood the difficulties again and again. Finally, the wisp of profound yang qi integrated into the blood dragon liquid, and was then wrapped by the spirit sea sand space and integrated into his heart. The instant he fused with it, Yen Chutian felt waves of berserk blood rolling around his body. His limbs and bones were brimming with power, as though he could split apart a huge mountain and tear apart the earth with a single move. The vigorous life aura continued to surge, and with his heart as the origin, it continued to flow to his limbs and bones. At this point, how could Yen Chutian not understand that he had finally succeeded in cultivating the profound yang qi condensation? Therefore, at this moment, Yen Chutian's face showed an excited smile. His hard work was not in vain. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the profound yang qi condensation. Even if he had only just constructed the foundation, he felt that he was much stronger than before. This point was especially reflected in the surge of blood and spirit energy, which was more than twice as large as before. It could be imagined that if the study of the profound yang qi condensation continued to deepen, this increase would continue to increase, reaching an astonishing level. This profound yang qi condensation did not disappoint Yen Chutian. With the intention of striking while the iron was hot, Yen Chutian was still not in a hurry to come out of seclusion. Instead, he consolidated the profound yang qi condensation in the cave. After all, this was only the initial success, and there were still many things that could be improved. Therefore, Yen Chutian finally came out of seclusion on the second day before the Tianji assembly. Now, his appearance and aura had not changed. But if one observed carefully, they would be able to see that he seemed to be somewhat different from before. Mu Wan could see this, but she did not say anything. In her opinion, this should be the result of Yen Chutian's seclusion in the past 10 days. Did you succeed? Mu Wan seemed to ask casually, and Yen Chutian nodded heavily when he heard this, then smiled and said, "After a few days of hard work, I finally succeeded. I think that if I were to fight against the top holy sons of the northern region, I would have a lot of confidence." Yen Chutian, who was looking at Mu Wan with a smile, suddenly noticed something. After a slight shock, he could not help but smile bitterly. "Wan, you broke through again." Mu Wan had never hidden her aura from the beginning to the end, and now she was a genuine third-level elixir cultivator. Mu Wan was probably the only person in the entire Tianji sect who could advance her cultivation base at such a fast speed. However, because of Mu Wan's special situation, Yen Chutian could not be envious even if he wanted to. Moreover, Mu Wan had become much stronger, which was also good news for him. Even if he accidentally lost to the holy son of the northern region, Mu Wan would still be able to take back the other slot. However, Yen Chutian did not want to end up like this. After all, he was an upright man. How could he rely on a woman to get a slot? Even if it was the woman he loved, it would not do. Mu Wan nodded lightly when she heard this, and a smile also appeared on her beautiful face. Her cultivation breakthrough made her happy. As long as her cultivation surpassed Yen Chutian's, or was on par with his, she would never be a burden, and could even help him do some things. This was Mu Wan's thought. Then, the two of them fell silent, each with their own thoughts. After a while, Mu Wan said, "All right, during the few days you were in seclusion, the holy son of the northern region said something to you again. Because you appeared in the southern region during this time, many disciples believed that you did not dare to accept the challenge. So, Mu Wan did not continue. Instead, a furious expression appeared on her beautiful face. What did these people know? Yen Chutian was not cowardly and did not dare to accept the challenge. Instead, he was constantly strengthening himself. Yen Chutian was not angry at all when he heard this, because this was the same as when he had returned to the southern region that day. It was just that the pointing and pointing had become more and more intense. However, it was still the same question. What did the looks of others have to do with him? In the end, wouldn't he still have to rely on the battle on Tianji to determine the victor? If he won, all the looks he received now would naturally be reversed, and the Holy Son of the northern region who had spoken would lose all his face and no longer have a foothold. Therefore, Yan Chutian could not help but smile coldly. He looked up into the distance, where the northern region was. At the same time, the atmosphere of the entire Heavenly Secrets sect was constantly heating up. If the Holy Sun selection in the northern and southern region was just the prelude, then the upcoming Tianji would be the climax after the prelude. This seemingly ordinary, heavenly opportunity would, in reality, decide too many things. All the elders of the north and south region would cast their gazes over, and even the vice sect master and sect master would personally come to preside over this grand occasion. In short, if one could shine at the Tianji gathering, then one would be the top genius of the entire Heavenly Secret sect, and one would be qualified to become one of the most glorious young geniuses of the Central Plains. Chapter 167. Under everyone's anticipation. The day of Tianji's arrival finally arrived. It was early in the morning, and the entire Tianji sect was bustling with excitement. Countless disciples were standing on the mountain at the border between the northern and southern regions. These disciples also looked up at the sky because there were several elders hovering in the air on both sides of the boundary. Flags were raised high in their hands, and with the infusion of spiritual power, light pillars shot into the sky and rushed into the boundary. After the light pillars of spiritual power merged into the boundary that originally separated the northern and southern regions gradually melted away, and there was no longer any barrier between the northern and southern regions. However, even if the boundary was really opened, it only covered a small space at the border. At the same time, there were countless deacons guarding the territory of the northern and southern regions below. When the barrier was broken through, Yan Chutian and the rest of the top 10 heaven prides from the southern region had a change in expression. Shortly after, an elder from the southern region called out to them and asked them to land on a platform that looked like a mountain that had been flattened by a giant sword. On the opposite side, there was also a huge platform that had been flattened by a giant mountain in the northern region. 10 figures, both men and women, jumped on it, and each of them had a proud look on their faces. That was the arrogance that the disciples of the northern region always had for the disciples of the southern region. At this time, the boundary had been opened, so the powerful aura that lingered around the 10 holy sons of the northern region surged and rushed toward Yan Chutian and the others. Yan Chutian did not show any expression, but Su Jian snorted coldly. Obviously, he who had always been arrogant could not bear such contempt. However, even if Yan Chutian was expressionless, the holy sons of the northern region still looked at him with disdain. In their eyes, Yan Chutian was just a piece of trash from the southern region. If he was in the northern region, he would have been beaten to the ground like a dead dog. And amidst these disdainful gazes, Yan Chutian felt a cold gaze. He looked back and saw that at the right side of the 10 from the northern region, there was a white-faced youth with long hair who was tightly locking onto him. With such a gaze, it was hard for him not to associate this long-haired, white-faced young man with the northern region's peak saint who had openly looked down on him some time ago. As Yan Chutian stared at him, the indifferent Mu Wan turned her head slightly and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "He is the top holy son of the northern region, Jinlan." Yan Chutian didn't answer Mu Wan, but Mu Wan didn't answer him either. The tacit understanding between them didn't need to be expressed through words. Jinlan. Yan Chutian silently mused in his heart. This Jinlan's cultivation wasn't weak, being at the 4th level of elixir. Furthermore, he must have condensed spirit runes as well. However, even so, he wasn't a pushover. Those fellows who wanted to bully him had already been defeated by him. After staring at Yan Chutian for a long time, the long-haired, white-faced youth, Jinlan, finally shifted his gaze away. He whispered something to the other youth beside him, seemingly completely ignoring Yan Chutan. In Jinlan's opinion, it was already a great honor for him to pay attention to him. If he continued to look at him, he would be paying too much attention to him. Why should he pay attention to a trash from the southern region who was no match for him? But Jinlan didn't know that although he deliberately ignored Yan Chutian didn't pay attention to him at all. If Jinlan knew this, someone as arrogant as him would probably want to ruthlessly trample Yan Chutian under his feet. On the high platform, the 10 holy sons of the northern and southern region silently acknowledged each other. But below the platform, the disciples of the northern and southern region were not so quiet. Both sides engaged in a heated debate. Even if they wouldn't normally support their holy sons, they would naturally do their best to support their holy sons in a grand event like the Tianji meeting. This was a matter of which side they stood on. And in such a battle of words, the holy sons of the northern region usually had the upper hand. Whether it was in terms of the number of disciples or the degree of enthusiasm, the northern region surpassed the southern region. Especially since the disciples of the northern region could bring out the glorious battle results of the past Tianji meetings, suppressing the southern region to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. Humph, my northern region has many holy sons, and we can suppress your southern region to the point where you can't raise your heads every time. This Tianji meeting will naturally be the same. I think your southern region should obediently disband and merge with our northern region, lest you continue with this kind of meeting whose outcome is already set. You're wrong. Our northern region isn't a place that just anyone can enter. Haha, unrestrained laughter accompanied by arrogant words rang out, grating on the ears of the southern domain disciples. However, they just couldn't find anything to refute this because what the northern region's holy son said was the truth. They didn't know when it started, but the southern region had always been suppressed by the northern region to the point of being unable to raise their heads, until they were suppressed to the point of being in their current pitiful state. But in the end, there were still disciples who stood out and spoke the words in their hearts. But these disciples' words only received the cold sneers of the northern region disciples. Thus, the southern region disciples all looked towards the platform where their holy sons were. They understood that only by proving their holy son's strength could they wash away the years of humiliation. Unfortunately, most of these gazes were locked onto Luo Shui, Su Jian, and the others. Almost no one looked at Yan Chutian. Actually, this was easy to understand. Even though Yan Chutian had become one of the top holy sons, all the disciples thought that this was already Yan Chutian's limit. He probably wouldn't be of much use in the battle with the top holy sons of the northern region. Yan Chutian's expression remained calm when he sensed the unintentional meaning. This was already within his expectations. He understood that most of the disciples didn't think highly of him now. They even hated him because he didn't respond to Jinlan's contemptuous words. But Yan Chutian didn't expect that at this moment, a young girl's firm voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. He looked over and saw that the source of the cheers was the girl he was familiar with, Zhou Qing. At this moment, Zhou Qing's face was red as she shouted with all her might. She didn't care about the reactions of the people around her at all. She was just silent in her own world. Even Yan Chutian didn't expect such a sudden situation. After being stunned for a moment, he forced a helpless smile. It seemed that he hadn't reached the point of being pitiful in the southern region. The girl's enthusiastic cheers seemed to have a strange charm that gradually infected some of the disciples around her. They also echoed her and shouted loudly. However, this situation made the disciples of the northern region scoff at it. The other disciples of the southern region felt extremely embarrassed and couldn't help but want to reprimand them. The atmosphere was restless until a certain moment, when the figure of a white-haired old man suddenly descended from the sky under the escort of many elders. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the white-haired old man's cultivation had probably reached the peak of the Yuanying realm and was only one step away from breaking through. But from this, he knew that he wasn't the sect leader of the Tianji sect. A peak Yuanying expert wasn't enough to make such a huge force like the Tianji sect a second-rate force in the Central Plains. Sure enough, in the next moment, an elder addressed him as Deputy Sect Leader Zhu. He must be one of the 2 deputy sect leaders of the Tianji sect. After responding to the elders, Deputy Sect Leader Zhu looked at the many disciples on the ground. The sect leader and deputy sect leaders were influential figures that were independent of the northern and southern region. Therefore, regardless of whether they were disciples of the northern or southern region, they were treated equally. Therefore, his dignified voice slowly spread. Disciples of the Tianji sect, the sect leader is still in seclusion. Therefore, I, Zhu Yin, will host this grand event of the Tianji sect. Yes, deputy sect leader, not only the many disciples who are watching the battle, but even the top holy sons of the northern and southern region on the 2 platforms and the elders beside Zhu Yin in the sky bowed slightly at this moment to show their respect. Seeing this, Zhu Yun continued to speak. Well then, I, Zhu Yin, hereby announce that the grand event of the Tianji sect officially begins. The top holy sons of the northern and southern region, listen up. Yes, sir. Chapter 168. Zhu Yan's voice was loud and his majestic aura spread out. Everyone who heard him was excited. Unexpectedly, this Zhu Yin was quite good at stirring up the fanaticism of his disciples. Immediately after, 2 spirit rivers surged out from Zhu Yan's hands and spread to the disciples on the 2 platforms. Light balls floated in the spirit rivers, and the numbers from 1 to 10 could be seen engraved on them. The top holy sons of the north and south region will draw their numbers. After the spirit rivers appeared, Zhu Yun spoke again. Hearing this, the holy sons of the north and south region raised their hands. Without any movement, light balls were drawn from the spirit rivers and landed in their hands. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. The light balls in the 2 spirit rivers had numbers from 1 to 10. As long as they drew the same number, they would be their opponents in the Tianji meet. The rules of the Tianji meet were very simple. If they won, they would advance to the next round. If they lost, they would be eliminated. After a certain round, the Heavenly Secrets gathering would end when there was only one top-notch saint left from a certain side. In the past, the North region had always been able to suppress the South region. It was at this Tianji meet that all the top holy sons of the South were eliminated. There was even one time when the holy sons of the South region only lasted until the second round before all the participating holy sons were eliminated. It was a crushing defeat. Back to the topic, Yen Chutian held the light ball in his hand, and his eyes gradually focused on the number. That was 3. 3, Yen Chutian softly muttered. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual energy shot out from the ball of light. At the same time, another beam of spiritual energy shot out from the other side. The 2 beams of light collided and fused together. This scene was extremely familiar, so Yen Chutian immediately looked at the other spirit light pillar. Then his gaze collided with a cold and arrogant gaze. The owner of the gaze had long hair and a fair face. Although he was not handsome, he was delicate and pretty. In addition to his powerful strength, he was also the target of many female disciples of the North region. However, Yen Chutian did not have a good impression of him. This was because this guy was the holy son of the North region, Jinlan, who had been constantly mocking him. I didn't expect to meet him in the first round. It seems that the saying was true. Enemies often cross paths. At the same time, Jinlan, who had also clearly seen Yen Chutian's face, involuntarily laughed coldly. He did not expect that he would actually so coincidentally meet that trash from the southern region. Perhaps even the heavens were helping him, allowing him to ruthlessly trample on this trash from the southern region, just as he had said. Thinking about it, he would be delighted to see the other party's pained and wretched expression when he stepped on him, wouldn't he? Just like Yen Chutian and Jinlan, the gazes of the top 10 holy sons of the North and South region all clashed with each other due to the light pillars. Immediately after, a tense atmosphere spread out. Especially the two people who had drawn number 1, they were eager to give it a try. This was because the battle between the two of them would begin first. The Tianji meeting was similar to the top-notch saints election, but there were also differences. For example, every battle was the only focal point in the world. This was a form of respect for every top-notch saint. After that, a huge arena emerged from the ground and descended to the heavens. Under Zhu Yan's command, the top holy sons of the North and South region who had drawn number 1 shot out and landed on the arena. The holy sons of the two sides looked at each other coldly. Then, without any words, a fierce battle immediately erupted. Turbulent spiritual energy swept out, stirring up huge storms that soared into the sky. From the moment the two of them started to fight, this grand event of the entire Tianji sect had begun. Both of them were at the 4th level of the elixir realm, and the aftermath of their battle was extremely huge. The aura displayed by each of their moves shocked all the disciples of the North and South region who were watching the battle. However, no matter how shocked they were, the disciples of the North region still had great confidence. No matter how strong the Holy Son of the South region was, he would not be a match for the Holy Son of the North region. Even if he could barely hold on for a while, he would only be defeated miserably in the end. Compared to the confidence of the disciples of the North region, the disciples of the South region were anxious. The South region had always been suppressed by the North region, so they were eager to make a comeback. They hoped that their top holy son of the South region could suppress the holy son of the North region and wash away their humiliation. However, the results were often not as they wished. Perhaps the top holy son of the North region was really extraordinary. As the spiritual energy surged, the holy son of the South region, who was at the 4th level of the elixir realm, was forced back several steps before he could stabilize himself. After forcing his opponent back, the top holy son of the North region revealed a proud expression. Then he said contemptuously, "What? Is this all the so-called top holy son of the South region can do?" As soon as he said that, the disciples of the South region were furious. The holy son of the South region, who had been forced back, was also furious. This was a naked humiliation to him. How could he tolerate it? Flame chi cut. The battle continued, and the spiritual energy surged. After an unknown period of time, the holy son of the South region was once again forced back. His face was flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood when he stabilized himself with difficulty. This scene made the disciples of the North region cheer, and they looked at the disciples of the South region with pride. This was the top holy son of the North region. No matter who the South region disciple was, they could not cause any trouble. At the same time, the eyes of the disciples of the South region dimmed. Could it be that the South region could only lose to the North region? Boom! Boom! The battle continued, but the final result was obvious when the holy son of the South region spat out blood and was forced to retreat. Even though he gritted his teeth and persevered, he was still defeated and fell out of the arena. The top holy son of the South region had lost the first round. Ha! The so-called top holy son of the South region is indeed not worth mentioning. Of course, how can the top holy son of the South region compare to the top holy son of the North region? If they join the North region, I'm afraid they won't even be ranked among the holy sons. Haha, the North region is mighty and unparalleled. The disciples of the North region were proud and overjoyed. In comparison, the disciples of the South region were much more depressed. However, no matter how the disciples of both sides were feeling, the Heavenly Secret Society would not stop because of this. Soon, the second round of the battle began. Both sides were top holy sons with level 4 elixir cultivation. However, the white-haired holy son of the North region, who was also at level 4 elixir cultivation, caused a much greater commotion. The disciples of the north region looked at the holy son of the south region with contempt and even sympathy. It's Rin Qiu. The holy son of the south region is in trouble. The holy son of the south region is unlucky. Rin Qiu is a cold-faced Hades. He doesn't hold back when he fights. In the past, many disciples of the south region would be unconscious in bed for half a month. I hope the holy son of the south region won't be so miserable in the hands of Rin Qiu. Many people were worried about the holy son of the south region. It was obvious that the holy son of the north region, Rin Qiu, was extremely famous in the north region. Otherwise, he would not have caused such a commotion. Due to the words of the disciples of the north region, the disciples of the south region began to feel uneasy. However, the results of the battle were exactly what they were afraid of. When the battle began, Ren Qiu quickly suppressed the holy son of the south region, rendering him unable to resist. The Heavenly Secret Society's first and second round of the battle between the north region and the south region still ended in the north region's victory. TSK, the holy son of the south region, is really good-looking, but useless. He could only last so long in the hands of Rin Qiu. It's not easy. This might be the limit of the holy son of the south region. It's not easy at all. The disciples of the south region were even more depressed. They did not expect the second round to be even worse than the first round. At this moment, they were eagerly hoping for a reversal of the battle. Otherwise, if the north region continued to win, the south region would lose face. However, when the holy sons of the north and south region appeared in the third round of the battle, the disciples of the south region were extremely disappointed. This was because the representative of the south region was Yan Chutan. It's actually that cowardly turtle. There's no need to watch this battle. How can this trash win? Previously, when the holy son of the north region was arrogant, he retreated and did not dare to show himself. What can he do now that he's in the Heavenly Secret Society? Don't tell me he's going to surrender? Chapter 169. Perhaps when Yan Chutian became a pinnacle saint son, he had quite a reputation. But when Jin Lan repeatedly spoke contemptuously to him, he did not respond. Thus, the attitude of the Southern Domain disciples towards him became hostile. To them, Yan Chutian didn't dare to accept the challenge and purposely hid himself. So, how could they be nice to someone as cowardly as a mouse? Now, in the Heavenly Secret Conference, they believed that Yan Chutian had come out to make a fool of himself. They feared that he would be suppressed by Jin Lan in an instant. Just thinking of that scene made them feel deeply humiliated. The mocking voices were like waves that kept on coming. Even the cheers from before had disappeared. Only Zhou Qing was left at a loss and didn't know what to do. This situation made Jin Lan smile sarcastically. He said to Yan Chutian, "Tisk, it seems like you don't have much of a place in their hearts." Yan Chutian's expression was calm. It seemed that no matter how the disciples reacted, they couldn't affect him. The calm Yan Chutian stared at Jin Lan indifferently. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Jin Lan's shell. It made him feel very uncomfortable. "Isn't this what you want?" Jin Lan's gaze turned cold. He then sneered and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "So what if I am?" Right now, in the eyes of the Southern Region disciples, you are nothing but a coward. Later, I will help you live up to this title. Enjoy it. However, even though Jin Lan had said such straightforward words, Yan Chutian's expression remained calm from beginning to end. This made him very puzzled. Why was the other party not flustered and exasperated at all? It felt like he had punched a ball of cotton with all his might, but it was completely useless. But even so, Jin Lan wouldn't change his mind. In his opinion, Yan Chutian's heart should be burning with rage right now, and he was merely clenching his teeth and enduring. But it didn't matter. Once he stepped on Yan Chutian, Yan Chutian's disguise would be completely torn apart. Jin Lan was rather curious as to what kind of madness was hidden under Yan Chutian's unperturbed face. At the same time, after 2 consecutive victories, some of the elders of the northern region laughed proudly. The northern region disciples were arrogant and domineering. Of course, they were the same. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a disciple. At this time, a middle-aged holy son with a big belly glanced at Han Qin. Even though he was far away, he said telepathically, "I'm sorry, Elder Han Qin. I heard that this person is one of the disciples you brought back. Unfortunately, because of Jinlan, he will have to stop here." Hearing this, Han Qin coldly glanced at the other party, anger gradually growing in his heart. As usual, this fatty had a cheap mouth, and never let go of any opportunity to mock him. However, with Zhu Yun present, it was impossible for him to make a move in the end. He could only pause for a moment before saying with a fake smile, "Then I'll congratulate the northern region in advance. However, I still have to remind Elder that it's best to be careful until the last moment. Don't fail miserably. Ha ha ha. It's just a small ditch. Just crush it. How can it make a huge ship capsize? Ha!" On the stage, Yan Chutian and Jinlan had both landed. Jinlan would not be the slightest bit courteous. Since he had already said those ruthless words, he would naturally do as he said. His body moved slightly. In the blink of an eye, his body transformed into several afterimages. He appeared in front of Yan Chutian like a ghost and slammed his palm down. This palm contained the full power of a 4th-level elixir. If an ordinary 3rd-level elixir cultivator took it head-on, they would be blown away immediately because the gap between the two was too big. But Yan Chutian was an exception. Even though he was only a 1st-level elixir cultivator, he could overcome all difficulties and become one of the top holy sons in the southern region. So, it was not a problem for him to take this palm head-on. When the palms collided, turbulent air waves were sent flying. But as the spiritual energy surged, Yan Chutian's thin and small body didn't move at all. This made the proud disciples of the northern region a little surprised. It seemed that the situation wasn't as they thought. At the same time, Jinlan was also a little surprised. He knew the power of his own attack best. This seemingly ordinary palm was enough to defeat a 3rd-level elixir cultivator. How could this guy, who was only a 1st-level elixir cultivator, take it head-on? Hey, you have some skills. Some rumors aren't completely fabricated. After the initial shock, Jinlan still sneered mockingly. Since the other party was a top holy son of the southern region, he should have some strength. Otherwise, if he was easily defeated by Jinlan, the southern region would really lose face. But so what if he had some resistance? He, Jinlan, was not someone who could be casually defeated. The attack just now was just a test. He hadn't used his real strength yet. In the next moment, Jinlan stomped on the stage. A circle of shocking spiritual energy ripples quickly spread out. In the midst of this impact, spiritual energy surged and gathered in his body like a waterfall. In a moment, it condensed into a stone platform. As it trembled slightly, majestic power surged wildly. It was extremely shocking. Beyond the heaven stage, Jinlan muttered. The moment the final word rang out, the entire stone platform violently trembled. Shortly after, it began to descend towards Yan Chutian. From the looks of it, it seemed that it was going to smash him into a meat patty. Obviously, Jinlan had used his real strength. At this moment, many of the disciples of the northern region sneered. In their opinion, since Jinlan had used such a spiritual technique, the outcome of the battle should be decided. How could a mere level 1 elixir be a match for a level 4 elixir cultivator, no matter how strange it was? Boom! As the stone platform pressed down, Yan Chutian did not evade. Instead, he chose a scene that many people found hard to understand. He actually used his body to meet the stone platform head-on. This caused countless people who were not optimistic about him to snort disdainfully. Jinlan was using a spirit technique attack, and Yan Chutian actually chose to use his body to block it. If this was not courting death, what else could it be? However, What they didn't know was that Yan Chutian had tempered a second-grade profound young body. That was why he dared to do such a bold thing. The strength of a second-grade profound young body was something that Yan Chutian had already estimated after many battles. Bang! The muffled sound of the stone platform and the body colliding rang out repeatedly. However, what surprised countless people was that when the stone platform collided, the seemingly thin and small body did not show any signs of collapsing. Instead, the indestructible stone platform rapidly collapsed and turned into nothingness. This result caused quite a stir, especially the disciples of the northern region. At this moment, their mouths were wide open and their faces were full of disbelief. This result was truly a little unexpected. At the same time, the disciples of the southern region were also shocked. They could not believe it. Could it be that the miracles that Yan Chutian had created in the southern region could be extended to this day? Looking at the collapse of his spiritual technique and the unscathed opponent, Jean Lan's face darkened. This result was completely different from what he had expected. According to his expectations, after being attacked by his spiritual technique, even if the opponent could still hold on, he should have been injured. How could this be? Ahem! Elder Han's disciple is quite capable. In the group of elders of the northern region, the big-bellied, middle-aged elder had an unnatural expression as he spoke to ease his embarrassment. However, Han Qin did not pay attention to him at all. His words were completely muttered to himself, so he could not ease his embarrassment. Instead, he became even more furious. Therefore, he could not help but secretly snort angrily. Then, he coldly looked at Yan Chutian from afar. He did not believe it. Previously, the Chosens of the southern region, who were all at the 4th level of the primal core stage, had all lost at the hands of the Chosens of the northern region. How could a mere 1st level primal core disciple before him possibly overturn the situation? After his attack failed, Jean Lan's face darkened. However, because of this, he no longer held back. He immediately activated the spiritual inscriptions on his elixir and used his most powerful technique. Immortal Crane Inscription. Chapter 170. As the spiritual inscriptions were activated, a lifelike holy crane descended from the sky. The crane spread its wings slightly, and a huge wave of spiritual energy rippled out. It was hard to imagine how powerful the spiritual inscriptions would be if the crane launched an attack. Forcing Jinlan to use the immortal crane true rune, the southern region saint should be at his limit. I heard that the southern region saint has also condensed spiritual inscriptions, although I don't know if it's true or not. So what if he has condensed spiritual inscriptions? He's no match for Jinlan. Condensing spiritual inscriptions might be fake. Even if it's really condensed, it must be very weak. I just didn't expect that the southern region saint would be defeated by this spiritual inscriptions. I'm afraid that the so-called saint is a fake. When the Jinlan spirit rune was activated, the disciples of the northern region revealed their arrogance again. In their opinion, the activation of the spiritual inscriptions would determine the outcome of the battle. The power of the Jinlan spirit rune was so strong that even the saint of the northern region, who was at the 3rd level of the elixir realm, was no match for it, let alone the person from the southern region, who was only at the 1st level of the elixir realm. Even if he had shown some amazing things, it was impossible for him to turn the tables on the power of the spiritual inscriptions. At the same time, the disciples of the southern region, who were happy because of Yan Chutian's performance, were worried again. After all, Jinlan was at the 4th level of the elixir realm. With such cultivation, the spiritual inscriptions that he continuously condensed were much more powerful than the spiritual inscriptions of Zhou Xian and Yi Qing. Therefore, even if Yan Chutian's spiritual inscriptions could gain an advantage in front of Zhou Xian and Yi Qing, it would be too weak in front of Jinlan. And if he couldn't win in terms of spiritual inscriptions, even if Yan Chutian's battle with Jinlan was amazing, it would be useless. In the end, he would not be able to escape defeat. The disciples of the southern region tensed up at this moment. Seeing that his opponent was activating the spiritual inscriptions, Yan Chutian's expression was normal. Even if Jin Lan's spiritual inscriptions were stronger than Zhou Xian and Yi Qing's, he was not unprepared. He had never given up on the refinement of the spirit runes and had been working on it every single day. Moreover, after successfully cultivating the mysterious yang qi condensation, Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised to find that the mysterious yang qi condensation actually had a beneficial effect on the condensation of his spirit runes. As a result, the seemingly short period of half a month had already made his spiritual inscriptions much stronger than when he fought with Yi Qing. Without saying much, after retracting his gaze, Yan Chutian, who closed his eyes slightly, also activated the power of the spiritual pattern in his dantian. Strands of strange patterns appeared in his eyes, and then condensed into the shape of a giant sword. When he opened his eyes, it was projected between heaven and earth. Like the red-crowned crane with spiritual tattoos, the appearance of the giant sword with spiritual tattoos attracted countless gazes. This was not the first time that many of the Southern Region disciples had seen this spirit inscription. At this moment, they were all apprehensive. As for those Northern Region disciples who were unfamiliar with this sword-shaped spirit inscription, even though they did not know what it was, they still looked down at it with pride. In their opinion, Yan Chutian's spirit inscription was definitely no match for Jin Lan's spirit inscription. There was a gap of 3 small realms. How could the spirit inscriptions condensed by such a gap be compared with Jin Lan's spirit inscription? Did he really condense the spirit inscription? Glancing at the sword-shaped spirit inscription that appeared between heaven and earth, Jin Lan said indifferently, and then a trace of contempt appeared on his face. Just like those Northern Region disciples, he disdained the spirit inscription condensed by Yan Chutian, but he knew the power of his own red-crowned crane spirit inscription. Therefore, he had even foreseen the following result. When his spirit inscription collided with Jin Lan's sword-shaped spirit inscription, his sword-shaped spirit inscription would not last for a moment and would immediately be defeated and scattered. Thinking of this, Jin Lan did not hesitate and immediately shouted in a low voice. The moment he shouted, the holy red-crowned crane spread its wings, and a more powerful aura than before surged out. The spectating disciples could not help but sigh. Jin Lan really had the right to be arrogant. The red-crowned crane spread its wings and pounced. At this moment, Yan Chutian also manipulated his spirit inscription. The sword-shaped spirit inscription rushed into the sky and slashed down at the red-crowned crane that was pouncing on him. Bang! Boom! The red-crowned crane and the giant sword collided fiercely under countless gazes. Suddenly, with the collision as the center, majestic spirit power ripples spread wildly around the arena. It seemed that the ripples were too strong. An old deacon actually took action and used his own spirit power to block the spreading ripples and annihilate them. Everyone's eyes shifted to the center of the collision, where there was a dazzling spirit light. But even though it was dazzling, everyone could still vaguely see that the 2 huge spirit inscriptions were constantly attacking each other, trying to defeat each other. Therefore, the situation was in a stalemate. However, this result was obviously beyond the expectations of too many people. This was because many people thought that Jin Lan should be stronger than Yan Chutian, especially when it came to the power of spirit inscriptions. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that the 2 of them were evenly matched. Boom! The continuous attacks finally stopped after the roar. After the light faded, the spirit inscription in front of Yan Chutian had disappeared. The red-crowned crane spirit inscription was still there, but the light was much dimmer than before. This made the disciples of the North Region, who found it difficult to accept just now, secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If they were really evenly matched again, it would really make them feel uneasy. At the same time, Jin Lan also secretly relaxed his tense mind. When they collided just now, even he didn't expect that they would be evenly matched. Fortunately, After the continuous attacks, his own advantages were also revealed. Although the other party's spirit inscriptions were strange, they were not as condensed as his. But he didn't know that Yan Chutian, who was facing such a situation, was not nervous at all. If he hadn't cultivated the mysterious Yang Qi condensation technique, the situation at this time might really be troublesome for him. But now he didn't have that kind of worry. Yan Chutian focused slightly. After closing his eyes for a few seconds, a huge spirit inscription was projected again. If this spirit inscription was the second spirit inscription that Yan Chutian had used before, it would be fine. But this spirit inscription was clearly the previous spirit inscription on the giant sword. In other words, the spirit inscription that was just destroyed by Jinlan, Yan Chutian actually used it again. This scene immediately set off a huge wave in everyone's heart. Even the disciples of the North region were no exception. Because everyone knew that a spirit inscription that was destroyed couldn't be used again in a short period of time. But Yan Chutian actually used his own spirit inscription again in a short period of time. How did he do it? Some of the elders of the North region were also stunned, unable to understand this scene. At the same time, the elders of the South region also cast a shocked look, especially Han Qin. After being shocked, he inexplicably smiled, with a strong sense of helplessness in his smile. Yan Chutian was like a variable. She was able to break convention time and time again, creating one astonishing scene after another. It was also at this time that Han Qin felt that perhaps he had always underestimated Yan Chutian. This guy, who was ignored because of Mu Wan's comparison, was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. The giant sword spirit inscription appeared again, and it was also when the smile on Jinlan's face gradually froze. He couldn't understand. Just now, his opponent's spirit inscription was clearly destroyed by him. How could he still use it now? However, Jinlan was not a hesitant person. In a moment of shock, he came to his senses. Then, with a gloomy look, he said, coldly, "I don't care how you pretend to be mysterious, but since I can destroy your spirit inscription once, there will be a second time. I'd like to see how many times you can use this spirit inscription." Before his voice died away, Jinlan activated the huge spirit inscription again. The holy immortal crane spread its wings and rushed out with an amazing momentum, heading straight for Yan Chutian. However, in the face of such an attack, Yan Chutian's reaction was simple. He still activated his spirit inscription. The huge sword was raised high, and then it slashed down at the immortal crane that was rushing over. The result this time was destined to be beyond everyone's expectations. It was still the same collision of spirit inscriptions, but this time, under the impact of the collision, the immortal crane with spirit inscription was the first to show signs of collapse. On the other hand, although the light of the huge spirit inscription was constantly dimming, it didn't show signs of collapse. Boom! Finally, the immortal crane with spirit inscription completely collapsed, turning into light inscriptions and rushing back to Jinlan's body. Jinlan's reaction to the collapse of the spirit inscription was much greater than Yan Chutian's. Moreover, he knew clearly that he couldn't activate this spirit inscription in a short time. Chapter 171. But no matter what, Jinlan's defeat was a fact. Even if he found it hard to believe, it was a fact. Moreover, after his spirit pattern collapsed, Yan Chutian's heavy sword did not slow down at all. It continued to slash down fiercely toward Jinlan's body. As the crisis struck, Jinlan could only quickly circulate the spiritual power in his body. Majestic spiritual power gushed out and condensed into a bright light screen in front of his body to block the attack. Even if the power of the spirit pattern that Yan Chutian projected again was still extremely strong, it was not to the extent that it was beyond imagination. Therefore, when the heavy sword slashed on the light screen, it could no longer make any astonishing progress. But even so, this situation set off a huge wave in the hearts of all the spectators. Even those elders and vice sect leader Zhu Yin had a slight change of expression at this moment. It was common sense that the spirit pattern could not be activated in a short period of time when it collapsed. However, this common sense had lost its effect on Yen Chutan. Furthermore, he didn't know how the spirit inscriptions that had been defeated just now were able to maintain almost all of their power after being used again. How was this possible? But no matter what, this was the fact. The fact that was displayed in front of everyone allowed no refutation. Therefore, after the shock, the disciples of the southern region were ecstatic, because this meant that Yen Chutian had the possibility of defeating the holy son of the northern region, Jinlan. In contrast, the disciples of the northern region had ugly expressions. How could they have expected that the most stable round of the Heavenly Secret Conference for the northern region would have so many twists and turns? Could it be that the northern region would lose points here? For a moment, the surrounding people cast doubtful and even angry gazes toward Jinlan. Among them, there were even dignified gazes from the elders. Under these gazes, Jinlan felt the pressure multiply. Moreover, he could imagine that if he lost this round, his reputation in the northern region would plummet. Moreover, the elders' impression of him would be extremely bad. Therefore, no matter what, he could not lose. At the same time, looking at the sword-shaped spirit pattern that was retreating toward him, Yen Chutian gently exhaled a breath and then retracted it into his body. Even with the mystic yang qi condensation, he could activate the spirit inscriptions again. However, the fewer times he activated the spirit inscriptions, the better. Otherwise, it would inevitably leave behind damage. However, even if he gained the upper hand, Yen Chutian would not be happy, because he knew that under such a disadvantage, the arrogant saint of the northern region would definitely erupt with an extremely violent attack. That would be the moment to decide victory and defeat. Sure enough, just as Yen Chutian was thinking in his heart, Jinlan's sinister gaze looked over from afar, following which he slowly spoke in a similarly sinister tone. Yen Chu, you trash of the southern region, die! Blood tiger, true pattern. Jinlan's eyes turned blood-red the moment his shout sounded. Blood-red threads continued to spread out and rapidly gathered in his eyes. Gradually, they turned into a huge blood-red tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at the sky. Immediately after, the blood-colored tiger shot out and transformed into the shape of a giant tiger between heaven and earth. The giant tiger stepped on heaven and earth, and its entire body surged with the color of blood. Its bloody mouth was like a black hole that could suck in anything, and there was no way for it to escape. Although this blood tiger spirit tattoo was cruder than the previous immortal crane spirit tattoo, the power it contained was stronger. After all, this was the second spirit tattoo that Jinlan had condensed. Even if it was not as profound as the first one, it was stronger. The appearance of Jinlan's blood tiger spirit pattern once again shocked the crowd. After all, the appearance of this spirit pattern was really shocking. It was full of blood and qi. Even many saints at the third level of the elixir realm were afraid of it. It was enough to imagine how powerful it would be if it really attacked. When the blood tiger appeared, Jinlan's expression became more and more terrifying. He stared at Yen Chutian, and finally he raised his right hand and suddenly pressed down. Suddenly, the huge blood tiger pounced, and its bloody mouth seemed to want to swallow the world, trying to swallow Yen Chutian. Roar! Seeing that the blood tiger was about to swallow him, Yen Chutian's eyes narrowed. This blood tiger spirit pattern was stronger than before. If he used the giant spirit pattern sword again, the situation would become dangerous. It seemed that he could only use the second spirit pattern, the three-legged golden cauldron. At this thought, strange patterns spread in Yen Chutian's eyes and condensed into a three-legged cauldron, which was dazzling with golden light. When the three-legged golden cauldron descended, it attracted the attention of countless disciples. However, compared to the blood tiger, the golden cauldron's momentum was much smaller. But perhaps because of the previous situation, the crowd did not speak rashly. Instead, they kept looking at the two spirit patterns. Under countless expectant gazes, the huge blood-red tiger and the three-legged golden cauldron collided fiercely. The golden aura and the blood-red aura collided fiercely, and a huge aftershock surged out like water ripples, unable to calm down for a long time. But how could the crowd's sight be blocked by the aftershock? Instead, they stared at the center, at the collision of the two spirit patterns. It could be vaguely seen that the blood tiger and the golden cauldron were still colliding with each other. The two forces of different colors were constantly eroding each other. As long as one side dared to relax a little, the other side would quickly invade like a mad dog, leaving no room for maneuver. But the situation was in a stalemate. The two forces did not show any weakness and kept colliding with each other. But in reality, even if it was just this, it was still too shocking for everyone to see Yan Chutian. Not to mention how he was able to condense a second spirit rune at the first level of the Yuan Dan stage. Just the power of this second spirit rune was actually able to clash with Jean Lan's spirit rune. But if that was all, it would be fine. As the two spirit inscriptions continued to clash, Yan Chutian suddenly raised his right arm. The moment he did so, the golden cauldron in his right eye dissipated and strange runes appeared once again. Following that, the shape of a heavy sword appeared once again. Seeing this scene, Jean Lan suddenly had a very bad feeling, because this situation was usually a sign of the power of the spirit pattern. But the other party was clearly activating the power of the spirit pattern to collide with him. How could he still have the power to activate another spirit pattern? Buzz. A buzzing sound finally resounded. After the buzzing sound subsided, the heavy sword spirit rune that had disappeared not long ago finally reappeared. Yan Chutian had actually activated another spirit rune. How could this be? Great waves finally surged in Jean Lan's heart. He had never thought that the other party could actually activate two spiritual tattoos at the same time. But how was this possible? How could he, who had fought against him with the power of the spiritual tattoos, have the strength to activate another spiritual tattoo? How could this be? He actually activated the sword-shaped spirit pattern again. It's too unbelievable to activate two spirit patterns at the same time. Could it be that he who is only at the first level of the elixir is stronger than Jean Lan, who is at the fourth level of the elixir? Looking at this scene, Han Chen's old face was shaken. The shock that Yan Chutian had given him was simply too much. Activating two spirit runes at the same time was something that could only happen when one's attainments in spirit runes had reached a certain level. And this scene, he actually saw Yan Chutian, who was only at the first level of the elixir. It was really, not to mention the elders of the northern and southern region. Even Zhu Yan's expression changed slightly. Even his usually calm face could not hide his shock. As one of the vice sect leaders of the Heaven's secret sect, he naturally paid attention to the movements in the Heaven's secret sect. Therefore, he also knew that a name had recently appeared in the southern region. However, before he came into contact with Yan Chutian, he only thought that this Yan Chutian was an ordinary disciple who was somewhat exaggerated. However, now that he really met him, he realized that the truth was actually more shocking than the rumors. In this way, the Heaven's Secrets gathering this time was more suspenseful than before. With Yan Chutian and his equally famous senior sister, plus Luo Shui, the final result of the Heaven's Secrets gathering was really uncertain. Damn it! Jean Lan gritted his teeth and shouted. However, at this time, he could not summon any other power to fight against the giant sword spirit inscription. Therefore, when the giant sword spirit inscription slashed down, he could only watch as it blasted towards him, shattering his protective spiritual power and turning it into nothingness. Chapter 172. When Jean Lan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, it also announced that he had lost the battle on the arena. Both spiritual inscriptions were defeated in his disbelief. How could he, who was suffering from the backlash, fight with all his strength? However, this result was too shocking. Who would have thought that Jean Lan, who was almost certain to win in the eyes of most people, would be turned around. The disciples of the North region, who were arrogant before Yen Chutian and Jean Lan's battle, now had ugly expressions on their faces and were speechless. And the same as them were those disciples of the southern region who were clamoring that Yen Chutian was the disgrace of the southern region. Right now, their thoughts were the most complicated. Who would have thought that this cowardly tortoise, whom they didn't dare to accept the challenge, would actually defeat Jinlan in the Tianji gathering fair and square? He defeated Jinlan and finally won a ray of light for the south region after continuous failures. Among the spectating disciples of the south region, Zhou Qing was excited. She cheered Yen Chutian's name with all her might. Following her, the surrounding disciples of the south region were also motivated. This time it was really all the disciples of the south region, because Yen Chutian had won the glory for them from the north region. He was worthy of such cheers. Luo Shui, who was also a top saint, looked over with her beautiful eyes. Because Yen Chutian had defeated Jinlan, it seemed that she had finally started to take him seriously. Even Su Jian had a dignified look in his eyes at this time. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Originally, he thought that Yen Chutian would be defeated miserably and bring great shame to the south region. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? However, no matter how complicated it was, there was still a trace of hostility in his eyes. He did not know when it started, but he had already stood in the position of hostility. No matter how amazing Yen Chutian's performance was, it would not change this. Moreover, even without Yen Chutian, he, Su Jian, was confident that he would win the glory for the south region. Yen Chu, the saint of the south region, wins. Finally, a dignified voice rang out amidst the cheers and announced the result. Because of this announcement, the cheers of the southern region's disciples became even louder. In contrast, the northern region's disciples were gloomy. Even the top holy princes were humiliated. They were humiliated because their holy prince had lost to the southern region's holy prince. Ha ha ha. Northern region elder, are you satisfied with the result of this battle? When the result was announced, Han Chun laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with pride as he looked at the elder of the northern region who had just mocked him. The elder from the northern region could only remain silent because they had lost the battle. However, they had spoken so confidently during the battle, so they naturally couldn't refute him. However, the northern region camp did not remain silent. Eventually, an elder spoke up and said in a low voice, Elder Han, the Tianji Association can't rely on one person to turn the world upside down. A single disciple won't be able to decide the outcome of the battle. My southern region naturally won't only have one disciple. This time, your northern region better not think of taking away Tianji's victory so easily. Very well, let's wait and see. The elders from the northern and southern region were at loggerheads with each other. Vice sect leader Zhu Yin completely ignored them because there was no lack of competition in any sect. The fittest would survive, and the unfit would naturally be eliminated. If they didn't do so, their entire Tianji sect might be eliminated from the central plains and decline. Since the upper echelons had such an attitude, the lower holy princes and disciples were naturally the same. After a moment of silence, the holy princes of the northern region glared at them coldly. How could they, who had always been arrogant, allow themselves to be defeated by the trash of the southern region? In the next instant, a tall figure flew out from the northern region, holy prince's camp, and landed on the platform. He glanced at the top holy princes of the southern region and shouted coldly, Wang Kuan, the top holy prince of the northern region, who will compete with me in the fourth battle. As soon as Wang Kuan appeared, he received cheers from the disciples of the northern region. Wang Kuan was extremely famous in the northern region, and he was even more famous than the previous 3 holy princes. The disciples of the northern region believed that with him, this battle was in the bag. When Wang Kuan appeared, Su Jian from the southern region glanced at Yan Chutian, who had returned with a slightly pale complexion. Immediately, he leaped into the air as a black long sword whizzed through the air. He was the first to land on the stage before Su Jian followed closely behind. Su Jian's reaction was also arrogant and domineering. He glanced coldly at Wang Kuin and said mockingly, "How can you casually shout out the order of the battle when the numbers are drawn?" Wang Kuin was speechless and could only glare at Su Jian with an even colder gaze. However, although Wang Kuin was arrogant, he did not lose his sense of propriety. After all, he had heard of Su Jian's name. He was one of the best in the southern region. Perhaps he would have looked down on the southern region before, but after Yan Chutian astonishingly defeated Jinlan, he understood that if he continued to look down on the southern region, the zombie worm might really revive again. Su Jian, the top holy prince of the northern region? I'd like to see how powerful your so-called yin-yang sword technique is. I'll naturally satisfy you. As soon as his voice fell, an incomparably grand and huge battle began. From the sweep of Hao Han's spiritual energy to the collision of their spiritual inscriptions, the two of them fought back and forth. In this battle, Su Jian displayed a shocking strength. He actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position from the beginning to the end, and even suppressed Wang Kuin. This situation made Wang Kuin feel extremely humiliated. He was the top holy prince of the northern region. How could he lose to the holy prince of the southern region? Jinlan was his example. If he failed as well, he would no longer have a foothold in the northern region. Therefore, his subsequent attacks became more and more violent. Powerful aura circulated around every move. Perhaps even a cultivator at the third level of elixir would not be able to withstand the suppression of such a powerful aura and would be suppressed by it. However, even if Wang Kuin used his full strength, Su Jian did not panic. His left palm suddenly brushed past the black sword in his hand, and in an instant, a bright and colorful white soft sword appeared in his left palm. One black and one white. Two swords appeared at the same time. The appearance of the black and white swords in Su Jian's hands was not a secret, because this was the time when the full power of his yin-yang sword technique was displayed. Ever since the black and white swords appeared at the same time, the aura that Su Jian exuded was also different from before. It became cold, emotionless, and silent. After this result, the sword technique that he displayed became extremely fierce. With each slash, he actually suppressed Wang Kuin continuously, causing him to continuously take a few steps back. In the end, Wang Kuin was cut down by Su Jian's sword. A glaring blood flowed along the white sword and splattered into the sky. Accompanied by Wang Kuin's painful groan, he smashed into the arena. Wang Kuin covered his chest. There was a glaring and hideous wound there. Not only did it tear open his clothes, but it also tore open his chest, causing blood to flow nonstop. Damn it! Wang Kuin gritted his teeth and shouted. How could he have thought that he would end up like this in the battle with Su Jian? He was even more miserable than Jinlan. He had been defeated miserably from the beginning to the end. However, regardless of whether Wang Kuin was convinced or not, the black sword in Su Jian's hand was still raised. It carried rolling spiritual power and hung above Wang Kuin's head. As long as Su Jian wanted to, he could cut off Wang Kuin's head at any time. In the face of the threat of life and death, Wang Kuin could only lower his arrogant head in the end. He said dejectedly, "I admit defeat." When the word "admit defeat" escaped his mouth, the southern region's disciples suddenly erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Who would have thought that the southern region's holy sun would defeat the northern region's holy sun right after Yan Chutian? This was really a pleasant surprise. Along with the cheers, the northern region's disciples were still lifeless, just like the southern region's. How could they have thought that after successive victories, they would be welcomed with successive defeats? Could it be that this heavenly opportunity was really an opportunity for the southern region to turn things around? The Northern Region's elder, who had been talking coldly to Han Qin just now, had a gloomy expression. Even he had not thought that the Northern Region would lose to the Southern Region once again. Why were the Northern Region's disciples so strange this time? However, he was still very confident in his Northern Region's Holy Son. The true powerhouses had not appeared yet. When they stepped onto the arena one by one, they would definitely make the Southern Region's disciples feel despair. Did he win as well?